Chapter 31. Narrow-minded picture. Lin Chuhan was drained after working hard the entire day. There were signs of exhaustion on her exquisite face. Her forehead was covered with sweat, and her hair was slightly messy because of this. But this couldn't hide her beauty. Lin Chuhan worked part-time at a bubble tea shop. Indeed, it was the milk tea shop called Dian. Undoubtedly, her presence added a touch of color to the shop. The boss of the bubble tea shop felt that his decision in the past was brilliant. Whenever Lin Chuhan was present, the business at his shop would be better than usual. Unfortunately, Lin Chuhan could only work during the weekends. What a pity! The boss was married and had a fierce wife at home, so he didn't have any other thoughts towards Lin Chuhan. However, the two male workers in his shop were drooling over the pretty girl. They would either send her breakfast in the morning or treat her for lunch. They were extremely attentive to her. The boss saw everything and wanted to say a thing or two. However, it wasn't appropriate for him to interfere with his workers' private life. He could only set a rule to prevent them from dating during working hours. The rule had its effect. But once work ended, the boss couldn't control them anymore. Currently, the workers were all packing up and preparing to get off work. At that moment, a tall, big, and modest-looking young man walked over and smiled at Lin Chuhan. "Chuhan, it's already very late. Let me send you back later." The other young man was fresh and clean-looking with a tin foil perm. When he noticed that he was a step slower, he got anxious and said, "Chuhan, your house is on the way to mine. Why don't I send you home?" A young lady teased him from the side. "Seriously? Your on the way is approximately 10 kilometers away from Chuhan's house. At least my house is closer to hers than Qian Weibo's. One of them lives in the west and one in the east. They are at least 20 kilometers apart," the man with tin foil perm replied. The lofty man, Qian Weibo, frowned. Then, he smiled and said, "Normally, I exercise at night. If I send Chuhan home and then go back later, the amount of exercise is just perfect for the day." Your excuse is really high-sounding." The other young man scoffed. "All right, stop fighting. I don't need you guys to send me back. I can go home myself," Lin Chuhan said coldly. As always, she rejected them outright. The two young men felt helpless. They got rejected all the time. Actually, they didn't even know where Lin Chuhan lived. Lin Chuhan had only told them the general district. After all, a young lady needed to protect herself outside. She must not tell other men her address casually. The two young men still wanted to try their luck, but a voice was heard at this moment. "Pretty lady, can I have a cup of bubble tea?" Lin Chuhan found the frivolous and haughty tone very familiar. "I'm sorry. We're closed." The moment Qian Weibo finished speaking, Lin Chuhan turned around and saw the person who had walked in. She was surprised as she asked, "Why are you here? Look at what you are saying. Why can't I be here?" Wang Ting smiled and replied. Qian Weibo and the young man with tin foil perm felt a strong sense of danger when they listened to these two people's familiar interaction. Also, this man was a little handsome. Just a little. Qian Weibo asked Chuhan, "Who is this?" "Chuhan." "Humph." Wang Ting squinted and gave him a meaningful gaze. "He's my table buddy," Lin Chuhan replied. "Table buddy." The gazes of Qian Weibo and the young man with tin foil perm froze. Then, they looked at each other. They could tell from each other's gaze that this was a strong opponent who required them to join hands. "Since he's little Lin's table buddy, let's make him one last cup of bubble tea." The boss nodded at Wang Ting and said. Qian Weibo asked, "So, classmate, what do you want to drink? Do you have Xiang Piao Piao?" Wang Ting asked. "Qian Weibo, what do you mean by Xiang Piao Piao? This is a bubble tea shop, not the supermarket. If you want to drink Xiang Piao Piao, go to the supermarket to buy a cup and brew it yourself at home." Qian Weibo screamed in his heart. The boss of the bubble tea shop and the other workers were also left speechless. They didn't know what to say. On the other hand, Lin Chuhan had already started moving. She made the easiest recipe, milk tea with black pearls. She prepared the biggest cup for Wang Ting and finished it quickly. Then, she placed it in front of him. 12 renminbi. 3, so expensive. Wang Ting didn't care what kind of bubble tea it was. He complained for a moment and took out his phone to pay for his drink. Lin Chuhan ignored Wang Ting. After packing up, she bid farewell to the boss and walked out of the bubble tea stall. She pushed a pink scooter out of the parking lot at the side. Then, she put on a round Hello Kitty helmet and was just about to mount her scooter. Chuhan, wait for me. Qian Weibo and the man with tin foil perm hurriedly packed up their stuff and chased after her. Each of them was pushing one scooter. Wang Ting's appearance had given them a sense of urgency. Tonight, whether Lin Chuhan rejected them or not, they planned to shamelessly send her home either way. Lin Chuhan frowned unhappily when she saw the two of them pestering her like Chinese medicine plaster. Miss Class Monitor, let me send you home. Wang Ting walked over while carrying his milk tea. No need. Lin Chuhan said coldly. We are classmates. You don't have to be polite with me. Wang Ting snatched Lin Chuhan's little scooter and carried it up with one hand. Oh my God, his strength! The two young men's expressions changed for the worse. When Wang Ting walked to the sports car parked beside the road, their eyes widened even more. Beep! The boot of the car opened and Wang Ting stuffed the scooter into the car. However, the lid couldn't close properly. The pink scooter was half exposed in the air. It was glaring to the eye. Confused face. Amazing! This is really amazing. Stuffing a scooter in a sports car. I have never seen anything like this. This series of actions stunned the boss of the bubble tea shop and the other workers. Is this the distance between us? Qian Weibo and the other young man started questioning their lives. Wang Ting opened the car door and urged Lin Chuhan, who was rooted on the spot. Let's go. What are you waiting for? Lin Chuhan hid her lips and stomped her foot. In the end, she still sat in the car. One bang. You could almost hear the sound of glass shattering. Their hearts hurt. The two young men clutched their chests. Wang Ting helped close the car door. Just as he was about to get in the car, he remembered something and walked towards Qian Weibo and the other young man. Misters, are you very close to my class monitor? He smiled and asked. The two of them wanted to nod. Wang Ting placed his hands on their shoulder and exerted some force. The next moment, excruciating pain was felt. Since you're not familiar with her, remember to call her by her full name the next time. I Wang Ting am really narrow-minded. Wang Ting snorted and released his hand. Qian Weibo and the other young man's faces were red from holding their breath. Pain they felt as if their bones were crushing. This guy's strength was astonishing. Could he be practicing martial arts? Also, he was driving a sports car. That meant that he was wealthy. They couldn't afford to provoke him. They couldn't. One shivers, the two of them hurriedly nodded. Lin Chuhan? Who was she? Was she very pretty? What did it have to do with them? Nothing was important anymore. Rather, the most important thing now was to send this devil away. Wang Ting drove his car and charged into the night with his loud engine. Qian Weibo and the young man with tin-foil perm stared at the sports car's rear lights in a daze, as well as the little scooter exposed outside. They felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation. Chapter 32. Counting his gains, Stop the car. Lin Chuhan suddenly shouted after the car drove out of the street. Wang Ting didn't comply though. He turned and asked, Where do you live? I want to get out of the car. I don't need you to send me back. I can go home myself, replied Lin Chuhan. That isn't good. You're kicking me to the curb after I've outlived my usefulness. Wang Ting smiled. What do you mean by kicking you to the curb after you've outlived your usefulness? Lin Chuhan felt a little guilty. I helped you get rid of those two troublesome fellows once and for all. Yet, you are kicking me away now. Isn't that kicking me to the curb after I've outlived my usefulness? Wang Ting asked her back. I want to get off the car. Lin Chuhan couldn't beat Wang Ting in speaking, so she unbuckled her seatbelt and said firmly, "If you don't tell me where you live, I'll drive to my home." Wang Ting smiled calmly. For Lin Chuhan. In the end, she lost. She lost to Wang Ting's shamelessness. Wang Ting sent her home. Lin Chuhan lived in a low-block area. It was hard to imagine that such a place existed in Donghai City. In front of them was a black alley. When they reached here, Lin Chuhan refused to let Wang Ting send her any further. Also, the car couldn't drive in, so Wang Ting had to give up. He picked up Lin Chuhan's scooter, and then hung the milk tea on the handle. "All right, you can go back yourself," said Wang Ting. "Your milk tea." Lin Chuhan frowned. "I won't be able to sleep if I drink milk tea at night," Wang Ting replied. "So you want me to have trouble sleeping instead?" Lin Chuhan was speechless. "Ha ha, you can only think of me if you have trouble sleeping." Wang Ting laughed. 6. Get off. Lin Chuhan ran off in a flurry as she rode her little scooter into the dark alley. This alley was long and dark. Even though her scooter's light was on, she could only see a small distance in front of her. Lin Chuhan rode carefully. Suddenly, a white light lit up behind her. She turned and noticed that Wang Ting had turned his car around. He had turned on his car's headlights and lit up the entire alley for her. This fellow! Lin Chuhan was touched. But she hurriedly shook her head to get rid of the feeling and rode her little scooter forward. Wang Ting only left when he couldn't see Lin Chuhan's figure anymore. When he reached home, it was already 11 p.m. Wang Ting couldn't help but smile bitterly. He wanted to rush home earlier, but he was still delayed until now. Women! They were troublesome. The house was silent. Wang Ting closed the door and climbed up the stairs. It looked like Li Xiaomei had gone to bed. Wang Ting didn't make any sound. He brought his spoils back to his room and took some clothes to the bathroom. After bathing, he dried his hair. Then, he locked the door and rubbed his hands in anticipation. He sat cross-legged on the ground and took out everything to sort them. 1 steel bar, 1 Zippo lighter, half a pack of cigarettes, and 2 cell phones. These were all ordinary items. For if there was a chance, he wished that he would be able to decode the passwords of the 2 cell phones. There must be some information he needed in the 2 cell phones, including the identities of the 2 dead martial warriors. There was also a pair of boxing gloves and a battle sword. These were all rune weapons. The runes carved on the boxing gloves and the battle sword appeared mysterious and extraordinary. Wang Ting searched online based on their appearance. The purple-black boxing gloves were a 1-star high-class ice element weapon from the Dark Shadow series. The pair's retail price was around 2 million. As for the battle sword with fiery red runes, it was a 1-star elite-class weapon from the Fiery Flame series. Its market price was 3.5 million. This price. Wang Ting could only sigh and exclaim that martial warriors were all wealthy people. Fortunately, he was a rich second generation, so he had seen this kind of price before. He wouldn't kick up a fuss over a few million. However, this saved him the trouble of buying and selling weapons. These 2 weapons were enough for him to use. Finally, the egg. Wang Ting took the egg out of the bag and observed it carefully under the light. From its surface, he really couldn't tell which animal's egg this was. This egg should be the reason why those 2 martial warriors were fighting so brutally. If that's the case, this egg must be special. He looked at different kinds of eggs online and compared them with the one in his hand. He spent another half an hour analyzing. In the end, he came to an astonishing conclusion. This is the egg of a bird. For, that's right, it must be. Wang Ting nodded to himself and stuffed the egg back into the bag. He covered it with hay and zipped the bag. Then, he hid it in a corner under his bed. No matter what it is, let's keep it first. I will think of a way to hatch it after I confirm its identity. Wang Ting then shifted his gaze to his attributes panel. Enlightenment, 83 Spirit, 12. 1 Talent, Beginner Stage Fire Talent, 10 out of 300, Beginner Stage Ice Talent, 12 out of 300 force, 6 out of 100 fire, 1-star soldier level martial warrior, 4 out of 100 ice, 1-star soldier level martial warrior. Scripture. Red flame scripture, foundation 1 out of 100, deep ice scripture, foundation 1 out of 100. Battle techniques. Basic battle techniques, mastery for fist, sword, blade, footwork, gun skill, small achievement, fire Kirin sword skill, foundation 10 out of 100, phantom ice fist, foundation 8 out of 100. Knowledge. Basic subjects, full marks, overall battle power, 135. For looking at the rows and rows of attributes on his board, Wang Ting suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction. Martial warrior. He finally became a martial warrior. As compared to other people, the time he took from practicing martial arts to the moment he became a martial warrior was very short. But the experiences he went through weren't lacking at all. He even went through a life-or-death situation recently. One seeking fortune in danger. It was worth it. Then, Wang Ting compared the before and after differences of his attributes panel. When he was at Mount Baoan, he didn't have the time to ponder over this. Now, after observing his attributes panel, he realized that the differences were huge. Firstly, spirit was a new row. It wasn't hard to understand what it was based on the word itself. Spirit represented a person's consciousness. It was a profound way of saying it. He might have gotten the spirit attribute from the dead fire element martial warrior, so this attribute got activated. He continued looking down. The physique attribute was gone, replaced by talent. Wang Ting knew what talent was. After the physique of a martial warrior reached a certain standard, they would undergo a test using a special device to ascertain their talent direction. This would allow them to choose the 4 skill scriptures and the battle techniques they could cultivate. This was the largest difference between martial disciples and martial warriors. Wang Ting thought about it carefully and was flabbergasted. Speaking about this, I got the fire and ice element talent because I picked up the attribute bubbles. Does that mean that I don't have any talent personally? He searched the internet before and knew that most people had talent. Once their physique reached a certain level, they would be able to practice 4 skill scriptures. But there was a tiny percentage of people who didn't have any talent. To be very talented and having no talent were 2 extremes. Both were rare. He didn't expect himself to be one of them. I'm lucky to have my system. Wang Ting felt fortunate. He wasn't afraid of having an inferior talent, but rather, he was scared of having no talent at all. It would cut off all possibilities in his life. Imagine this. You practiced hard for so many years and were just a step away from reaching your goal. Suddenly, you were told that you had no talent. How frightening would this stimulation be? People with a poor mentality might collapse after the setback. Wang Ting shook his head. Next was the force attribute. That represented the martial warrior's level. Wang Ting was a 1-star soldier level martial warrior now. However, he had 2 force elements in his body. Based on numbers alone, he was more powerful than martial warriors with only 1 force element. He searched the internet and learned that single-element martial warriors were the most common. Multiple force element martial warriors were extremely rare. You could occasionally see a few double force element martial warriors, but triple force element martial warriors were rarely seen. As for 4 force elements, 5 force elements, and even 6 force elements martial warriors, they had not appeared yet. 3 skill scripture and battle techniques didn't change much. Only 2 force skill scriptures and force battle techniques were added. Finally, there was the battle power. Battle power was probably the overall calculation of all the attributes, including physique, strength, speed, force, battle techniques, and the rest. This was a good attribute. It displayed his overall ability in one figure. After looking through everything, Wang Ting yawned. Exhaustion crept up his body and he closed his eyes. Slowly, he slipped into dreamland. Chapter 33. Taobao Custom-Made Monday. The first day after he became a martial warrior. When Wang Ting woke up, he was still in a daze. After some time, the events of yesterday night flashed in his mind. So I'm a martial warrior now. Wang Ting clenched his fist. Noticing the hidden strength in his body, he finally felt a sense of reality. Martial warriors absorbed force into their bodies and used it to cultivate. This allowed their bones, muscles, and other parts of their bodies to undergo transformations. It couldn't be compared to martial disciples at all. But, in this martial arts era, becoming a martial warrior was just the start. Wang Ting got off his bed and went down to have breakfast. "Mom, is Dad not back yet?" Wang Ting stuffed an egg into his mouth at the dining table as he asked Li Xiumei curiously. He said that there were some bumps on a project, so he will be delayed for a few days, Li Xiumei replied as she ate her bird nest porridge. Wang Ting nodded. Since it was regarding the company, he didn't probe further. After he finished breakfast, Wang Ting drove his car to Donghai No. 1 High School. The university entrance exam was getting nearer and nearer. The atmosphere in school got increasingly nervous as the days went by. The students were studying hard for a promising future. Everyone said that the university entrance exam was the turning point in life. Many people scoffed at this remark. So what if you entered a good university after studying so hard? Wouldn't you still be working after you graduate? Wouldn't you still be earning a miserable 3,000 to 6,000 salary? You would live frugally and save money for 10 years. Then, when you wanted to buy a house and a car, you still had to take a bank loan. Those that earned more than 100,000 or a few million a year were just the minority. All of them were star students from top universities. How could you compare with them? Tell me, how could you compare with them? So, knowledge could change your life was just bullshit? Wrong. You would realize that if you didn't enter a university, your life would be even worse. Lin Chuhan had come to school earlier than Wang Ting. In the past, Wang Ting just felt that she was hardworking. But now, he knew that she also worked part-time outside until late at night. Yet, she still woke up earlier than most people the next day to study. She deserved to be the star student. In his past life, Wang Ting was still an arrogant and frivolous young master. At his age, he would just snort at Lin Chuhan's actions. What was the use of studying so hard? After she graduated, the money she earned in her entire life couldn't even buy his sports car. However, after experiencing the collapse of the Wang family, Wang Ting finally realized how useless he was. Without the Wang family's backing, he was nothing. He was extremely useless. Thus, when he saw Lin Chuhan studying so hard, he just sighed in his heart. Wang Ting didn't disturb her. He sat down on his seat, took out his cell phone, and logged in to Taobao. He wanted to see if there were any specific containers to store his weapons. Based on the performance of his system, Wang Ting felt that he would progress more comprehensively in the future. The number of battle techniques he would learn would only increase. He already had a battle sword and boxing glove. There would be even more weapons as he progressed. It wasn't possible for him to hook everything on his body when he went out, right? Wang Ting scrolled through Taobao. Everything could be found on Taobao. Whatever you wanted, you could find it there. He typed the keywords, and a whole bunch of similar products appeared. However, most of them were sword sheaths, blade sheaths, and rod holders. It wasn't what Wang Ting wanted. After the morning self-study session ended, the first lesson of the day started. But Wang Ting was still scrolling through Taobao. He didn't have any thoughts of listening to the teacher. Lin Chuhan couldn't bear his nonchalant attitude. She frowned, but all she did was sigh in her heart. She didn't say anything. Suddenly, Wang Ting's eyes lit up as his gaze landed on an item. The stall owner, weapon carrier casket? He looked at the design. This was a rectangular casket with a vintage style. Wang Ting then read the introduction. This weapon carrier casket was said to be able to contain 14 kinds of weapons. There was a mechanism on top. Once you pressed it, the weapon you needed would spring up. Is it really so amazing? He continued scrolling the listing. It was then Wang Ting realized that the 14 kinds of weapons mainly were blades and swords, including 14 different styles and length. He was caught between laughter and tears. Should I buy it or not? Wang Ting hesitated. Forget it. Let me ask the stall owner and see if I can customize one. This shop owner was called Master Lu. It was a gold-crowned flagship stall, and the reviews were all good. There were custom-made items in the reviews too. Hence, Wang Ting decided to open the chat box and ask the shop owner. Wang Ting, are you there? The stall owner. Yes, I'm here. 3. Red Heart 1 Wang Ting. Can you customize weapon carrier caskets here? The stall owner. Weapon carrier casket? Wang Ting. You don't know? The stall owner. Wait for a moment. Let me check. Wang Ting was a little speechless. This person didn't even know what he was selling in his shop. Was he reliable? After some time, the other party's reply finally came. The stall owner. Dear, are you there? The stall owner. I've checked for you. So this is what you meant by weapon carrier casket. The person attached a picture with the message. It showed a wooden casket covered in dust in the corner of a warehouse. Wang Ting finally realized why this person couldn't remember this item. He asked curiously, How long has it been since you took this item out? The stall owner replied awkwardly, Ha ha ha, there's no need to care about the details. This weapon carrier casket was created by my grandfather in a moment of inspiration. No one wanted to buy it for a long time, so it was kept in the warehouse. I didn't expect someone to ask about it after so many years. Wang Ting, may I know how many years of history this item has? The stall owner, not a lot. Only 10 years. Ouch. Wang Ting felt his teeth hurting. He continued, All right, can you help me ask your grandfather if he could customize one for me based on my requirements? The stall owner, I'm afraid not. Wang Ting asked, Why not? The stall owner, I don't want to be on the same side as my grandfather so soon / / // omega / / 5 Wang Ting felt a little helpless as he replied, I'm sorry Wang Ting. Forget it then. Just as he was about to go offline, the other party sent him a message hurriedly. The stall owner, wait. He continued, if you're fine with it, you can tell me your thoughts. I'll see if I can make some customizations on top of this weapon carrier casket. If I can sell this away, I'm sure that my grandfather will be happy. Wang Ting felt invigorated. Oh, well, let's make a Hail Mary effort. He explained his ideas to the other person. The other side remained silent for a long while before replying. Are you collecting weapon carrier caskets? Wang Ting replied. You can say so. The stall owner, all right, I will try my best. I will inform you once I finish the alterations. Wang Ting, what about the price? Wang Ting noticed that the other party was in a hurry to go offline to start his research on how to modify the weapon carrier casket without even talking about the price. He began to have a faint idea of this person's personality. This must be an idiot. The stall owner, oh right. I forgot about that he thought for a moment before continuing. The stall owner, since no one wants this, you can simply give me around 80 to 100,000 for my labor fee. Wang Ting, all right, as long as I'm satisfied with the product, I will buy it for 100,000. Wang Ting didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. Those rune weapons cost hundreds of thousands and even millions. This weapon carrier casket was just 100,000. It wasn't hard to accept the price. Also, he had many requirements, so he needed it to be custom-made. It was understandable that the fee was a little higher. Chapter 34. Attack of a Gigantic Bird 1. After settling the weapon carrier casket, Wang Ting researched how to hatch eggs online. A list of information popped out. There were all kinds of stupid responses from netizens. Wang Ting found one that sounded more credible. Incubators to hatch the egg. 2. Before hatching the egg, Wang Ting planned to pay a visit to the pet shop to ask some questions. This egg wasn't ordinary. Wang Ting was afraid he would accidentally kill it. That would be a pity. The lives of 2 martial warriors were lost because of this egg. When the second lesson ended, during the break, Wang Ting said to Lin Chuhan, "I have to leave. I have something to attend to. If the teachers ask, just tell them that I went to the hospital because of a stomach ache." After Wang Ting finished speaking, he rushed out of the classroom without waiting for Lin Chuhan's reply. This fellow is actually skipping lessons. Lin Chuhan was furious. She glared at the door, but she couldn't do anything. Wang Ting was already gone. At the entrance of the school, a few gangsters were squatting and smoking at the roadside. They didn't look like the good sort. There were cigarette butts all over the ground. When Wang Ting drove his car out, the traffic light turned red, so he had to stop at the junction and wait. The gangsters were attracted by the sports car. TSK, are the students from Donghai No. 1 High School also wealthy? They can afford to drive a sports car. Damn it, why is he driving a sports car to school? What a show-off. The bunch of hoodlums cursed and scolded Wang Ting out of jealousy. One of the younger gangsters saw Wang Ting in the driver's seat and suddenly remembered something. He shouted, "Brother Bao, it's that fellow." Unfortunately, Wang Ting didn't hear him. The sports car gave off a loud roar and drove off straight forward. Zhao Gangbao saw the face on the driver's seat flashing past. He threw his cigarette on the ground and scolded, F***K, it's really that brat. I finally caught him. Why are you still standing here? Hurry up and chase him." While yelling, he dashed to the car parked at the side of the road. He started the engine at lightning speed and chased after Wang Ting. At the same time, he made a call. Ring, ring, ring. "Hello? Brother, I've found the fellow who hit me the last time. He's moving towards Tongming Street. Hurry up and go there. We can't beat him ourselves," Zhao Gangbao shouted at the person on the other end of the phone. "All right, continue following him. I will rush over immediately." The person on the other end seemed to be sighing. Almost simultaneously, in the vast sky more than 10 kilometers away from Donghai City, as high as 1,000 meters above sea level, an entirely black giant crow magnificently flew across the sky. It was more than 20 meters in length, and the feathers on its body gave off a cold metallic luster. The crow honestly looked like a battle plane. Its entire body screamed danger. The crow's eyes were bloodshot with a hint of killing intent in them. Its target was Donghai City. Boom! While flying, the speed of this gigantic crow suddenly accelerated exponentially and formed a loud explosion in the air. It shot towards Donghai City like a meteor. 2 Tongming Street in a pet shop called Kitty Kitty. One after Wang Ting got some incubation knowledge from the staff at the pet shop, he felt that he finally had some confidence. He thanked the beautiful, but most importantly, enthusiastic and kind young lady at the pet shop before walking out. He came out. He's out. Zhao Gangbao pointed at Wang Ting and said to a man beside him. Suddenly, screech. A screech that was loud enough to pierce the sky rang through the air. The man's expression changed, and he abruptly raised his head. At the same time, Wang Ting also looked up with a solemn expression. He gazed into the distance. High in the sky, a huge black creature was closing in rapidly. A shrill screech of a bird followed its flight downward. Screech! The sound exploded in the sky. It became louder and even more ear-shattering as it neared. Its penetrating power was astonishing to behold, almost threatening to rupture their eardrums. Wang Ting felt his eardrums hurt. The passers-by on the street frowned and covered their ears. Crack! 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 The shattering of glass all around was a testament to its sharpness. Huh! Wang Ting's expression changed. The frightening sound wave had created an invisible shock wave. When it spread throughout the street, cracks appeared on the glass windows and glass doors of the shop. After some time, the glass couldn't hold up any longer and shattered. Slap! The shattered glass shards flew towards the passers-by around the area. The young lady at the pet shop had just sent Wang Ting to the door when it suddenly exploded. A piece of palm-sized glass shard smashed down right on her forehead. Wang Ting reacted at once and yanked her away. At the same time, he trembled, and the energy in his body erupted. Wang Ting forced away all the broken glass shards flying towards him. The passers-by on the streets also dodged in a flurry. Some got hit and had scratches on their skins. Some suffered more grievous injuries. The sharp shards had stabbed into their bodies. They laid on the ground and were moaning in pain. Others lucky enough to escape the ordeal hurriedly ran far away. They could still sense the lingering fear in their hearts. Where did this bird come from? Why is it in the city? Hurry up and call 120. Someone is injured. What a frightening bird. It must be a star beast. Wang Ting looked up. The bird was getting bigger and bigger in his vision. It was closing in on him rapidly from afar. This isn't right. It's coming this way. Wang Ting was shocked. His expression turned ugly, and he shouted at the young lady beside him, "Get into the shop. Don't come out." As he spoke, he hurriedly ran to the roadside and took out the battle sword from his car trunk. He wore the boxing gloves and flung the bag containing the egg on his shoulders. After finishing his preparations, Wang Ting rushed to the shop. Screech! The giant crow seemed to have sensed something. Its speed accelerated once again as it shot towards Wang Ting even faster. Its shrill screech resounded in the air. What's happening? Why is this bird attacking our Donghai city? By now, the crowd had dispersed and ran away in all directions. Everyone was covering their ears and screaming in fear. The giant crow had arrived above Donghai city in a blink of an eye. It spread its wings apart and covered the whole sky. The bird then waved its wings, giving rise to violent winds. It plummeted down from the sky. F***K, did this bird come for me? Wang Ting felt as though dark clouds were boring down on his head. When he raised his head, he was greeted with a pair of blood-red eyes. An endless evil aura crept up in his heart. Wang Ting was dumbstruck. His entire body froze, and he couldn't move at all. What should I do? What should I do? Why do I have to meet all these troublesome matters? Hurry up and move. Right. He bit the tip of his lips until it bled. Once the sense of pain transmitted into his brain, Wang Ting finally regained control of his body. The force in his body was activated, and it engulfed the battle sword. How unlucky! Even if I die, I will make sure you're heavily injured too. The battle sword was shrouded in intense red light, releasing the maximum potential of the fire force. Wang Ting's hands were filled with perspiration as he stared at the giant crow. When it reached his attack range, he slashed his sword out. Evil beast! Audacious! At this moment, a loud shout echoed in the air, accompanied by a green blade light. It extended from the roof of a building and cut the giant crow in midair. Screech! The bird released a cry of pain. Slash! Once the blade light cut the giant crow, blood splattered everywhere, showering down on the onlookers below. However, the blade light did not fade away. Instead, it spread all the way to the horizon, even chopping the clouds in half. The massive corpse of the bird smashed down from the sky. It had all happened in an instant. Everyone was stunned. They stared at the sky in a daze with blank minds. So powerful! The man beside Zhao Gangbao was dumbstruck. He was muttering to himself. Wang Ting was clenching his sword, and his back was drenched with cold sweat. He didn't even have the time to execute his move. He hadn't regained his senses even now. Confusion could be seen all over his face. Chapter 35. That person is a martial warrior. Awesome! This person is amazing! Wang Ting took a deep breath and calmed his pounding heart as he exclaimed in his heart. The blade light that cut through the air had widened his horizons. This was what a real martial warrior should be like. One strike of his blade, and he was able to destroy everything a few hundred meters away from him. Compared to that person, Wang Ting felt that he was so weak. He swiftly adjusted his confused expression. "Am all ready? Even my posture is ready. Why did you do this to me? I feel so awkward." Fortunately, everyone's attention was attracted by the giant crow. In a state of panic, the crowd was busy looking for a place to hide. No one had paid him any attention. Wang Ting hurriedly kept his battle sword and boxing glove. He stuffed the bag containing the egg into his car too. Then, he pretended that nothing had happened and looked at the spot where the giant bird had smashed into the ground. It wasn't far, almost 10 meters away from him. The massive corpse of the bird laid right in the middle of the road. A few cars parked along the road had been squashed, and their alarms were blaring. A few road lamps had collapsed too. Sparks of electricity crackled and scared others from getting close. The passers-by had scattered far away. But they didn't forget to take out their cell phones to take photos and share them on their Moments or TikTok. This crow is so big. It's frightening. It was a martial warrior who helped out just now, right? It must be. Only a martial warrior can deal with a giant beast like this. The blade that struck all the way up to the sky stunned the entire Donghai city. "I wish I was so powerful," the spectators started discussing among themselves. They felt admiration and envy towards the martial warrior who had executed the stunning blade light. Martial warrior! Martial warrior! This was a real martial warrior. During this martial arts era, who didn't want to become a martial warrior? But what was the use of just thinking about it? Many people were still blocked by an invisible wall. They didn't even have the right to step through the door. Even the advanced stage martial disciples standing at the edge of the door were no exception. The man beside Zhao Gangbao was one such example. At this moment, Wang Ting felt a little dumbfounded as he looked at the corpse of the giant crow. Would killing star beasts drop attribute bubbles? The answer was right in front of him. A few huge transparent bubbles were floating beside the giant crow. Although others couldn't see them, to Wang Ting, they were exceptionally conspicuous. He hurriedly squeezed through the crowd, pretending that he was curious about the bird. He got close to the attribute bubbles and touched them secretly. He picked them up. Speed *130 Fire Force *35 blank Attribute *62 Spiritual Sight *11 What the F *K? What the F *K? What the F *K? Important things must be emphasized thrice. These attributes are amazing. Wang Ting was on cloud 9, feeling as though he was floating. 3. What the F *K weren't enough to express the excitement in his heart at this moment. Speed *130. Gaining 130 points of speed attribute at once was honestly a little too much. When Fire Force *35 seeped into his skin, the fire force in his body increased tremendously. It surged through his body like a current. The feeling was incredible. Wang Ting continued looking down. Blank attribute *61, he was a little surprised. There were even blank attributes? What was their use? Could he use it to increase any of his attributes? Wang Ting decided to bring it back and investigate when free. After the update of his system, many changes started appearing slowly. Finally, Spiritual Sight *1 Wang Ting felt that something intriguing was happening to his eyes. A cold and icy stream was flowing in his eyes. If he was given a mirror, Wang Ting would be able to see a thin black film covering his eyes. It was eerily black. This is so interesting. But what's the use of this spiritual sight? He scanned his surroundings, but he couldn't notice anything special with his pair of eyes. Forget it. This is not the time to get to the bottom of this. How do I retract this ability? When Wang Ting thought about holding back the ability, the peculiar energy in his eyes seemed to have received a summon. It slipped into the depth of his eyes and went into hibernation. After some time, a group of people arrived at the scene. The crowd was dispersed, and the place was sealed off. They're from the City Protection Bureau. The newcomers wore black uniforms with a unique logo on them, a cross of a blade and a sword. On their backs, there was a simple and unsophisticated picture of a shield. Someone quickly recognized who they were. The City Protection Bureau. Based on the name, one could tell that this was a special department erected to protect the human cities in this world. In this department, besides the office workers, all others possessed strong martial arts abilities. The presence of this group allowed normal humans to live peacefully in the cities. Many times, without the public knowing, they had solved a lot of troubles. The members of the City Protection Bureau carried the giant crow onto a huge truck and cleaned up the street. They learned about the situation from the nearby spectators. They wanted to understand why this giant crow had suddenly invaded Donghai City. Unfortunately, no one was able to provide any relevant information. The onlookers were all talking in confusion. They just said that a powerful and mysterious martial warrior acted in the end. There was no helpful information given. In the end, the members of the City Protection Bureau left helplessly. Wang Ting stood among the crowd and watched them leave. He was in deep thought. That giant crow seemed to be here for me. But why? What grudges do we have? Why does it have to travel 1,000 miles of wilderness to kill me? Since Wang Ting couldn't find a reason, he gave up. The beautiful young lady from the pet shop ran towards Wang Ting when she noticed that things had settled outside. On the other side, Zhao Gangbao saw the members of the City Protection Bureau leaving and spoke to the man beside him. "Brother, the people from the City Protection Bureau have left. Let's catch that fellow quickly. If not, he will run away. I must take revenge for the kick he gave me in the past." The guy remembered how he was kicked into the air at the Wild Rose pub. He was also tricked by this brat and caught the wrong person. He felt happy for nothing. Anger instantly shot up right into his head. Zhao Gangbao was about to walk towards Wang Ting in his fury. Slap! Unexpectedly, the man beside Zhao Gangbao had slapped him on the head. "Catch him? Catch your head!" Zhao Gonghu was furious as he shouted at his brother. Zhao Gangbao was stunned. He looked at his brother blankly while muttering, "Brother, why are you scolding me? F***K, you make me so angry that my mind is muddled." Zhao Gonghu slapped Zhao Gangbao's head again. "Why are you hitting me again? Why are you angry?" Zhao Gangbao was puzzled. He shrunk his head and asked with a pitiful look, "I'm angry because you're stupid. You are an idiot. Do you know who you've offended? If you want to die, don't pull me along. Why are you getting your brother in trouble?" When Zhao Gonghu noticed that his brother still didn't know his mistake, he got even more infuriated. He wanted to vomit blood. They had the same mother. Why was his brother so stupid? Hence, he raised his hand, wanting to slap his brother again. This time, Zhao Gangbao was prepared. He dodged the slap and shouted, "Brother, even if I was to die, you must let me know the reason. What is it? Tell me clearly." "Okay, let me tell you." Zhao Gonghu took a deep breath and continued, "That person is a martial warrior." "What?" Zhao Gangbao was flabbergasted. However, he didn't believe it at all. "That's impossible. He's so young. How can he be a martial warrior?" Chapter 36. I have stopped being a boss for many years. You don't believe me? Zhao Gonghu smiled coldly. What right do you have to not believe me? Do you know what I saw a moment ago? Force. That was the damn force. When that giant crow plummeted towards him, he activated his force. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. If you don't believe me, are you saying that I'm blind? Zhao Gang's angry words echoed beside Zhao Gangbao's ears. He was dumbstruck. Force. Martial warrior. That brat is actually a martial warrior. But, when I met him the last time, he wasn't so powerful. He was at most an advanced stage martial disciple. How can he be a martial warrior? Zhao Gangbao still couldn't believe it. The only explanation is that he was hiding his ability. He doesn't want to reveal his true power. Zhao Gonghu took a wild guess. Hid his true power. Zhao Gangbao was shocked. Then, he asked curiously, what's his motive? That's not something we should know. But, think about this. If you keep provoking a martial warrior, what is the consequence? Zhao Gonghu stared at his younger brother in exasperation. Oh my God! Zhao Gangbao gasped in fear when he thought about this carefully. Brother, I've offended him once. Will he kill me? The thought of a certain possibility sent shivers down his spine. That's hard to say. But it will be a hidden problem in the future. How about this? You will follow me, and we will go and apologize to him now. Let's see if he can forgive you and let this matter end completely, Zhao Gonghu added after pondering for some time. Zhao Gangbao hesitated. He didn't dare to face Wang Ting. However, when he noticed that Zhao Gonghu was going to flare up again, he gritted his teeth and said, Okay, I will apologize. While Zhao Gangbao and his brother were guessing the consequences of provoking Wang Ting, the beautiful lady from the pet shop had arrived in front of Wang Ting. Hello, thank you for helping me. The beautiful lady was a little shy as she raised her head and spoke to Wang Ting. You're welcome. It's nothing. I have to thank you for answering all my queries. I went to many pet shops before I found someone who truly understands birds. Wang Ting smiled and replied. Let's exchange WeChat. If you have any questions, you can contact me directly in the future. The beautiful lady from the pet shop took the initiative. In the past, Wang Ting had never received such treatment. As expected, a hero saving a beauty was the ultimate move to win a lattice heart. But, exchanging WeChat, am I someone who will add a lattice WeChat so easily? Alright, let's do that. It'll have to trouble you if I have questions later. Wang Ting took out his phone in a hurry. They exchanged WeChat and asked for each other's names. Then, they changed the ID. The beautiful lady from the pet shop was called Lu Jiqing. She said, The shop is really busy today. I have to go back. Contact me on WeChat if you need anything. Sure. Lu Jiqing smiled and waved her hand. She ran back to the pet shop. Zhao Gonghu cautiously brought his good-for-nothing younger brother over when he noticed that Wang Ting had finished hooking the young lady. Mister, please wait for a moment. Wang Ting turned around upon the call. His eyes fell on Zhao Gonghu first and found him unfamiliar. Then, he looked at Zhao Gangbao who was beside him. It's you. The knowing smile and the meaningful tone caused Zhao Gangbao's heart to beat violently. Zhao Gang's heart also skipped a beat. He hurriedly pushed Zhao Gangbao forward. Boss, Zhao Gangbao stuttered as he opened his mouth. Wang Ting lit a cigarette and suddenly replied, I have stopped being a boss for many years. What the hell was he saying? Zhao Gangbao was puzzled. Zhao Gonghu laughed awkwardly and said, You must be joking. Zhao Gonghu. This is my bastard younger brother. My younger brother failed to recognize who you are in the past and offended you. I brought him here today to apologize to you. Then, he shouted at Zhao Gangbao, Hurry up and come over here to apologize to this mister. Zhao Gangbao wanted to bow and apologize, but Wang Ting stopped him. Wait, I'm afraid that you didn't come to find me today to especially apologize, right? You have followed me for the entire trip. Do you think I'm stupid? Wang Ting scoffed. Zhao Gang's expression changed. Zhao Gangbao even shivered in fright. Oh my God, I am exposed. Mr. Wang, bang. Wang Ting didn't give him any chance to speak. The aura of a martial warrior exploded and surged towards Zhao Gonghu and his younger brother. Just now, he was playing a trick. He knew that someone was following him, but he didn't know the person's intention. Now, looking at Zhao Gang's expression, they were obviously looking for revenge just now. However, something had happened in the process and made them change their mind. That was why they came over to apologize. Could it be that they saw me using force just now? Wang Ting stared coldly at the duo as he thought. Since they had come themselves, it was a chance for him to take care of them. This would prevent them from pestering him continuously in the future. Even though he wasn't afraid, it was still irritating to have a few nobodies crawling around him all the time. On the other side, in the face of the pressure given off by a martial warrior, Zhao Gonghu could only withstand it with all his might. He was extremely shocked. Indeed, he was a martial warrior. Zhao Gangbao's face turned pale, and he fell weakly to the ground. He couldn't even climb up. Aura. It sounded mysterious and profound, but it was just the pressure a powerful person could enforce on a weaker person. Wang Ting versus Zhao Gonghu, a martial warrior versus a martial disciple. The difference in ability was vast. The distance between them was obvious. That was why he felt a huge pressure. We are willing to compensate you. Zhao Gang's forehead was filled with cold sweat. He gritted his teeth and opened his mouth with much effort. Compensate. Wang Ting pulled the corners of his lips. There's 5 million in this card. This is our way of apologizing. Zhao Gonghu took out a bank card as he spoke. 5 million. The amount wasn't small. A normal person might not be able to save 1 million in his entire life. Yet this was 5 million. However, Wang Ting was a damn rich second generation. He smiled gently and replied, "Do I look like someone who needs 5 million? Zhao Gang's heart dropped. It looked like this matter wouldn't be solved so easily. He forgot that the person didn't lack money. Would a person who drove a sports car lack money? Zhao Gang's mouth tasted bitter. He really wanted to beat Zhao Gangbao to death on the spot. Why did he have to offend this malignant star? Give me 1 day. I will give you a satisfactory answer tomorrow." Zhao Gonghu was decisive. Once he knew that 5 million couldn't solve this matter, he gave up and made another promise. "All right, I will wait for your news tomorrow." Wang Ting nodded. He wasn't worried that the other party would run away. Donghai Donghai City wasn't small, it wasn't big either. It wasn't hard to find someone. He would meet him 1 day unless Zhao Gonghu was willing to forsake everything he had in Donghai City and run to other cities. Wang Ting believed that Zhao Gonghu wasn't so stupid. He shook his head when he saw Zhao Gonghu pulling Zhao Gangbao away. This Zhao Gonghu was just an advanced stage martial disciple. He was slightly older, but he was a character to take notice of. However, his younger brother, he was utterly hopeless. This tiger and leopard siblings, in Chinese, who means tiger and bao is leopard. The elder brother might be a tiger, but the young brother might not be a leopard. Chapter 37. Felt as though he lost a few 100 million. Wang Ting left Tongming Street, where the pet shop was located, and headed towards the place Lu Jiqing had recommended to get the incubator. It would be great if it was an extra-large incubator. The egg had almost filled up the entire backpack. Egg? Bird's egg? Wang Ting suddenly shuddered. He slapped his forehead. Why was he so stupid? Why did he only link this up now? 9. The mother crow had come to look for her little crow. Damn it, no wonder it had a grudge against me and was dying to kill me. I abducted its child. Wang Ting felt speechless. However, based on the ability of those 2 martial warriors, how were they able to steal the egg under the nose of this frightening gigantic crow? They had probably employed some special method. They might have stolen the egg when the giant crow went out to look for food. Forget it. It's useless to think about this now. Wang Ting shook his head. Suddenly, he felt very fortunate. I was lucky that the mysterious martial warrior helped me. If not, the crow would definitely have killed me for revenge. Even if I didn't steal the egg, it's in my hands now. Who else can the giant crow look for? Wait, when that martial warrior executed his blade attack, did he leave any attribute bubbles behind? F***K, They were the attribute bubbles of a formidable warrior. One Wang Ting had a taste of how amazing the attributes dropped from the giant crow were. If that mysterious warrior dropped some attributes, it must be even more rewarding. He hurriedly turned his steering wheel and sped in the direction where the blade light had come from based on his memory. I must be on time. The car whisked through the traffic as Wang Ting prayed in his heart. Finally, he stopped in front of a commercial building. It should be here. Wang Ting got out of the car in a hurry. With a bang, the car door closed and he rushed out like lightning. "Mister, may I know who you are looking for? Do you have an appointment?" The second the beautiful lady at the reception opened her mouth and asked, Wang Ting had already charged past her. He stopped in front of the lift. "Mister, this is a private company. Outsiders aren't allowed to enter for no reason. Hurry up and stop him." A few security guards heard the shouts of the receptionist and dashed towards Wang Ting. Beep! The lift arrived just in time. "Stop right there!" the security guards shouted from behind Wang Ting. Only an idiot would stop, though. Wang Ting leaped into the lift and pressed the close button frantically. The lift door slowly closed. The security guards were a step too late. They could only watch Wang Ting disappear in front of them. The guards had no choice but to chase after him using another lift. However, this time difference was enough. Wang Ting went up to the roof of the building and scanned the spacious roof. He noticed a bubble that was about to disappear. "That's good, that's good." Wang Ting quickly walked over. However, just as he was prepared to pick it up, the bubble disappeared. Wang Ting froze on the spot, along with the smile on his face. It disappeared. It still disappeared in the end. His heart suddenly hurt so much. Wang Ting clutched his chest. This pain made him feel as though he had lost a few 100 million. It was so cruel. God, why do you have to be so cruel to me? Sigh. Wang Ting let out a long breath and walked to the edge of the roof. He lit up a cigarette and stood in the wind as it messed up his hair. He felt depressed and melancholy. At this moment, the security guards caught up with him. They were panting heavily. The moment they reached the roof, they saw Wang Ting standing at the edge with a look of despair on his face. They wanted to question this young man, but they forcefully swallowed the words that had already reached the corner of their lips. "Young man, if there's anything you need, we can talk properly. Can you come down first?" one middle-aged bodyguard asked. He tried his best to make his voice gentler. "You don't understand. I just lost a few 100 million. Wang Ting sighed. His expression became even more depressed. "A few 100 millions? Is this young man boasting? Don't say anything. If you stimulate him and he jumps down, you will be held responsible." The security guards exchanged glances with one another and completed a silent interaction. The middle-aged security guard continued, "Isn't it just a few 100 million? You are still so young. You can earn it all back. Maybe you will be able to earn 1 billion or a few billion in the future. What is a few 100 million then?" The middle-aged men talked about a few billions so casually as if he was Jack Ma. Wang Ting looked at him in shock. "You spoke about it so casually that I almost thought you were talking about paper money." The middle-aged security guard laughed awkwardly. "Forget it. It's my luck to gain and my fate to lose." Wang Ting sighed again. The security guards heaved sighs of relief when they saw that he had let the matter go. Yet, unexpectedly, the next second Wang Ting jumped down. "Goodbye, everyone." The security guards stretched their hands out and screamed. They looked like the scene where Erkang was trying to catch Ziwei. These two characters are from a classic Chinese melodrama. No, some of them even closed their eyes. They couldn't bear to look. But the tragedy didn't happen. The middle-aged security guard had rushed over when Wang Ting leaped up. He was an advanced stage martial disciple. However, he didn't have the chance to progress any further since he was already middle-aged. He could only make a living as the head of the security guards. His speed was faster than his fellows. He rushed to the edge of the roof and looked down. His eyes turned wide open. He saw Wang Ting landing lightly on the air conditioner outside the building. He was jumping down, level by level. Wang Ting saw the middle-aged security guard popping his head out, so he waved at him. Now, it was the middle-aged security guard's turn to stand at the edge of the roof and let the wind mess up his hair. This young man is not a simple person. Wang Ting left the commercial building with regret. He went to buy an incubator and then returned to school. It was already afternoon. All the students had gone to the cafeteria to have their lunch. Before he came back, he sent Su Jie and his other friends a message on WeChat, telling them to save a portion of food for him. After finishing his lunch, there were 2 hours of afternoon break. The Year 3 students were at their revision period now, so most students only rested for an hour. For the next hour, they revised and recited their textbooks. While Lin Chuhan was revising, Wang Ting wasn't sleepy. In fact, he was diligent too, as he had started studying his attributes panel. Enlightenment, 83 Spirit, 12. 1 Talent, Beginner Stage Fire Talent, 10 out of 300. Beginner Stage Ice Talent, 12 out of 300. Spiritual Sight, Beginner Stage January 10th, 1 Force, 41 out of 100. Fire, 1-star Soldier Level Martial Warrior, 4 out of 100. Ice, 1-star Soldier Level Martial Warrior. Scripture, Red Flame Scripture, Foundation 1 out of 100. Deep Ice Scripture, Foundation 1 out of 100. Battle Techniques, Basic Battle Techniques, Mastery for Fist, Sword, Blade, Footwork, Gun Skill, Small Achievement, Fire Kirin Sword Skill, Foundation 10 out of 100. Phantom Eyes. Fist, Foundation 8 out of 100. Knowledge, Basic Subjects, Full Marks, Overall Battle Power, 182. Blank Attribute, 60. His fire force had increased tremendously. It was at 41 points now. Wang Ting could feel the fire force in the force nucleus of his body taking shape. The force nucleus was situated at the bottom of his spine. It was where the force was stored, the origin of its name. Because of the increase in his speed and fire force, Wang Ting's overall battle power had increased to 182. This meant that his ability had been enhanced. Wang Ting had done his research. He knew that humans had a method to evaluate one's battle power. The battle power of a 1-star soldier level martial warrior was between 100 to 300. From 1-star to 9-star soldier level martial warrior, each rank could be split into the primary, middle, advanced, and peak phases. The primary phase was between 100 to 180, the middle phase was between 180 to 230, the advanced phase was between 230 and 280, and the peak phase was between 280 to 300. If the overall battle power figure from the system was equivalent to the human's method of evaluation, it meant that Wang Ting was a 1-star middle phase soldier level martial warrior. Chapter 38. Increase enrollment for martial arts examination. Wang Ting looked at the additional row at the bottom, blank attribute. 60. He touched his chin. At the moment, he was in a dilemma. How should he use this blank attribute? He scanned the attributes panel from top to bottom. Well, let's try one by one. Wang Ting started by adding some blank attributes to enlightenment. The 83 points of enlightenment jumped a little and became 83. 1. Ratio 10 to 1. Wang Ting nodded to himself. He added some blank attributes to spirit. Similarly, his spirit attribute increased by 0. 1. It had a ratio of 10 to 1 too. Then, he added some attributes to his fire and ice talent. Both of them increased by 1 point. Ratio 1 to 1. When he reached his spiritual sight, he thought that the ratio would be the same. Wang Ting added 1 blank attribute point, but spiritual sight only increased by 0. 1. The ratio was 10 to 1. Spiritual sight is a more advanced talent? Wang Ting couldn't help but think this way. He continued experimenting. He realized that the force at the bottom and all the 4 skill scriptures, as well as the battle techniques, were all 1:1. However, he couldn't add any blank attributes to his overall battle power. It looks like I have to raise the other attributes to increase my overall battle power. Wang Ting pondered. After the round of experiments, he had used up 11 blank attributes and was left with 49. Wang Ting contemplated for some time. He added 20 points to his fire force and used the remaining 29 points on the fire Kirin sword skill. One specialization was better than knowing a little of everything. He had a limited number of blank attributes, so he could only upgrade one attribute as quickly as possible. Enlightenment, 83. 1 Spirit, 12. 2 Talent, Beginner Stage Fire Talent, 11 out of 300. Beginner Stage Ice Talent, 13 out of 300. Spiritual Sight, Beginner Stage 1, 1/10 Force, 62 out of 100. Fire, 1-star Soldier Level Martial Warrior, 5 out of 100. Ice, 1-star Soldier Level Martial Warrior. Scripture, Red Flame Scripture, Foundation 2 out of 100. Deep Ice Scripture, Foundation 2 out of 100. Battle Techniques, Basic Battle Techniques, Mastery for Fist, Sword, Blade, Footwork, Gun Skill, Small Achievement, Fire Kirin Sword Skill, Foundation 40 out of 100. Phantom Ice Fist, Foundation 9 out of 100. Knowledge, Basic Subjects, Full Marks, Overall Battle Power, 191. Blank Attribute, 0. He looked at the changes in his attributes panel and nodded in satisfaction. Blank attribute is a good thing. I hope there's more of it, Wang Ting exclaimed in his heart. However, he also knew that it wouldn't be easy to get so many blank attributes at once. That gigantic crow was extremely powerful. That was why it had dropped so many attributes. Such incidents relied on luck. If that mysterious martial warrior didn't appear, he would be dead. He wouldn't have the chance to pick up the attribute. He shouldn't wish for good luck to fall into his laps. Wang Ting shook his head and adjusted his mentality. In the afternoon. The first lesson in the afternoon was with their head teacher, Fan Weiming. He walked into the classroom and said sternly, "Students, the university entrance exam is 2 weeks away. You must use your time wisely for revision. But remember to rest properly too. Adjust your schedule and don't fall sick. When you go home, ask your parents to make good food for you. Eat nutritiously." Also, the Ministry of Education just released a statement. They said that there are some changes to the martial arts course exam. All the students looked at him. Wang Ting suddenly got more interested when he heard this. There would be changes made to the university entrance exam every year. He wondered what these changes were this year. Also, it was related to the martial arts course exam. Fan Weiming opened his mouth under everyone's anticipated gazes. There will be an increased enrollment for the martial arts course this year. Intermediate stage martial disciples can also participate in the martial arts course exam now. Increased enrollment. Is that true? Intermediate stage martial disciples can participate too? Does that mean that I have a chance to get into the martial arts course? Many students were excited, especially those that had reached the intermediate stage. They virtually danced with joy. The beginner stage martial disciples were in low spirits though. There were only 5 advanced stage martial disciples in Donghai No. 1 High School. But there were many beginner stage and intermediate stage martial disciples. This was a huge piece of good news for intermediate stage martial disciples. The university entrance exam was a turning point in life. If they joined the martial arts course, they would be able to enjoy more resources. This would give them a higher chance of becoming martial warriors in the future. In the past, many people were unable to become advanced stage martial disciples before turning 20. Hence, they couldn't get into the martial arts course and couldn't become martial warriors. This year, the martial arts course was increasing the quota. Their chance was finally here. How could they not be excited? All right, settle down. Wait for me to finish speaking. Fan Weiming clapped his hands. The students gradually became silent. They looked at Fan Weiming. Fan Weiming said, "If there's anyone who wants to apply for the martial arts course, remember to register with me at my office within this week. The dean's office needs to compile the number and send it to the Ministry of Education. You will only be given your identity card for the exam if you register. Without this identity card, you will not be able to take the martial arts course exam. Please remember this." He paused for a second before continuing. "However, there's one thing you need to inform your parents clearly. There's an actual combat assessment with a certain risk. The internet is well developed, so all of you probably know that there's a particular risk. However, you might not have an idea how high the risk will be. Let me tell you then. There's a specific death rate for the actual combat assessment. If the death rate doesn't exceed this benchmark, the authorities won't take any notice of it. That means that if you die, you will just be dead. Thus, if you are not confident, don't have the idea of leaving things to chance. I'd rather you repeat a year and take the exam next year. Okay, I've said everything. Prepare your textbooks. We are starting our lesson." Fan Weiming gave the students some time to digest the news after he finished speaking. As expected, the students below started discussing in hushed voices. "There's a death rate? I always thought that you would get injured at most. I've asked a senior before. He said that no deaths have occurred for the past 2 years. Was he lying to me? Maybe not. Even if there weren't any deaths for the past 2 years, what about the earlier years? I should go back and research carefully. If there's a death rate, I need to consider it carefully." Some students were frowning. The happiness a moment ago had subsided a little. If I want to participate in the martial arts course exam, I need to start doing my 5 years of martial arts exam, 3 years of mock papers. There are only 2 weeks left. There's not enough time. Someone suddenly shouted. "Oh right. I haven't started reading the 5 years of martial arts exam, 3 years of mock papers. How am I supposed to take the exam? They're making it difficult for us. Why didn't they inform us earlier?" The topic got steered in another direction. A moment ago, they were still worried about the death rate. Now, they were all stumped by the 5 years of martial arts exam, 3 years of mock papers. Wang Ting shook his head. It was just an increase in seats. That had nothing to do with him. His current ability was enough to deal with the university entrance exam. Wang Ting suddenly turned his head. He noticed that Lin Chuhan's emotions seemed a little weird. Her eyes were shimmering, but there was hesitation and fear on her face. "Class Monitor Lin, are you an intermediate stage martial disciple?" Wang Ting thought of a possibility. He couldn't help but ask her, "Are you thinking of applying for the martial arts course too?" Chapter 39. The martial arts path is not easy to walk. Lin Chuhan felt that Wang Ting was belittling her when she heard his tone. She glared at him as she said, "I can't? Nope. I always thought that you will move down the scholar path," Wang Ting replied innocently. "After all, this is the martial arts era. We can foresee that the uses of martial arts will become greater and greater. Its influence will seep into every aspect of society. The change for this year's university entrance exam is a signal. Thus, even if I go with the scholar path, I don't want to forego my martial arts." Lin Chuhan analyzed objectively. "You make sense." Wang Ting nodded. "You should be participating in the martial arts course exam, right?" Lin Chuhan gave Wang Ting a meaningful look. From his recent performance, she was around 90% certain that he would take the martial arts exam even though she couldn't confirm it. Wang Ting just smiled. Lin Chuhan didn't probe further. However, in her heart, she already had her answer. No wonder he didn't place much emphasis on his studies. However, the martial arts exam had a written portion too. The 5 years of martial arts exam, 3 years of mock papers was a must-read. Did he have enough confidence? She still had some doubts. But, once she remembered the 5 years of martial arts exam, 3 years of mock papers, she frowned uncontrollably. What do you think the Ministry of Education is thinking? Why did they release this news at the last moment? Many intermediate stage martial disciples haven't read the 5 years of martial arts exam, 3 years of mock papers properly. They have no hope in passing the exam. 1. How would I know? The way these powerful people think is always peculiar. Wang Ting shook his head. At this moment, a young man in front of them suddenly turned his head and jumped into their conversation. Hee, I heard that it's related to the policies by the World Federation. World Federation's policies? Wang Ting and Lin Chuhan exchanged glances with each other. This involvement was a little far-fetched. Yang Jian, how do you know this? Wang Ting asked the young man. Yang Jian wanted to perform in front of Lin Chuhan, so he turned his body and explained in a proud manner, My uncle works at the Ministry of Education. A month ago, I heard this piece of news from him. I've been reading the 5 years of martial arts exam, 3 years of mock papers recently. F***K, you have connections. Wang Ting laughed and scolded him. Wang Shenghua had also gotten some wind of this, but he thought that since Wang Ting had just started training, he had no hope of taking the exam this year. Hence, he didn't tell Wang Ting. Lin Chuhan felt a little speechless and helpless. This was the difference between an average student and someone like Yang Jian. Yang Jian received the news 1 month earlier, but she had to wait for the school's notice. She got her information too late. No matter what era it was, information was always the most worthy. Yang Jian didn't take it to heart. He smiled and said to Wang Ting, Young Master Wang, you're the one with the most connections. Why are you teasing me? Then, he looked at Lin Chuhan's expression and guessed her thoughts. He hurriedly consoled her. Class monitor, don't worry too much. Since the authorities released the information at this time, they must understand the student's plight. I've also heard that the normal exam's difficulty and results will be lowered. It might be the lowest among all the previous years. Wang Ting instantly smiled at Lin Chuhan. You heard him. It means that there's much hope this year. Don't put on that face anymore. Also, with your top student's brain, the 5 years of martial arts exam, 3 years of mock papers is just a piece of cake for you. Lin Chuhan rolled her eyes at Wang Ting. She then replied to Yang Jian, Thank you for telling me this. You're welcome, you're welcome. Even if I didn't tell you, you'd have heard it soon. Since they released this policy, they won't be able to hide some information from the public. Yang Jian waved his hands. All right, students, 10 minutes of discussion is up. If you continue talking, I won't need to start my lesson anymore. Fan Weiming knocked on the blackboard. The students immediately sat up straight. The teacher's dignity was not to be messed with. For the entire afternoon, everyone was immersed in the piece of news their teacher gave them. The moment class ended, they started a huge discussion. Some students went to take a look at their neighboring class. They were talking about this too. After the lesson, some students took the chance to call their families and ask their parents to get some insider's news. Others asked their parents for opinions. The martial arts exam was extremely important. Many parents skipped work once they received their child's call and started hunting around for news. They found their relatives and used all the connections they had. When a family had a child taking the university entrance exam, they would always be the focal point of the family. The 3 afternoon lessons soon ended. It was time to go home. Wang Ting looked at Lin Chuhan, who was packing her bag beside him. Miss Class Monitor, shall I send you home? No need. Lin Chuhan replied in a hurry. She was afraid that if she replied a little late, she would be pulled into his car forcefully. She kept thinking that this fellow had some motive towards her. He didn't restrain himself as he did in the past. Your choice. Wang Ting didn't mind. He got up and prepared to leave. But, he thought for a moment and said, Since you want to take the martial arts exam, you shouldn't work part-time for the next 2 weeks. Time is a little tight. You should use it wisely and look through the 5 years of martial arts exam, 3 years of mock papers. If you face any difficulties, as your table buddy, don't forget to look for me. Wang Ting didn't give her a chance to refute as he left the classroom directly. In an instant, Lin Chuhan felt warmth spreading in her heart. She shook her head and scolded. This fellow is seducing me again. 6 Wang Ting, Su Jie, and Bai Wei met one another at the school gate. They already knew about the increased enrollment quota. Even Bai Wei and Yu Hao, who were in the second year, knew about it. Bai Wei and Yu Hao were excited. After all, they still had 1 year. Becoming an intermediate stage martial disciple was much easier than becoming an advanced stage martial disciple. Their chances were high. Especially for Bai Wei, even if she had never practiced martial arts before, it shouldn't be a problem for her to become an intermediate stage martial disciple in a year. The Bai family just needed to provide her with more resources. Su Jie was a little dejected though. The increased enrollment for martial arts courses was cruel to those who didn't practice martial arts. They felt that they had no chance. Becoming an advanced stage martial disciple might be a little tricky, but if Su Jie practiced diligently, he still had hopes of becoming an intermediate stage martial disciple. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Opportunities were given to those who were prepared. He was destined to miss the chance this year. Wang Ting thought for a moment. Su Jie, maybe you can repeat the year. Go home and discuss it with your parents. That's right, we were persuading him to repeat a year too. Yu Hao agreed with Wang Ting. Brother Wang Ting, do you really think I should repeat a year? Su Jie raised his head. It's not what I think. It's what you want, Wang Ting replied. Let me go home and ask my parents first. Su Jie hesitated for a moment before saying. Wang Ting didn't reply to him. After all, the final decision was up to the guy. After everything he had experienced recently, Wang Ting knew that the martial arts path wasn't easy. Should he practice martial arts? Was it right or wrong to practice martial arts? Would he regret it in the future? No one could provide Su Jie the answer. He had to walk the path personally to know if it was right or wrong, or whether he would regret it or not. Chapter 40. Spiritual Sight. Su Jie and his friends were a little depressed because of the martial arts exam. Reading the atmosphere, Bai Wei hurriedly changed the topic. Do you know that Zhou Baiyun sent someone to investigate Mount Baoan again today? Oh, what did they find? Wang Ting asked indifferently. This was in accordance with his expectations. Smart people were easily curious. Zhou Baiyun was the kind of person who felt that she was smart. She didn't receive an answer yesterday night, so she would definitely investigate again. Wu Yuan said that they found traces of a battle in a forest patch. Based on the strength, it might be a fight between martial warriors, Bai Wei said. Martial warriors? Su Jie and Yu Hao were shocked. There were burnt marks at the scene and some frozen plants too. They must have been destroyed by force, Bai Wei nodded and said. There were martial warriors? Luckily, Brother Wang Ting didn't find them. If not, he would have been in danger, Su Jie said. Wang Ting nodded. Oh right, who's Wu Yuan? Yu Hao suddenly asked Bai Wei curiously. She's a young lady I met at the mountain villa yesterday. She's really gossipy and extremely well informed. She's talkative too, so she sent me a message on WeChat the moment she heard the news. Bai Wei couldn't help but laugh. What else did she say? Wang Ting asked. She also said that after Zhou Baiyun arrived, the members from the City Protection Bureau arrived too. However, they didn't seem to have discovered anything. The 2 martial warriors probably left after fighting, Bai Wei continued. Wang Ting was in deep thought. It looked like Bai Wei only knew some surface news. She probably didn't know any exact details. They chatted for some time before parting at the entrance of the school. The group returned to their homes. When Wang Ting reached home, he noticed a few strangers. Wang Shenghua had come back from his work trip and was conversing with these people. The City Protection Bureau. I didn't expect them to find me so quickly. Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat, but there were no changes to his expression. He walked into the living room and asked, "Dad, you're back? These people are?" "Yes." Wang Xinghua nodded. He then frowned slightly as he replied, "They're from the City Protection Bureau. They came to ask you a few questions. Did you cause trouble again?" Wang Ting immediately felt wrong. "How can I cause trouble? I've been obediently practicing martial arts and going out with my friends recently. What trouble can I cause?" "Mr. Wang, don't worry. This is just a routine check." A young man waved his hand and stood up. He asked Wang Ting, "You're Wang Ting, right?" "Yes. I'm the leader of the number 3 small team of the City Protection Bureau, Chai Yu." The young man introduced himself. "We came today because we wanted to ask you about what happened yesterday night on Mount Baoan." "Oh, okay. So you came for that matter. No problem, ask along. I will tell you everything I know." Wang Ting pretended to know everything. Chai Yu asked a few questions, and Wang Ting replied to him with the answers he had prepared beforehand. No loopholes could be found in his story. Especially when he mentioned that he had no sense of direction, Wang Xinghua laughed and added, "I'm not worried about you laughing at him. This brat has been bad with directions ever since he was a child. Fortunately, we have GPS now. If not, I'm really worried that he will get lost one day." "Alright, thank you for your cooperation. Sorry for the inconvenience caused today." Since Chai Yu didn't receive any relevant information, he got up and left. After the members of the City Protection Bureau departed, Wang Xinghua used his finger and pretended to tap Wang Ting's forehead. Wang Ting chuckled. "Dad, you cooperated well. Stop teasing me." Wang Xinghua flared up once there were no strangers. "From now on, be obedient and stop causing trouble." Wang Ting didn't explain what had happened, so Wang Xinghua just warned him and didn't probe further. Li Xiumei placed the dishes on the table and called the father and son for dinner. Chai Yu was sitting in a car. The staff driving the car asked, "Brother Chai, how much truth do you think there is in the young boy's words?" "It's hard to say." Chai Yu frowned. "Based on the chemical examination of the site, the martial warriors who were fighting are already dead. There should have been a third party at the scene. From Li Rongcheng's statement, we know that Wang Ting isn't weak. He's probably an advanced stage martial disciple now. But it's impossible for an advanced stage martial disciple to kill 2 martial warriors. Hence, it should have nothing to do with him. He probably saw the fight and got scared, so he didn't dare to tell the truth." The driver also made his guess. "Is it possible that the 2 martial warriors perished together and he reaped their benefits? Are you reading too many novels? If there's such a lucky thing, why didn't it happen to me?" Chai Yu rolled his eyes. Haha, Brother Chai, don't you know that this plot is popular nowadays? It feels good when you read it." The driver laughed. Just focus on the road." Chai Yu laughed and scolded him. Then, he couldn't help but sigh. Li Rongcheng and Wang Ting are both advanced stage martial disciples. There is a chance that they will become martial warriors in the future. The Li family and Wang family are not ordinary families. Their lives are really good. Also, the possessions of the martial warriors have disappeared and their cell phones are gone. We don't know their identities, and we don't even have a clue where to start investigating. This will probably become an unsolved case. You're right. Ever since we got linked to the Xingwu continent, it's getting hard to count the deaths and disappearances of martial warriors, the staff lamented. After dinner ended, Wang Ting carried the backpack with the egg back into his bedroom when his parents were not looking. He took out the egg and placed it in the incubator. He switched the incubator on and let it incubate the egg slowly. Then, he laid on his bed and placed his head on his hand. He was in a daze for some time. Then, he suddenly leaped out of bed and took out a mirror. Wang Ting looked at the mirror and activated his spiritual sight. He saw a thin layer of black film covering his pupils. It's as if I'm wearing cosmetic contact lenses. There's a spot of red light deeper in my eyes. Oh my God, why do they look a little like crow's eyes? Wang Ting observed his eyes carefully and immediately felt frustrated. Did they really turn into crow's eyes? Sigh, I wonder what kind of talent spiritual sight is? With a sigh, Wang Ting scanned his room. When he saw the egg on the incubator, his gaze suddenly stopped. This is, when his spiritual sight was activated, the egg turned entirely red, as though it was a ball of burning flame. Fire force. Could it be that the use of spiritual sight is to allow me to see force? Wang Ting had a mind-blowing thought. This might be the talent that allowed the crow to find Donghai City. That was how it was able to lock in on him. This talent came from the giant crow. Compared to it, his talent was a weaker version. There was plenty of room to develop it further. However, this talent is not bad. I can see the force through my eyes, so I can predict how strong or weak other martial warriors are. Wang Ting muttered to himself. Wang Ting was burning with eagerness. He experimented with the talent for a long time until he felt his eyes turning sore and his head getting heavy. He had no choice but to deactivate his spiritual sight. What's the matter? I feel a little dizzy. Could it be? Wang Ting was a little surprised. He fished out the attributes panel and looked at the stats section. There was an overconsumption behind the attribute. Spiritual sight consumes spirit. It looks like I can't use it recklessly. Wang Ting rested for a while before the dizziness gradually disappeared. I only know that spiritual sight can help me see the force. I wonder if it has other abilities. Wang Ting pondered for a moment and decided that he would pay more attention to it in the future. Spiritual sight talent was very promising. He must focus on it. Chapter 41. Presence Enlightenment. After studying his spiritual sight for some time, he had digested almost all the food in his stomach. Wang Ting got up and climbed down the stairs. On the way, he greeted his parents. Dad, Mom, I'm going to the martial arts academy. Wang Shenghua had just come back from his business trip. He didn't go back to his office tonight. One reason was that he wanted to rest at home, and the other was to spend more time with his wife. At this moment, he was watching the television with Li Xiaomei in the living room. When they reached an interesting part, he would discuss with Li Xiaomei how outdated the storyline was. The way he was acting now was no different from the millions of ordinary men in this world. When he heard Wang Ting's voice, Wang Shenghua waved his hand without even bothering to turn his head. Move aside. Don't interrupt us while watching the television. This is the climax. All right, I want. Wang Ting rolled his eyes and beat a hasty retreat. Li Xiaomei patted Wang Shenghua once and shouted in a hurry, Son, what do you want to eat tonight? I will make supper for you. Anything is fine, Mom. You can cook whatever is available. I'm going now. Wang Ting's voice came from outside the door. Then, the rumble of a sports car engine was heard. Jisun Martial House. Wang Ting parked his car and walked along the small pathways in the martial arts academy. On the way, he thought to himself, let's go straight to the third floor today. Some people already know that my strength has exceeded an intermediate stage martial disciple. There's no point in hiding it anymore. However, I should drag the news that I've become a martial warrior for a little longer. Sigh, rising too quickly is vexing. Actually, Wang Ting never expected himself to become a martial warrior so quickly either. He thought he would have to wait until the university entrance exam was over. Accidents always came so abruptly. It caught him off guard. Wang Ting stood in front of the martial disciple training building and glanced at the martial warrior training building beside it. He heaved a deep sigh, as if lamenting the unfairness of the world like an old man. Within sight but beyond reach, Wang Ting walked into the building and quietly finished his test. The identification information changed automatically, and he received the right to move to the third floor. He didn't forget to finish a round on the first and second floor, picking up dropped attribute. Wang Ting then headed to the third floor. The staircase leading to the third floor was situated in a conspicuous location. Wang Ting didn't want to be in the spotlight, but he still attracted everyone's attention the moment he stepped on the stairs. Wang Ting, I didn't expect you to become an advanced stage martial disciple so quickly. Some familiar students came forward and started praising him. Their tone was full of envy. The longer one trained as a martial disciple, the harder the path got. Many students here had been stuck at the martial disciple intermediate stage for a long time. They never managed to break through the doors to become an advanced stage martial disciple. It was sorrowful, to say the least. Zhang Xiaoyang became an advanced stage martial disciple. Now another one is leaving. I heard that the Ministry of Education underwent a reform this year. Intermediate stage martial disciples can also take part in the martial arts exam now. But it has nothing to do with us. Damn it. Why didn't this reform take place earlier? The moment the news of an increase in enrollment for the martial arts course was released, it spread like wings throughout the city. Everyone that should know about it had heard of it. Most of the intermediate stage martial disciples present were adults practicing martial arts as part of their job. Their average age was quite high. As a result, they were unable to take part in the university entrance exam. They weren't the same as the students in school. Even if the students were intermediate stage martial disciples, they still had the chance to climb up the social ladder in the future. But, to them, this piece of news wasn't good. Instead, it was a huge blow. Some people were born in the wrong era and missed many good opportunities. Time was not on their side, so what could they do? Just work hard. There will be opportunities for you. Wang Ting nodded at the student and went up to the third floor. That's right. There will be opportunities. The student clenched his fist tightly, and the fighting will in his eyes lit up again. He was just a little past 20. It was too early to give up now. Among the crowd, a fatty was watching Wang Ting's pretentious back view as he left. He cursed in his heart. I knew it. I knew that this fellow must be hiding his true abilities. If not, how could he run faster than me or become an advanced stage martial disciple so quickly? This is so dishonest of him. On the third floor, there were obviously fewer people as compared to the second floor. From the first floor to the third floor, the numbers would sharply dwindle. This was a good example of the pyramid concept. Wang Ting's arrival caused many people to pause their training and turn around to glance at him. He's so young. Another genius. Genius. Wang Ting scanned his surroundings. The floor was littered with attribute bubbles, and there was a bunch of two-legged sheep for him to collect furs from. It felt so good. At this time, Zhang Xiaoyang, who had just become an advanced stage martial disciple, walked over. He sized up Wang Ting with a strange gaze. Wang Ting, your progress is a little scary. I started practicing martial arts at a young age. I've been stuck at the intermediate stage for some time. I was just waiting for an opportunity, Wang Ting smiled and replied. Zhang Xiaoyang had a look of enlightenment. He placed his arm around Wang Ting's shoulder and took him inside. Come. Since you're here, there's finally someone who can spar with me using fist skills. The entire night, Wang Ting collected all the attribute bubbles on the third floor. It was another round of huge gains. In total, Enlightenment *5 Spirit *6 Strength *153 Speed *66 Currently, Wang Ting was more focused on increasing his points for Enlightenment and Spirit. However, these two attributes were rare as always. He had researched online before. Force skill scriptures and force battle techniques were more profound. Hence, they had a higher demand for enlightenment. If one's enlightenment value was high, they would yield twice the result with half the effort when practicing the scriptures and battle technique. If the enlightenment was low, they would experience what despair felt like. Wang Ting was able to collect attributes to improve his scriptures and battle technique. However, martial warriors were rare. Even more, they wouldn't congregate together like the martial disciples. He wouldn't be able to collect rounds and rounds of attributes as he did with the martial disciples. Thus, when there were attributes, he would collect them. When there was nothing to be picked, he had to rely on his own practice. Increasing his enlightenment was considered saving for a rainy day. However, Wang Ting was lucky that he was able to increase his enlightenment by collecting attribute. Many a little made a mickle. If he slowly collected them, he believed that his enlightenment would increase. He was different from others. If other people had low enlightenment, there was nothing they could do besides feeling despair. As for spirit, it was related to the endurance time of his spiritual sight ability. This ability might prove really important in the future. He should increase the capacity of his spirit battery as quickly as possible. Besides all these, he had collected many basic footwork, basic fist skill, basic sword skill, and basic blade skill attributes today. Now, these battle techniques were charging towards another stage above the mastery stage. The next stage after mastery was presence enlightenment. Presence enlightenment was the last stage of a basic battle technique. At this stage, one would comprehend the powerful aura behind the skill. When fighting with someone, the frightening presence of the skill would be felt first, overwhelming the other party. Subduing the enemy without a fight. This was the use of presence. However, few would spend a huge amount of time practicing their basic battle techniques to this stage. If they had the time and energy, they would rather work towards becoming a martial warrior and cultivate force battle technique. But Wang Ting didn't mind. All he needed to do was pick up the attribute. It would be a waste if he didn't collect them. Also, if he practiced his foundation well, it would be beneficial to his cultivation of force battle techniques in the future. After all, a skyscraper was only possible if the foundations were solid. Besides the basic battle techniques he already possessed, Wang Ting picked up a new basic technique. Basic stick skill foundation. Stick skill. Not bad, not bad. Do I have to find a golden cudgel or an iron polearm in the future? Then, I will shout out loud, "Hey demon, let go of my master!" 1 annotation text missing. 2 annotation text missing. Chapter 42. This Drama King. It was an exciting night of collecting sheep furs. Wait, it was a night of training. Wang Ting finished picking up the last attribute bubble and came out of the Jisun Martial House. He drove his car along the seaside highway on his way home. Jisun Martial House was situated beside the sea. There was a highway following the coastline. At night, there weren't many cars on this road. Under the dark night sky, the place seemed exceptionally quiet and secluded. Wang Ting was the last to leave again. The other students of the Martial Arts Academy had already gone home much earlier. The music in the car was turned on, and the vibrant and loud music dispersed the silence in the surrounding. Tonight, I watch the snow fluttering in the cold night. My heart is cold as I travel far away. I ran in the wind and the rain, not able to differentiate the figures in the mist, the sky and the sea. You and me, will we change? Screech. The friction between the tires and asphalt broke the calmness of the silent night. The relaxing atmosphere created by the music was gone. Wang Ting had managed to stop his car just in time. His body flung forward because of inertia, but as a martial warrior, his control over his body was exceptional. He forcefully remained in his seat. The high beam lit up the scene in front. A large fallen tree was blocking the road ahead. At the same time, there was a human figure sitting on a branch of the large tree. He couldn't make out the figure clearly. Wang Ting frowned. It looked like this person had come bearing ill intent. He seemed to be targeting him. Just as Wang Ting was about to get out of his car, he suddenly thought of something and activated his spiritual sight. A ball of bright light like a 50-watt incandescent lamp appeared in his vision. Force. Martial warrior. Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat. Why was a martial warrior looking for him? Who was he? What motive did he have? A pile of questions filled up his heart. However, comparing the intensity of the light he saw using his spiritual sight and the light on himself, he had nothing to be afraid of, even if they were to fight. Wang Ting took out his battle sword and wore his boxing glove. Then, he got out of the car slowly. Hand over the item. The man looked at Wang Ting and opened his mouth. What item? I don't think I know you. Wang Ting curiously asked. It doesn't matter whether you know me or not. However, if you hand over the item you took from Mount Baoan, I can spare your life, said the person coldly. What item? What Mount Baoan? Why don't I understand what you are saying? Wang Ting's heart dropped. How did this person know that he had taken something? The person snorted. He stood up and walked towards Wang Ting. You don't know? In that case, where did you get the sword and boxing gloves in your hands? I bought them, Wang Ting replied indifferently. When the other party came closer, Wang Ting finally saw his appearance. This was a man around 30 years old. There was no distinguishing feature on his face, but his eyes were like that of a lone wolf. He didn't look like a kind person by any means. You're at the brink of death, you know. Why are you still being stubborn? The man waved his cell phone. All the members of our team installed a GPS tracking system in our phones. You hid it well by destroying their corpses and all traces left. After all, dead men tell no tales. Unfortunately, you were stupid enough to bring their cell phones back. Damn it, I didn't even expect a tracking system to be installed in the cell phones. I was too careless. Wang Ting scolded himself in his heart. Do you have nothing to say now? Tell me where the item is and I will spare your life. I don't mind telling you that I'm a martial warrior. You're just a martial disciple. Even if you have rune weapons, you are not my match. So, don't cause harm to yourself, said the man calmly. Wang Ting felt lucky. Fortunately, he brought the 2 cell phones along with him wherever he went. This person had just tracked him through GPS, so he probably didn't know where he lived. Still, Wang Ting pretended to look shocked. Martial warrior, you're actually a martial warrior. If I hand the item over to you, will you really let me go? At this moment, it was as if Wang Ting was possessed by a drama king. He appeared to be nervous and frightened, mired by a dilemma. Of course, you should feel fortunate that I came alone to settle this matter. If my other teammates had found you out first, they aren't as easy to talk to like me, the man continued. No one knows about this? Wang Ting raised his head. That's right. I'm the only one. You don't have to worry about other people looking for trouble. The man probably wanted to let Wang Ting believe him, so his expression was extremely sincere. Okay, I will tell you. But you must first promise to spare my life. Wang Ting gritted his teeth and nodded firmly. He walked towards the other party in a cautious manner. The man had a smile on his face. Don't worry. I mean what I say. I'm a martial warrior. There's no need for me to lie to a small martial disciple like you. I put that thing. Wang Ting walked until he was within 3 meters of the martial warrior. Then, his gaze intensified, and he heavily stepped on the ground. Using the rebounding force, Wang Ting jumped high up. The smile on the man's face turned hideous. Little brat, I knew you won't be so honest. I was already guarding against you. Do you think you can fool me with your hidden intentions? You are just a martial disciple. Today, I will show you the difference between a martial disciple and a martial warrior. The man punched at Wang Ting. There was a layer of brown force covering his fist, giving off a thick and solid feeling. Wang Ting swung his long sword in response. Mastery stage basic sword skill. When he raised his sword, he didn't use any force. However, once the long sword collided with his opponent's fist, a scorching explosive force erupted from the sword. Boom! The 2 forces collided and caused a loud roar. Wang Ting had used all his strength in this attack, while the other party had a casual attitude. He considered Wang Ting as just a martial disciple. The winner was apparent. The man's flesh got slashed and his bones cracked by the strength behind the attack. Blood spurted out like a fountain, going high into the sky. The man's scream of agony accompanied the falling blood. Ah! One of his arms had been chopped off by Wang Ting. A moment ago, he was still confident and arrogant, as if everything was in his control. Now, his face was pale, and his features were distorted from the pain. Astonishment, anger, and disbelief were written all over his face. Martial warrior! You're actually a martial warrior! The man couldn't help but exclaim. He never would have thought that this high school brat in front of him was a martial warrior. Run! He must escape. If not, he would die. The man had lost an arm, so his battle prowess had drastically dropped. He knew that he wasn't Wang Ting's match. His heart was filled with resentment, but he still turned and ran away. He had seen the overflowing killing intent on Wang Ting's face, as well as his pair of indifferent eyes. There was no hint of anxiety or fear in them anymore. All that was fake. He had been acting, and brilliantly at that. This was a drama king. Are you planning to leave? After Wang Ting chopped off the man's arm with a single stroke, he didn't hesitate. He executed his mastery footwork and accelerated exponentially. Flames intertwined his battle sword as he slashed it at the other party. "Little brat, don't go too far," the man screamed in terror. At the same time, he wasn't going to wait for his death. He hurriedly evaded the attacks. Wang Ting wasn't affected. He continued following the man with his footwork and inched closer towards him with every move. But his opponent was obviously an experienced martial warrior with ample battle experience. Despite being heavily injured, he was still able to hold on to his dear life. "I can't drag for too long. I must end it quickly." Wang Ting was in a hurry. In an instant, a spiritual light flashed past, and the battle sword flew out of his hand. He had hurled it at his opponent. Swoosh! The battle sword shot out like an arrow leaving its bow, bringing with it the power of the fire flames. The man's pupils constricted into a dot. The hair on his body stood up as he tried his best to tilt his body and dodge the sword. Slash! The battle sword slashed his chest and left a bloody mark behind. The skin around the cut was all burnt. Still, he had managed to evade the fatal blow. The man was panting heavily, swallowing large puffs of air. He felt as if he had just survived a calamity. "Ha ha ha, little brat, you won't be able to kill me today," he burst out laughing. However, before he could finish his sentence, a gust of strong and icy wind smashed towards him from his right. The man turned his head. A fist that looked like an ice sculpture was quickly growing in size in front of his eyes. Ice element. No! Chapter 43. Earth element talent has gone live. No! The man screamed in terror. He frantically activated the force in his body and congregated it into an earth-yellow shield. Earth element shield. But, before the shield could form up, Wang Ting's diamond dust punch won. A move from the Saint Seiya anime. That was not right. Before the shield finished assembling, Wang Ting's phantom ice fist had already slammed into his body. Boom! Crack! The battle shield shattered, and the fist landed on his opponent's face. The passive skill was activated. Disfiguration. The man flew backward from the punch. There were no low-quality special effects. Instead, only extreme coldness invaded the opponent's brain. It froze his brain entirely. The man's scream of agony got cut off the second it started. His fearful expression solidified on his face as his body flew out like a cannonball and smashed into the ground. KO. This was a fatal blow. Wang Ting had used all the ice element force in his force nucleus. Although there wasn't much force, it was enough to kill someone. The other party was dead. From the start, the information he received wasn't accurate. Wang Ting was a martial warrior, not a martial disciple. Wang Ting tricked his oblivious opponent. He used the ability of an advanced stage martial disciple to sneak attack his opponent. At the same time, he made his opponent think that he was in complete control. At the end, while his opponent was overly confident, he released his power as a martial warrior and chopped off the man's arm without giving him any time to react. From then on, the man had no thoughts of fighting anymore. He only wanted to run away. In this situation, the man couldn't even release half his battle potential before he got sent to hell by Wang Ting with a single punch. The fight ended. Wang Ting's heart was beating like a drum. He was taking ragged breaths to calm his emotions. I killed a martial warrior. Wang Ting was slightly stunned. This martial warrior was different from the one he had killed on Mount Baoan. At that time, the martial warrior on Mount Baoan was already injured. Wang Ting didn't kill him face to face either. He had used a rune gun instead. That martial warrior hadn't expected Wang Ting's speed to be faster than an average martial disciple, so he had failed in his sneak attack. Even more unexpected was that a high school student actually had a rune gun hidden on him. All these reasons and coincidences allowed Wang Ting to kill the martial warrior with a few shots. So I'm a sneaky attacker? How is that possible? Wang Ting quickly shook his head. He picked up his battle sword and walked forward. After hesitating for a second, he plunged the sword into the man's heart. Even though his ice element force froze his opponent's brain, it was safer to stab his heart just in case something happened. A few attribute bubbles dropped beside the corpse. Beginner stage Earth Talent * 12 Earth Force * 3 Earth Lust Skill * 1 Spirit * 1 Strength * 10. He was an Earth Element martial warrior. It looks like I have another element now. I'm moving further and further on the path of becoming an all-round martial warrior. Wang Ting picked up the attribute bubbles. With the effect of Spirit * 1, his mind cleared up at once. Simultaneously, the cultivation techniques of the Earth Lust skill were added into his memory. His body became attracted to Earth elements, and he was able to feel the Earth element force lingering in his surroundings in the next instant. The Earth element force swarmed into his body. The 3 points of Earth force he picked up merged into his body too. He followed the method in the Earth Lust skill and moved the Earth force throughout his limbs and bones. Then, the force entered the force nucleus. When a new type of force entered, the balance in the force nucleus instantly broke. The ice force was starting to get restless. However, the occult energy appeared again and pacified his ice force. The 3 forces gradually spun around, and equilibrium was once again restored. It slowly became a tripartite confrontation. Enlightenment, 88. 1 Spirit, 20. 2 Talent. Beginner Stage Fire Talent, 11 out of 300. Beginner Stage Ice Talent, 13 out of 300. Beginner Stage Earth Talent, 12 out of 300. Spiritual Sight. Beginner Stage 1 1/10 Force. 62 out of 100. Fire, 1-star Soldier Level Martial Warrior. 5 out of 100. Ice, 1-star Soldier Level Martial Warrior. 4 out of 100. Earth, 1-star Soldier Level Martial Warrior. Scripture. Red Flame Scripture. Foundation 2 out of 100. Deep Ice Scripture. Foundation 2 out of 100. Earth Lust Skill Earth Element Shield. Foundation 2 out of 100. Battle Techniques. Basic. Battle Techniques, Mastery for Fist, Sword, Blade, Footwork. Basic Stick Skill, Foundation. Gun Skill, Small Achievement. Fire Kirin Sword Skill, Foundation 40 out of 100. Phantom Ice Fist, Foundation 9 out of 100. Knowledge. Basic Subjects, Full Marks. Overall Battle Power, 195. Blank Attribute. 0. The guy didn't drop any battle techniques? Wang Ting felt pity when he looked at his attributes panel. However, the Earth Lust skill had a defensive battle technique, Earth Element Shield. The defense shield he used in his last moments must be this battle technique. At that time, I broke his shield before he could form it completely. I wonder what its defense ability is like. I need to find a chance to experiment with it. Wang Ting was delighted with this earth element shield. He had a whole arsenal of offensive battle technique. However, Wang Ting lacked a defensive skill. The earth element shield was able to mend his shortcomings. The spirit attribute is quite high this time. He dropped 1 whole point. Is it because I went for his head? Should I get a brick and smack people's heads from now on? Wang Ting suddenly felt that this was highly possible when he thought of this idea. These thoughts flashed in his mind for a split second only. Thereafter, he shifted his gaze to the corpse in front of him. It was time to execute his godlike skill, searching the corpse. Sadly, besides a cell phone, the person had nothing in his pocket. There were no rune weapons at all. F***K, what a poor fellow. Wang Ting didn't expect this man to be so poor. But it wasn't the man's fault either. He had just become a martial warrior and spent a fortune to buy the Earth Lust skill. He didn't have money to buy other battle techniques or weapons. If not, why would he conceal his whereabouts from the teammates he mentioned and come to find Wang Ting personally? He just wanted to take everything that the 2 martial warriors had left behind. Wang Ting didn't waste any more time. He lit up the corpse with his fire force and burnt it to ashes. As Wang Ting watched the flame gradually extinguish in front of him, he was in a daze. In less than a month, his hands had been stained with the lives of many people. He never voluntarily caused any trouble though. Every single time, he was forced to take action. If not, he would be the one who lost his life. But the people were still killed by him. No matter what was said, his hands were the ones stained with blood. Sigh, the evil in the world. Wang Ting lamented. He believed he was a kind and honest person, but he couldn't control how the world was like. He was forced to become a murderer. The flames extinguished entirely. The sea wind blew, and the ashes also scattered in the wind. Suddenly, he realized something. The fire force was an essential item to bring along when killing people and committing crimes. Wang Ting clutched the martial warrior's cell phone in his hand. He squinted slightly and exerted force on his fingers. Crack! An expensive iPhone cracked between his fingers. Wang Ting sneered. He swung his hand and threw the phone into the sea. It sank into the depths with a plop. He went to his car and took out the 2 cell phones he got from the martial warriors on Mount Baoan. He repeated his actions and threw them into the water. If they wanted to look for the phones, they could fish them out from the sea. This matter also gave Wang Ting a warning. In this current society, he had to be careful of technological creations. Wang Ting got into his car and left. Luckily, it was already very late, so no other cars drove past him. If someone saw him destroying the corpse and clearing evidence, they might be frightened to death. Wang Ting went home and laid out all the things he had taken from the 2 martial warriors in the past. He examined the items carefully. After ensuring that there weren't any GPS tracking systems, he heaved a sigh of relief. I better not bring these things back home in the future. Mom and Dad might get dragged into the revenge of martial warriors. They do not practice martial arts. It's best to leave them out of it. No wonder normal people had so little understanding of the martial world. Only when one stepped foot in this pond would they genuinely appreciate the differences. Wang Ting had many thoughts in his mind. He spent some time straightening his ideas for the future. In that case, I can only rent a house outside. I'll take a look tomorrow. At this moment, Li Ziyumia's voice came from downstairs. Son, hurry up and have some supper. Oh, luckily, I practice martial arts. If not, at the rate I'm eating, I'm not sure how fat I will. Chapter 44. Cut It into Half Tuesday. After Wang Xinghua came back, Wang Ting couldn't run loose even if he wanted to. He could only go to school obediently. Wang Ting stuffed the egg into his bag and placed it in his car along with the 2 weapons. He planned to rent a house outside today. He would find a house to hide his egg. Wang Ting soon arrived at his school. To his amazement, he realized that many people were studying 5 years of martial arts exam, 3 years of mock papers. He felt a little frightened when he saw how crazy everyone was. Even Lin Chuhan wasn't an exception. She was studying very hard, as if her life depended on it. She was chanting while writing her note. Seriously, this was, I either go mad or I succeed. The martial arts exam was pivotal to the student. Even if the chances were minimal, most of them didn't want to give up. They were willing to bet their lives, bet their university entrance exam on it. No matter what, they had to go all out and try it once. Wang Ting felt gratified. Look at this entire floor of 5 years of martial arts exam, 3 years of mock papers attribute bubbles. Classmates, you are really amazing. Study hard, please study hard. Wang Ting expressed admiration towards the students who were hard at work as he picked up the attribute bubbles. All of you are amazing. In one morning, Wang Ting quickly mastered the 5 years of martial arts exam, 3 years of mock papers. After eating lunch with Su Jie and his other friends, he drove his car out of school in the afternoon. Zhao Gonghu and Zhao Gangbao had been waiting outside the gates of Donghai No. 1 High School for almost 2 hours. Yesterday, after a whole night of consideration, Zhao Gonghu made a decision that he didn't even believe he could ever make. He had been waiting for a long time, but he didn't dare to complain. Zhao Gangbao sat on the steps beside the road in a dejected and despondent manner. He smoked continuously and looked a little downcast. When Wang Ting's car drove out, Zhao Gonghu recognized it immediately. Young Master Wang! His eyes lit up as he shouted in a hurry. Wang Ting was just about to drive his car off. When he heard this voice, he stepped on the brake again. Oh, it's him. He really came. He parked the car beside the road and came down. How is it? Have you thought about it properly? Wang Ting said to Zhao Gonghu after getting out of his car. Since I promised young Master Wang, I will definitely solve it quickly. Zhao Gonghu gave a bitter smile as he replied. In that case, what decision did you make? Wang Ting asked with interest. He was a little curious when he saw Zhao Gang's reaction. Zhao Gonghu gritted his teeth. He seemed a little hesitant at the last moment. But, in the end, he still said, Young Master Wang, am not someone talented or powerful, but I do have some beginner stage and intermediate stage martial disciples following me for a living. If you don't mind, we will follow young Master Wang from now on. Wang Ting was dumbfounded. He thought that Zhao Gonghu might dispose of his assets to gather more liquid cash, or find a few rune weapons, or something similar to solve the grudge between them. But he never imagined that Zhao Gonghu would burn his boats and put himself at his command along with his subordinates. Brother! Zhao Gangbao was flabbergasted. He didn't expect Zhao Gonghu to make this decision either. If he really became Wang Ting's lackey, there wouldn't be anyone he could rely on in the future. Wang Ting was contemplating something though. He had a sudden thought. Most of the gangsters were just beginner stage or intermediate stage martial disciples. Zhao Gonghu was the only advanced stage martial disciple among his fellow hooligans. However, this was still a small faction. He could keep them under his wings. But he didn't agree immediately. Instead, he gave a look of dilemma. Zhao Gang's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. He pulled Zhao Gangbao, who was beside him, aside and said, My younger brother is the one who caused this issue because he can't control the lower part of his body. If young Master Wang feels that this isn't enough, we can cut it off. He won't be able to carry out misdeeds in the future. Zhao Gangbao almost peed his pants in fright. Brother! My biological elder brother! I must have been picked up from the street. How can you treat me so cruelly? He shouted and struggled frantically in his hold. But, with his ability, he wasn't able to resist Zhao Gonghu, an advanced stage martial disciple. Wang Ting was stunned too. Cut off. He only regained his senses after a long while. He stared at Zhao Gonghu with a strange expression. If these two people weren't similar in their looks, he would really have thought that Zhao Gangbao was picked up from the street. "Don't you think that cutting it off is a little too harsh?" Wang Ting muttered. Zhao Gangbao was so touched that he almost cried when he heard Wang Ting speaking up for him. He nodded his head hurriedly. "Brother, look, even young Master Wang feels this way. Please spare me this time. I won't dare to do it again. That time I was blind. That was why I had some thoughts towards young Master Wang's friend. I shouldn't have had those thoughts. I know my mistake." Zhao Gonghu wasn't moved in the slightest. However, Wang Ting nodded. "It looks like your brother really recognizes his mistake. In that case, we don't have to cut it off entirely." Zhao Gonghu felt that something was wrong when he listened to their conversation. But he didn't manage to react immediately. Zhao Gangbao was delighted. He knew that Wang Ting had softened his attitude. His brother wouldn't have to cut his lifeline off for real. But Wang Ting paused before continuing. "I'm a benevolent person. Let's just cut half of it." Zhao Gonghu, Zhao Gangbao, yen%%, asterisk and asterisk, hashtag yen%yen, and you must be a devil. Your heart must be black. Half? To hell with half. Zhao Gangbao's entire face turned pale. He looked at Wang Ting in a daze, especially the expression when he said that he was benevolent. He felt extremely uncomfortable by his sick behavior. "Young Master Wang, why don't we just cut the whole thing off?" Zhao Gang's eyelids twitched furiously. He kept warning himself continuously that he must not provoke Wang Ting in the future. At this moment, Zhao Gangbao even felt that Zhao Gonghu was speaking for his sake. Cut half of it. It was better to be more direct. There were no emotions in Zhao Gangbao's eyes. He was frightened and had no urge to live anymore. "The world is too scary. Mom, I want to go home." Wang Ting noticed that his words had the desired effect, so he stopped frightening Zhao Gangbao. He patted his shoulder and said to him, "All right, I was just trying to scare you. Don't cause trouble in the future. You won't meet someone who's so easy to talk to like me all the time." Zhao Gangbao abruptly raised his head. His face was filled with a pleasant surprise. He didn't need to cut it off anymore? "But, if you repeat the same mistake, I will take care of you personally," Wang Ting said in a calm tone. Then, he ignored Zhao Gangbao and went back into his car. He started the engine and prepared to leave. "Young Master Wang, what do you think of my suggestion just now?" Zhao Gonghu shouted frantically. "There's no hurry. Wait for me to check their backgrounds. If they're up to my requirements, we can talk about it again." Wang Ting winded down the car window and glanced at Zhao Gonghu. He left him with this reply and drove off in his car. After the car went a distance away, Zhao Gangbao carefully asked his brother, "Brother, you're not cutting me anymore?" "Idiot, only you think that I want to cut you. Don't you know the self-torture trick?" Young Master Wang saw through it at one glance. "He just wanted to scare you. Look at how timid you are." Zhao Gonghu glared at him as he replied. Zhao Gangbao was used to getting scolded, so he didn't mind it this time either. He just heaved a sigh of relief and patted his chest. "I was almost scared to death. Useless thing." Zhao Gonghu got angrier. He kicked his brother indignantly. Zhao Gangbao jumped to the side skillfully and dodged the kick. He sniggered and asked again, "Brother, are we really going to listen to him from now on? There's a brighter future in following a martial warrior than an advanced stage martial disciple like me. What's more, he's such a young martial warrior," Zhao Gonghu answered in a profound manner. Chapter 45. A man who possessed 18 relocated houses. After parting with Zhao Gonghu and his brother, Wang Ting pondered over Zhao Gang's suggestion while driving. He had to admit that Zhao Gonghu was street smart. When Zhao Gonghu chose to seek refuge with Wang Ting, a martial warrior, he was able to resolve the grudges between them in the past. At the same time, he was also able to turn Wang Ting into his security blanket. There was also that self-torture trick just now. Wang Ting smiled ambiguously. Should he accept Zhao Gang's sincerity? As he thought about this, Wang Ting drove his car into an estate. During his lesson in the morning, he had searched for all the available houses between Donghai No. 1 High School and his home on 58. He had also set appointments with a few landlords in the afternoon to take a look at the houses. The estate in front of him was his first destination. The landlord was a middle-aged woman around 50 years old. Since Wang Ting was a little late, the woman's expression was unhappy. However, when she saw him driving a sports car, her eyes lit up. She immediately turned enthusiastic. She brought Wang Ting for a tour of the house. She kept introducing the house to him, telling him how good her place was and how conveniently located it was. Wang Ting felt his head spinning because of her chattering. Also, the moment they talked about the rent, he felt even more speechless. On the website, it was written as 3,500 per month. Yet, when he came, it became 6,000 per month. The price rose by almost 100%. It was obvious that she was treating him like a wastrel. In the end, Wang Ting could only get rid of the naggy old woman by telling her that he needed to go home and consider the offer. He couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he drove out of the estate. It was seriously frightening. After that, he went to look at a few more houses, but none of them were satisfactory. Some had weird landlords, while others had so many rules and regulations that they didn't seem to be looking for a tenant. Instead, they must be seeking a guard to watch over their house. This room was out of bounds. That appliance mustn't be used. My house was renovated recently, so please don't dirty the walls. Remember to water the flowers and plants on my balcony. Remember to feed some dogs and cats, etc. There were all kinds of rules like these. Wang Ting was speechless. If they couldn't bear to leave their house, why bother renting it? Since the flowers and plants were so precious, since the dogs and cats were so cute, why didn't they bring them along and raise them personally? After spending an hour or so, he didn't gain anything. Wang Ting shook his head and went straight to the last house. Actually, he didn't dare to have too much hope. I should have just found an agent. Wang Ting shook his head. After the Wang family declined in his past life, he went to rent a house outside alone and got tricked by real estate agents a few times. He could still remember it vividly. That was why he subconsciously threw away the thought of looking for agents. The last house was located around Donghai University Town. It wasn't situated on the path from his house to Donghai No. 1 High School anymore. However, this area was secluded and quiet. It was at the edge of a university town, so the security was not bad either. He saw it coincidentally and felt that it was not bad. Thus, he decided to take a look. Are you young Master Wang, the king of Chidian Orphanage? The landlord was a middle-aged, rough-looking man. He was wearing beach pants and slippers as he stood at the side of the road. The moment he saw Wang Ting, his question shocked him. Young Master Wang, the king of Chidian Orphanage? He wondered for a moment before he remembered that this seemed to be his online nickname. He had created the nickname back when he was young and childish. He had long forgotten about it. When he went online in the morning today, he didn't notice his nickname at all. He didn't expect someone to recite his nickname out. It was so embarrassing. He wished to disappear on the spot. Deep down inside, he really wanted to find a hole and bury himself in it, but on the surface, he remained exceptionally calm. He nodded. You're the landlord? Yes, it's me. Come, I'll take you to see the house. The rough-looking man acted naturally. He didn't get overly excited. This looked like someone who had been through many experiences in life. He brought Wang Ting in a certain direction. There was an area filled with low-level apartments in front of them. They walked in from the main road and twisted and turned in the small alley. After some time, they finally arrived in front of a house with a courtyard. The outside wall was grayish-white and covered with vines. The landlord opened the metal gates and entered first. "You can take a look around yourself." Wang Ting didn't hold back and started sizing up the house straight away. The more he looked at it, the more satisfied he felt. The location of the house was quiet. It looked old from the outside, but the decorations inside were all new. It appeared extremely comfortable. There was a small courtyard included. It looked spacious. If he wanted to practice martial arts, he would be able to move freely here. The university town was not far away from this house. It was quiet, but once you stepped outside, you could see the student street in the distance. At night, at around 10 p.m., it was still very lively. Most of the people living in this area were ordinary families. Many university students also rented a room here. There weren't many rotten eggs mixed in. "What do you think?" asked the landlord when he saw Wang Ting had finished his tour of the house. "Not bad. Tell me about the price." Wang Ting nodded. The landlord took out a cigarette and placed it in his mouth. At the same time, he passed one to Wang Ting. "Do you want one?" Wang Ting accepted it and placed it in his mouth. The landlord lit up the cigarette and took a deep puff. He blew the smoke out slowly and asked, "Are you renting it alone?" "That's right." Wang Ting nodded. "If you're renting it alone, it won't be cheap. However, I noticed that you drove a sports car over, so you probably don't lack the money." The landlord smiled. "How about this? I won't charge you more. 5,000 a month. Can you accept this price?" Wang Ting had checked the rent of the houses in this estate coming here. This price was really reasonable. Also, the renovation was not bad. By right, other people would rent the house if the price was slightly higher. Wang Ting couldn't help but glance at the rough-looking man. He was a little astounded. "What's wrong? Do you find it too cheap?" The rough-looking man knew what Wang Ting was thinking at a single glance. He smiled, revealing his yellow teeth. "The price is all right. I won't mind if it's a little higher. However, I have a requirement," Wang Ting said. "You have a requirement? Tell me about it." The rough-looking man raised his eyebrows. "When I'm renting the house, no one can enter it, including you," Wang Ting said. "No problem. This is reasonable." The rough-looking man nodded and replied without any hesitation. In the end, the man didn't ask for more money. He kept his word and rented the house to Wang Ting for 5,000 a month. This caused Wang Ting to have a good impression of the man. A month of rent as a deposit and 3 months of rent paid on the spot. Received on Alipay. The contract was also signed. The rough-looking man took out a bunch of keys and passed them to Wang Ting. "If you're worried, I can pass you the spare keys too. I lived in the newly built estate just beside this one. If you're not in a hurry to leave, I can go back and bring the spare keys for you." The rough-looking man pointed at an estate that could be seen from here. "I'll be moving in at night. You can give it to me then." Wang Ting didn't reject his offer. The rough-looking man nodded in agreement. They started walking towards the main road outside. By foot, it only took a few minutes. When they reached the main road and were just about to bid farewell to each other, the rough-looking man's cell phone rang. "The vast sky is my love," the passionate and unrestrained ringtone echoed in the streets. Many students walking by turned around to look at them. The rate of second glance was 200%. "Hello, yes, wife. Okay, I will come back immediately. What? Oh, buy a bottle of soy sauce? Sure, I will go and buy it at once." Wang Ting looked at the rough-looking hunk, who was still calm and composed a moment ago. Right now, he looked like a mouse that had met a cat. He was nodding his head and bowing as he answered the call. The fawning intention in his voice was evident. For a moment, his expression was extremely interesting to watch. After some time, the rough-looking man hung up the call and heaved a long sigh. He lit a cigarette to calm his soul. His back started to straighten again. I'm a man who has 18 relocated houses. Why did I fall in the hands of a woman? Wang Ting. Brother, I think you just revealed something terribly serious. Chapter 46. The Benefit of Crossing Your Legs and Cultivating, Leg Numb. Wang Ting was enlightened. No wonder this landlord didn't care about money. No wonder he didn't care if he was receiving 1,000 RMB lesser for his rent. This was how outstanding a man with 18 properties should be. This was how arrogant and amazing he was. One must admit that he had the right to do so. Although he seemed a little scared of his wife, he still put up a strong front. Though deep down inside, Wang Ting could see a weak and heartless soul that had suffered greatly. Amen. Let's stand in a silent tribute for 3 seconds. Looking at Wang Ting's gaze, the rough-looking man opened his mouth. Brother, you don't have to say anything. I understand. I respect a man like you too. Hurry up and beat. Oh, I meant by soy sauce. Your wife is still waiting for you. Wang Ting patted his shoulder and said earnestly. The rough-looking man opened his mouth again, but he couldn't say a single word. In the end, he just waved his hand and walked dejectedly towards the convenience stall at the side, to buy soya sauce. This was how a real man should act. He must have the guts to face the female tiger at home. Wang Ting got into his car and glanced at the lonely back view one last time. He sighed before he left, letting his sigh dissipate in the wind. Wang Ting went back to school. There were 10 minutes until the lessons resumed. But he didn't plan to go back to his classroom. He felt that it was a waste of time for him to stay in the classroom obediently. He didn't need to worry about the 5 years of martial arts exam, 3 years of mock papers. He would take some time every day to farm for attribute. Soon, he would be able to reach full mark. Class monitor, please cover for me in the afternoon, Wang Ting said to Lin Shuhan. Under the latter's helpless gaze, he left the classroom lightheartedly. This fellow is so infuriating. He always asks me to cover up for him. I should have ignored him at the start. Why is he asking me again and again? He's being insatiable. Lin Shuhan stomped her feet uncontrollably. Actually, all the teachers knew that this rich second generation, Wang Ting, was either skipping classes or playing with his phone in class. However, they had always turned a blind eye to him. In the teachers' eyes, Wang Ting was a hopeless cause. They were already delighted if he didn't affect the other students in class. The school bell rang. The noise and clamor inside the school campus slowly quietened down. After some time, only the sound of teachers teaching could be heard. Wang Ting walked along the paths in school. He decided to find a place to cultivate the force. Ever since he became a martial warrior, he had never practiced formally. Since he had some spare time now, he would use it to practice his 4 skill scriptures and see their effect. There was a small patch of forest behind the stadium. Usually, besides a few bad students who went there to smoke, very few would go there. It was lesson time now, so there was no one there at all. Wang Ting thought for a moment and walked towards the small forest. A few bird chips and cries of insects were the only noise in the otherwise silent small forest. This area seemed exceptionally quiet and peaceful. Wang Ting kept walking further in and saw a huge rock. There was just enough space for a person to sit on its surface. He jumped lightly and sat down cross-legged on the rock. The tree shade above him coincidentally blocked the scorching sun for him. But the temperature was still on the high side. Wang Ting used his ice element force to create a circle of ice cubes around him. The temperature instantly lowered to a cool spring breeze. Comfortable. Seeing that there was no one around him, Wang Ting closed his eyes and began practicing his force skill scriptures. He started with the red flame scripture. Following the instructions on the scripture, he drew out the fire force in his force nucleus and circulated them around his limbs and bones. Wang Ting slowly entered the state of cultivation. All the fire force in his surroundings surged towards him. Based on the description of red flame scripture, When the force circled once around the body following the scripture's instructions and then returned to the force nucleus, this was considered a cycle. At this moment, the fire force had already finished one cycle. However, Wang Ting didn't stop. He continued cultivating. 1 cycle, 2 cycles, 3 cycles. 1 hour passed very quickly. Wang Ting was exceptionally focused when he was cultivating. An hour later, he slowly opened his eyes. He felt that the fire force in his body had become much stronger. He was also more well-versed with red flame scripture. His gaze landed on his attributes panel. Enlightenment, 83. 1 Spirit, 20. 2 Talent, Beginner Stage Fire Talent, 11 out of 300, Beginner Stage Ice Talent, 13 out of 300, Beginner Stage Earth Talent, 12 out of 300, Spiritual Sight, Beginner Stage 1, 1 out of 10, Force, 63 out of 100 Fire, 1-star Soldier Level Martial Warrior, 5 out of 100 Ice, 1-star Soldier Level Martial Warrior, 4 out of 100 Earth, 1-star Soldier Level Martial Warrior. Scripture. Red Flame Scripture, Foundation 5 out of 100, Deep Ice Scripture, Foundation 2 out of 100, Earth Lust Skill Earth Element Shield, Foundation 2 out of 100 Battle Techniques. Basic Battle Techniques, Mastery for Fist, Sword, Blade, Footwork, Basic Stick Skill, Foundation, Gun Skill, Small Achievement, Fire Kirin Sword Skill, Foundation 40 out of 100, Phantom Ice Fist, Foundation 9 out of 100, Knowledge, Basic Subjects, Full Marks, Overall Battle Power, 195 Blank Attribute, 0 My Fire Force only increased by 1 point. Wang Ting's eyes widened in surprise. He had cultivated for an entire hour, but his fire force only increased by a single point. He was flabbergasted by the turtle-like speed. Typically, he relied on collecting attributes to raise his points, so his abilities increased exponentially. It couldn't be any faster. As expected, there was no harm if there was no comparison. It looked like he was really spoiled by the system. What if the system disappeared one day? Once Wang Ting thought of this possibility, his heart constricted. He hurriedly shook his head to dispel the thought. No way, I can't be over-reliant on the system. I must work hard on my cultivation. He took a deep breath and steeled his heart. Wang Ting's gaze became resolute. After sorting out his thoughts on this matter, he adjusted his mentality and started to be positive. Then, his gaze went down the attributes panel. Red Flame Scripture, Foundation 5 of 100. His proficiency had increased by 3 points. Wang Ting nodded silently. If he continued working hard like this, it would only be a matter of time before he achieved his breakthrough. When he reached the next level, his cultivation speed would definitely become faster. He started cultivating again. But he changed the scripture he was practicing to Deep O Scripture and Earth Lust Skill. As compared to the Fire Force, his Ice Force and Earth Force were undeniably too weak. Yesterday night, when he was fighting with his opponent, the Ice Force had played a decisive role as an unexpected final move that took his opponent by surprise. Thus, there was a need to upgrade these two forces. In the future, they could be his hidden trump cards. Time passed slowly. For the entire afternoon, Wang Ting sat on the rock and cultivated his 4 skill scriptures without moving an inch. When the school bell signaling the end of the last lesson ended, he stopped his cultivation. He glanced at the attributes panel one last time. His Ice Force and Earth Force had increased by 1.5 points, respectively. At the same time, his Deep Ice Scripture had improved by 4 points and his Earth Lust Skill by 3. The gains are not bad. This time, Wang Ting didn't look down on the small increase. Yes, his mentality had gotten stable. He wanted to get down from the rock, but his 2 legs were stiff. He almost fell to the ground. Oh my God, what a huge fright! He grabbed the rock in a flurry and panted. As a martial warrior, he almost fell down from a rock that was only this tall in height. If word spread out, other people would laugh at him. Damn it, novels are fake. Who says that the cultivation results are better when you cross your legs? My legs are numb. He couldn't move his legs at all. Wang Ting had no choice but to pry his legs open with his hand and let them rest for a while. Only then could he step on the ground and walk. He kept complaining in his heart. Chapter 47. Practice Tai Chi? The good for health kind. After the lesson ended, the school became extremely noisy. The students from the different years walked out of their classrooms. They merged into human streams and surged towards the entrance of the school. Wang Ting went straight to the teacher's office instead. He was going there to look for his head teacher, Mr. Fan Weiming, to register for the martial arts exam. The office was livelier than what Wang Ting expected. The desks of the head teachers of the Year 3 classes were even more so. They were surrounded by students, making the whole office appear crowded. When Wang Ting knocked on the door, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. After all, Wang Ting was quite famous in the Year 3 cohort. Why is it him? What is he doing here? Did he come to register? The rich second generation wants to participate in the martial arts exam too? Has he even practiced martial arts before? Is he joking around? Did he say that he had never practiced martial arts before? The sudden rhetorical question caused the people discussing in hushed voices to turn strangely quiet. Well, he has never said that before. In that case, what are you all gossiping about? Oh, the conversation was put to an abrupt halt. Then, everyone continued gathering around their head teachers and registered their names seriously. It felt as if nothing had happened. Wang Ting. Fan Weiming also noticed Wang Ting. His tone carried obvious surprise. You came to register too? Come in. As a professional head teacher, he clearly knew how many students in his class had chances of entering the martial arts course. Wang Ting was obviously not one of them. Although Wang Ting's father occasionally gave him gifts, he still had his principles. I will persuade this fellow later. The martial arts exam isn't something to play with, Fan Weiming thought to himself secretly. Then, he continued, wait at the side for a moment. I will help them finish their registration first. Okay. Wang Ting nodded. His gaze landed on his classmates. There were a few people he was unfamiliar with. Then, there was Yang Jian, who sat in front of him, and his table buddy and class monitor, Lin Chuhan. Yang Jian was fine. He had an uncle working in the Ministry of Education, so he had gotten some inside scoop a long time ago. He had more time to prepare as compared to other people. Thus, his confidence was explanatory. As for Lin Chuhan, forgetting her ability first, the 5 years of martial arts exam, 3 years of mock papers was enough to let her suffer. However, she came to register the next day after the announcement was released. It should be known that many people were still hesitating. They couldn't decide within such a short time. The martial arts exam was intersected with the regular university entrance exam. If one applied for the martial arts exam, they wouldn't be able to take part in a few subjects of the standard university entrance exam. It looked like Lin Chuhan's resolution was quite firm. Lin Chuhan, have you thought about this carefully? Wang Ting moved towards Lin Chuhan and asked in a low voice. That's right, class monitor. The martial arts exam isn't a child's play. There's even a death rate for the actual combat assessment. It's very dangerous. Yang Jian was in a dilemma just now. He didn't know how to open his mouth. Hence, when he heard Wang Ting starting this topic, he jumped into the conversation and persuaded Lin Chuhan. I know. I have given it careful thought, Lin Chuhan nodded and replied. Your parents agreed? Wang Ting asked with a frown. My parents? I can make my own decision. Lin Chuhan obviously hesitated for a second, but she still replied to them firmly. The corner of Wang Ting's mouth twitched. So, she didn't discuss it with her parents. Was this young lady so independent? He wanted to dissuade her again, but when he saw her stubborn and pretty face, he swallowed the words back into his mouth. Sigh, forget it. Everyone has their right to make decisions. Since she has made up her mind, there's no point in me persuading her otherwise. Yang Jian saw that Wang Ting had shut his mouth. It wasn't appropriate for him to continue speaking, either. At this moment, all the other students had finished their registration. He walked forward and handed over his registration fee. Then, he filled in the registration form, and just like that, the registration process was done. The process was surprisingly simple. Yang Jian left after he finished his registration. Fan Weiming took the water cup beside him and opened its lid. He blew the water in the cup. With his sharp eyes, Wang Ting noticed the goji berries in the cup flipping their bodies naughtily. Lin Chuhan tried her best to maintain the stern expression on her face. Fan Weiming didn't sense their change in expression, though. He took a sip of his goji berry tea and looked at the two people in front of him. His head was hurting slightly. One was the top student in his Year 3 Class 8. She was one of the best talents in the Year 3 cohort and had the potential to enter the first university. But this child wanted to participate in the martial arts exam. He wasn't saying that the martial arts exam was bad. It was just a problem of suitability. In terms of studies, Lin Chuhan was the best in the entire Donghai No. 1 high school. However, speaking of the martial arts exam, if she was really able to pass the exam, her results wouldn't be high. At least, it wouldn't be as high as her general papers. Lin Chuhan had rushed over immediately after her lesson ended. He had persuaded her for a long time, but her mind was fixed. He couldn't convince him no matter how hard he tried. How could Fan Weiming's head not hurt? As for the other person, Wang Ting, he was a rich second generation. His studies were extremely poor, and there was nothing that could be said about it. But the martial arts exam wasn't an ordinary exam. Fan Weiming didn't want him to joke around with his life. Thus, he said, Wang Ting, I've said before that the martial arts exam is dangerous. You didn't hear me, right? Teacher, I heard you all right. Wang Ting rolled his eyes. Why doesn't he trust me? You heard me, then why do you still want to register for it? Fan Weiming was frustrated. Teacher, I understand that you're doing this for my sake, but I know what I'm doing. You don't have to worry. Wang Ting noticed that his teacher still appeared unconvinced, so he revealed his trump card. Also, my father agreed. Oh, your father agreed. Fan Weiming was slightly stunned. He wondered to himself, it looks like he has his ways. It's good to be wealthy. Eventually, he nodded. In that case, come over and register. He handed the registration form to Wang Ting. Wang Ting paid the fee and signed his big name on the form. Done. At the same time, Fan Weiming addressed Lin Chuhan again. Chuhan, I still hope that you will consider this again. The university entrance exam is a huge turning point in life. You can't act on impulse. Teacher, I'm not acting on impulse. I've already thought about this very, very clearly, Lin Chuhan replied with a bitter smile. She didn't expect her greatest obstacle to be her head teacher. She knew that he was doing this for her sake, but she really wanted to take part in the martial arts exam. She was very determined, so determined that if she didn't participate, she would regret it for life. Teacher, even if I participate in the martial arts exam, I won't give up my general papers. Lin Chuhan bit her lips and continued, if I can't pass the martial arts exam this year, I will give up wholeheartedly. I will repeat my year and go for the normal university entrance exam. Since she had already said this, Fan Weiming couldn't do anything more, no matter how unwilling he was. He just sighed and approved her application. After the two of them left the office, a teacher at the side said to Fan Weiming, Mr. Fan, that's the top student in your class, right? Are you letting her go just like this? What else can I do? Her mind is set. Am I supposed to prevent her from registering? Fan Weiming glanced sideways at the other party. Sigh, that's true. But, honestly speaking, the attractiveness of the martial arts path is really frightening. If I was a few years younger, I might have wanted to give it a try, too, said the teacher. Why can't you practice if you're older? Do you know Tai Chi? It's passed down from our planet. After some modifications by the martial warriors, Tai Chi is now very suitable for old people to practice. Even if you are not a martial warrior, you can use it to strengthen your body. Fan Weiming took a sip of his goji berry tea as he spoke calmly. Oh? Mr. Fan, have you practiced it before? The teacher's eyes lit up. Haha, of course. Fan Weiming was a little proud. His interest was immediately perked up. Let me tell you, Tai Chi is excellent for our health. After practicing it, my back doesn't hurt anymore, and am not balding. Am very energetic at night too. Degree asterisk, Mr. Fan, teach me when you're free, asterisk. No problem. Let's meet in the park in the evening? Sure, see you at the park. Chapter 48. A data report. After coming out of the teacher's office, Wang Ting and Lin Chuhan walked to the school gates side by side. Class monitor, it's dinner time now. Why don't I treat you to a meal? There's no need for that. My mom has already cooked dinner and is waiting for me to go back. Lin Chuhan rejected him without any hesitation. All right, we will part here then. Wang Ting smiled. He didn't mind her response. All right, goodbye, replied Lin Chuhan. Wang Ting waved his hand. He sat in his car and drove away alone. Along the way, he called the landlord and informed him that he was going over to the house now. Approximately 10 minutes later, in the university town, it was the same pavement beside the main road. The rough-looking man rode his little scooter with a beauty sitting behind him. The scene looked extremely dissolute. It was the same rough-looking man but with an additional beauty hugging his waist. Wang Ting almost couldn't recognize the guy. He parked his sports car at the side of the road and got down. Little brother Wang, over here. The landlord waved at him. Wang Ting walked over only after he was called. He said in a meaningful tone, Brother, I only left for an afternoon, but I almost couldn't recognize you. The landlord obviously knew what he meant. He laughed and said, Low profile, low profile. The beauty behind him rolled her eyes and lifted her hand to pinch his fat waist. Stupid fellow. Oh my, the voice was a little sweet. Ouch! The rough-looking man gasped in pain. You must be young Master Wang, the king of Chidian Orphanage, right? Old Wang mentioned you before. The beauty turned to Wang Ting and said, Wang Ting. The landlord burst out laughing when he saw Wang Ting's frustrated expression. All right, don't mention this matter anymore. Normal people won't have the ability to bear with this name. It's all you's fault. Wang Ting replied helplessly. How old are you? The beauty covered her mouth and smiled. Let me introduce her to you. This is my wife. You can call her Sister Han, said the landlord. Sister Han, Wang Ting called. Then, he continued, my name is Wang Ting. You can call me by my name. You and old Wang have the same surname, Sister Han smiled and replied. That's right. Brother has the surname Wang too. Oh right, I don't know your name yet. Wang Ting smiled. He felt that this was fate. There's no need to mention my name. I'll call you Brother Wang, and if you don't mind, you can call me Old Brother Wang. Wang Depeo gave a look of contempt when his name was mentioned. Wang Ting didn't probe further. He nodded and asked, Are you going out to play? That's right. This idiot hasn't brought me out for a long time. He hardly accompanied me out today, Sister Han said sadly. Old Brother Wang, this is your fault. Sister Han is so pretty. How can you coop her up at home for so long? Wang Ting smiled. Did you hear that? Learn from little Ting. Look at how smart he is. Sister Han pinched Wang Depeo's ears as she said. Wang Depeo's expression became distorted due to the pain. He glared at Wang Ting with hidden bitterness on his face. I will not disturb you then. Old brother Wang, get along quickly. Wang Ting pushed Wang de Peo in a friendly manner. At the same time, in the office building of Jisun Marshall House, a young lady around 20 years old was walking towards the principal's office in haste. There was a piece of paper in her hand. It was a data report. Xiaoming was a staff member of Jisun Marshall House. While she was collecting the data of the Marshall disciples today, something caught her attention. At the principal's office entrance, Xiaoming adjusted her breathing that had turned a little rapid because of her brisk walk. Then, she knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. A deep voice came from inside. Xiaoming pushed the door open and walked in. What's the matter? The principal was a man around 30 years old. He had short hair that looked like steel spikes on his head. Every single strand of his hair was erected. He wore a stern expression and gave off a fierce and sharp aura. The staff of Jisun Marshall House would all feel a little frightened when facing the principal. Xiaoming was no exception. At this moment, she needed to gather her courage before she dared to step forward and place the data report on the principal's table. Principal, there's something wrong with this report. I think that you should take a look at it. Oh! Fu Tiandao raised his eyebrows. He stopped what he was doing and turned his attention to the date report. He took the report and leaned against his chair. He scanned through it twice. A normal person rose to become an advanced stage Marshall disciple in less than a month? This is interesting. Fu Tiandao smiled ambiguously. Xiaoming wanted to say something, but Fu Tiandao continued, You can leave now. I'll keep it with me. Also, don't tell anyone else about the content of this report. Yes. Xiaoming replied in a hurry. Xiaoming didn't dare to probe further. After Wang Ting took the keys from the landlord, he placed the crow egg in the bedroom in the house. He then turned on the incubator and slowly incubated the egg. Then, he drove his car home to have dinner. Afterward, as usual, he went to the martial arts academy to pick up some attribute. For the next 2 days, Wang Ting's life was very peaceful. He followed the same routine every day. In the morning, he would go to school to collect some 5 years of martial arts exam, 3 years of mock papers attribute. If he didn't want to attend the lesson, he would go to the little forest to practice his force skill scriptures. This allowed the proficiency of his force and skill scriptures to rise. At night, he would visit Jisun Marshall House to pick up some attributes to perfect his basic battle techniques and raise his battle power. Of course, he didn't forget his 2 main offensive force battle techniques, Fire Kirin Sword Skill and Phantom Ice Fist. After repeated attempts, Wang Ting realized that he was able to raise 1 point of his battle technique every 10 times he practiced. Also, as his enlightenment increased, the speed of his cultivation followed suit. This caused his thirst for enlightenment attributes to grow stronger. Wang Ting also experimented with the defense ability of Earth Element Shield. If he executed it to its fullest potential, Earth Element Shield could block approximately 80% of his attacking power. This was not bad already, keeping in mind that his overall battle power was at 201 points now. This meant that Earth Element Shield was able to neutralize a third to half of a full-fledged attack of a 1-star high-class martial warrior. This was enough to save his life in critical times. Furthermore, as long as he had ample Earth Force, the defense ability of his Earth Force could still be increased. Enlightenment, 90 Spirit, 22, 8 Talent, Beginner Stage Fire Talent, 11 out of 300, Beginner Stage Ice Talent, 13 of 300, Beginner Stage Earth Talent, 12 of 300, Spiritual Sight, Beginner Stage 1, 1/10 Force, 64/100 Fire, 1-star Soldier Level Martial Warrior, 8 out of 100 Ice, 1-star Soldier Level Martial Warrior, 7 out of 100 Earth, 1-star Soldier Level Martial Warrior, Scripture, Red Flame Scripture, Foundation 20 of 100, Deep Ice Scripture, Foundation 12 of 100, Earth Lust Skill Earth Element Shield, Foundation 15 of 100 Battle Techniques. Basic Battle Techniques, Mastery for Fist, Sword, Blade, Footwork, Basic Stick Skill, Foundation, Gun Skill, Small Achievement, Fire Kirin Sword Skill, Foundation 43 out of 100, Phantom Ice Fist, Foundation 13 out of 100, Knowledge, Basic Subjects, Full Marks, 5 years of martial arts exam, 3 years of mock papers, 80 points, Overall Battle Power, 201 blank Attribute. 0 Wang Ting nodded in satisfaction when he looked at the changes in his attributes board. It was improving at a visible rate. This was enough to delight him. Besides cultivation, Wang Ting also guarded against the team that the Earth Element Martial Warrior had mentioned before his death. The 3 martial warriors that died were probably just a part of a martial warrior team. Their disappearance would definitely raise the attention of the other team members. He hoped that those people wouldn't be able to find him out. Friday arrived. Master Lu flagship store, where Wang Ting had ordered his weapon carrier casket, finally responded to him. Chapter 49. Hurry up and become a certified martial warrior, Master Lu. Dear, your little basket is ready. Asterisk smiley face asterisk. What did he mean by little basket? Why can't he type properly? The happiness in his heart instantly turned into a stomach full of complaints that he couldn't vent. The other party immediately sent a photo over. Weapon carrier casket. JPG. The appearance of the weapon carrier casket was a little different from the last time he saw it. The color was changed to black. At the same time, there were a few silver runes on the surface. The whole thing looked extremely mysterious. Not bad, it's just a little eye-catching. Is this person a rune master? Wang Ting couldn't help but guess. Wang Ting, you even added runes? Master Lu, that's right, dear. Relying solely on the mechanism is getting outdated. Hence, I added some runes to add finishing touches. As long as you activate the rune, the weapon you need will spring out with a swoosh. It's really convenient to use. Wang Ting, not bad. In that case, the price should be higher, right? Master Lu, the price doesn't matter. My grandfather will be elated if I'm able to sell this weapon carrier casket. It's alright to spend some effort on this matter. This was a good person. That's right, he is a filial and good person. Wang Ting gave him a long-distance good man card. Wang Ting, alright, I will pay in order now. You can send the casket to me immediately. Master Lu, sure. Yay. Wang Ting noticed that the person on the other end really loved to use emoticons. This person must have graduated from the Emoticon University. If that wasn't the case, the Chinese Academy of Emoticons owed him a certificate of graduation. Wang Ting, why don't you give yourself another nickname for future use? You can call yourself Crazy for emoticons. Without requiring the other person's approval, Wang Ting gave the person a loud and pleasant nickname. The price of the weapon carrier casket had already been changed on Taobao. It was 10,000 now. Wang Ting clicked it to place the order. Suddenly, a prompt popped up. Sorry, you have not entered the martial warrior identification number. You can't place the order. What the hell? What is a martial warrior identification number? Why do you need a martial warrior identification number to buy something on Taobao? Why didn't anyone tell me about this? Wang Ting was stunned. He quickly asked the other party. Wang Ting, you need a martial warrior identification number to buy the things in your shop? Master Lu, yes dear. Master Lu, what's the issue? For all asterisk. Wang Ting remained silent for a few seconds before asking, what is a martial warrior identification number? Master Lu, it's the number on your martial warrior credential. This explanation was amazing. It was the same as not explaining. Wang Ting had no choice but to remain patient. He asked the other party, where can you get the martial warrior credential? This person must be obtuse. Master Lu, you can take the test at the Martial Arts Association. Dear. Are you saying that you don't have the credentials? Dear, what dear? An asterisk sign suddenly appeared on Wang Ting's temple. You would definitely get a heart attack when talking to this person. Wang Ting, why does your shop need the martial warrior identification number? Master Lu, because our shop is a high-class flagship store. All our products are meant for martial warriors, so we need the martial warrior identification number to prove that you are one. It's all written in the visitor information. Dear, did you not see it? Confused face. Wang Ting hurriedly browsed to the front to take a look. He stared at the screen for a long time before he finally found the visitor information at a corner. He suddenly wanted to curse. The guy had hidden this small line of words within the 10,000 words item description. Who would be able to see it? Wang Ting asked. Can you send the item first? I'll give you the martial warrior identification number afterward. Master Lu, I can't do that, dear. Wang Ting, why not? Master Lu, a martial warrior must be certified before he can use rune weapons. Wang Ting, there's such a rule? Master Lu, yes. Hurry up and become a certified martial warrior. As long as your background is clean and you don't have any criminal records, it shouldn't be a problem. The entire process won't take more than half an hour. It's very fast. Wang Ting nodded as he contemplated. Really? You need to have a clean background and no criminal records to become a certified martial warrior? It looks like the authorities were strict with the standard of martial warriors. But the martial warriors I met just killed people as and when they liked. Why is that so? Wait, I killed someone too. Is that considered a crime? If no one finds out about it, it shouldn't be considered, right? Wang Ting consoled himself by repeating this sentence like a heart mantra. Wang Ting, I will get the certification first then. Master Lu, all right. When you get your credentials, I can send it out right away. You will be able to receive your baby later tonight. Wang Ting was shocked. He asked, I can receive it tonight? That's really fast. What delivery service are you using? Master Lu, you will know when you receive your package. I have to skip my lesson again. It was morning, and he had just finished 2 lessons. Yet, something cropped up again. Wang Ting felt a little helpless. He said to Lin Chuhan, who was beside him, Class monitor. Lin Chuhan was absent-minded. She wanted to ask Wang Ting for help, but she was hesitating. She didn't know how to open her mouth. When she heard Wang Ting calling her abruptly, she had a huge shock. What? Lin Chuhan almost jumped out of her seat. She turned her head warily and looked at Wang Ting. She thought that he had noticed her lack of focus and attention. Wang Ting was dumbfounded. I just called you. Do you have to give such a big reaction? He was speechless, but he had to continue. I need to go out and do something later. You understand. Wang Ting winked at Lin Chuhan. Lin Chuhan heaved a big sigh of relief. So he didn't see through her intentions. What a scare. Wait, you want to skip classes again? The university entrance exam is arriving soon. Do you have any sense of urgency at all? Don't worry. I won't do anything I'm not confident in. I'm leaving. Wang Ting waved his hand and walked out of the classroom. Lin Chuhan was slightly astounded. That was really daring of him. Can he really do it? Or was he just boasting? The Martial Arts Association was an official authority formed by different nations in the world to have unified management of the martial warriors. A martial warrior needed to register with the Martial Arts Association and get the martial warrior credentials to have a legal identity. Then, they would be able to get special privileges not enjoyed by ordinary people. For instance, martial warriors could kill people. Of course, this didn't mean that they could kill anyone whenever. They needed to have a valid reason. If not, they would be punished by law. Martial warriors could also use rune weapons. In public transportations like high-speed railways and airplanes, ordinary people were not allowed to carry weapons. However, martial warriors were able to keep weapons on them legally if they displayed their martial warrior credentials. There were many other benefits too. It was unwise to list them all one by one. Wang Ting researched online and found all these pieces of information. That was when he knew how important the martial warrior credential was to a martial warrior. Many things would become extremely convenient for him. Of course, if he received the martial warrior credential, it also meant that he was indirectly accepting the country's supervision. He wouldn't be able to disobey the law outrightly. This was to protect ordinary civilians. Powerful people use their power to break the law. These weren't words without evidence. When someone possessed great power, they would start to act without any fear. It was hard to control them. At the start of the martial arts era, many riots had occurred. As time went by, the country sent out a large number of martial warriors to suppress the violence. That was when those people who considered themselves invincible understood that the country was still their country. They couldn't act unbridledly whenever they wanted. Hence, the Martial Arts Association was indispensable. Chapter 50. Congratulations to my country! Donghai Martial Arts Association. Wang Ting stood at the huge entrance and looked at the building in front of him. The size had left him amazed. This was a high-rise building with a sharp octagon tower. The exterior was unique and iconic. From afar, among all the buildings in this area, the first noticeable thing was definitely this huge octagon building. A large crowd was walking back and forth in front of the building at this moment. Many people left and entered the building too. Wang Ting looked around him. These people were all exuding a faint sense of extraordinary. Most of these people are martial warriors. Wang Ting was flabbergasted by his guess as he exclaimed in his heart. He was mostly sure of it. This was the first time he had seen so many martial warriors. Wang Ting got a little nervous. He took a deep breath to calm his nerve. After exhaling, he walked into the huge building. When Wang Ting took a step in, many people focused their gazes at him. There was astonishment in their eyes as they sized him up. However, they couldn't see Wang Ting's face. This was because he was wearing an Ultraman mask. Everyone's gaze was a little strange. Some people indeed wore masks to apply for their martial arts credentials. After all, everyone had secret. They didn't want to expose themselves. But this was the first time they saw someone so strange. He was wearing an Ultraman mask. This person must be a joke. Fortunately, they knew that no one dared to create trouble at the Martial Arts Association. Also, from the aura that Wang Ting released purposely, they could discern that he was a martial warrior. Thus, no matter how weird he seemed, no one would be so bored to create trouble for themselves. Hello, I came to apply for the martial warrior certificate. Wang Ting came to the front desk and said to the staff opposite him. The staff member raised her head. It wasn't difficult to imagine her fascinating expression when she saw the Ultraman mask right before her eyes. She forcefully controlled her laughter and nodded sternly. All right, follow me. Under her guidance, Wang Ting arrived outside another room. Please go in. You just need to follow the instructions on the wall and operate the machine. If there's no problem, the system will enter your particulars into the system, and your martial warrior credentials will be out in less than 10 minutes. The staff raised her hand to signal to him as she explained the procedure to him. Wang Ting nodded while listening intently. After he entered the room, the staff closed the door behind him. Wang Ting scanned his surroundings and saw a machine right next to the wall. It looked like an ATM. A sense of familiarity rose in his heart. Beside the ATM-style machine, there was another machine that looked like the sleeping pod in fantasy movies. Wang Ting had used the physique inspection device at Jisun Martial House before. However, this machine looked much more complicated than the one in the Martial Arts Academy. Still, he knew that this was a physique inspection machine. It was just a machine that was designed for martial warriors. As compared to martial disciples, the physique of martial warriors would undergo huge changes. Thus, their physical inspection was far more complex. The production cost of this machine should be at least a few million. It was more than 10 times the cost of the physique inspection machines for martial disciples. Wang Ting took off his Ultraman mask. Based on the procedure, he came in front of the ATM-style machine and placed his identification card in the sensing area. Please scan your fingerprint and retina. Wang Ting listened to the instruction and pasted his hands on the two palm drawings in front of him. At the same time, he looked right into the camera in front. Fingerprints collected. Beep, retina scanning completed. Verifying identity. Approximately 3 minutes later, the voice sounded again. Identity verified. Wang Ting, 17 years old. Citizen of China. No criminal records. Clean background. Meet the 108 requirements to become a martial warrior. Verification passed. Please enter the physique inspection device for your physique inspection. Even though he knew that there was nothing wrong with his identity, Wang Ting was still a little nervous. He only let out a small breath of relief when he heard that he had passed the verification. He stepped into the physique inspection device next. The device's door closed slowly. It started scanning and inspecting his entire body. Wang Ting didn't know if it was his illusion, but he felt as though there was an invisible hand touching him from head to toe. At the same time, he felt his force nucleus tremble slightly for a moment. The force inside received some stimulation and got a little restless. The inspection ended very quickly. The automated voice rang in his ears again. Inspection ended. Wang Ting, congratulations on becoming a martial warrior. The martial warrior credential is being printed. Please wait patiently. At this moment, outside the entrance of the Martial Warrior Association, a black sedan stopped slowly. A man with spiky hair that looked like steel spikes came down the car. It was the principal of Jisun Martial House, Fu Tiandao. A refined middle-aged man came forward and welcomed him. He smiled and said, "Old Fu, you're really hard to meet. I invited you multiple times, but you only agreed to come today. There are many things to take care of at the Martial Arts Academy. I can't leave as I want," Fu Tiandao replied concisely. Seriously? The refined man felt a little helpless. He raised his fingers and pretended to tap the spiky hair man. "Didn't you say that you have prepared top-quality jade dragon tea from Xingwu continent? Hurry up and lead the way." Fu Tiandao looked at the refined man sideways as he said. Come, I've already prepared it. I was just waiting for you to come." The refined man laughed. He raised his hand and walked into the huge building first. While the two of them were chatting and walking, there was an uproar around them. "Isn't that the principal of the Donghai branch Jisun Martial House, Fu Tiandao? To see him once is better than to hear about him 100 times. His aura is overwhelming. Of course. Do you know how powerful he is? He's able to represent the Donghai branch of Jisun Martial House. Donghai City is a huge and important city. This proves how powerful his ability is." "Who is that refined man? He's actually able to invite Fu Tiandao over." "Idiot, that is the president of the Donghai Branch Martial Arts Association, President Qin Hanxian." "Oh my God, I'm blind. The real person is right in front of me, but I didn't recognize him. He is a powerful figure too." Discussions rang out in the vicinity. Even after Fu Tiandao and Qin Hanxian had left for a long time, everyone was still indulged in talking about their achievements. Everyone knew about their achievements, but as the iconic figures of Donghai City, the citizens of Donghai City never stopped pursuing and flattering them. Fu Tiandao and Qin Hanxian chatted with each other as they took the lift to the building's highest floor. They arrived at Qin Hangshuan's office. The moment they entered the office, they could see an entire wall of floor-to-ceiling windows. It was right in front of the entrance. From this office, one could get a bird's eye view of the entire Donghai city. It felt like standing on the highest peak and looking at the smaller mountains below. The coffee table was placed beside the floor-to-ceiling window. "Have a seat," Qin Hanxian said casually. "Your place is not bad," Fu Tiandao said calmly. He walked in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and gazed at the busy streets below. Qin Hanxian sat down and started making tea in a natural and graceful manner. The faint fragrance of tea wafted in the room. He said, sigh. "It's lonely to be in a high position. It doesn't feel good to stay in this office every day." "Pretentious," Fu Tiandao sneered. "Nothing good comes out of your mouth. Have some tea. Have some tea." Qin Hanxian felt helpless as he poured tea for Fu Tiandao. Fu Tiandao sat down and took a sip. He savored it with closed eyes. Then, he opened his eyes and said, "Indeed, this is a good tea. Of course. I had to put down this old face of mine before I could take some tea from the governor," Qin Hanxian said proudly. "Where is Governor Jiang now?" Fu Tiandao raised his eyebrows and asked. "The last time I saw him, Governor Jiang was preparing to break through to the general stage." Qin Hanxian turned serious. "Oh? Is he confident?" Fu Tiandao's expression changed, and he asked anxiously. "Based on what he said, he's around 60% confident," Qin Hanxian replied. 60%? That's too low. Why didn't he wait for a while longer? Fu Tiandao frowned and took a deep breath. "I heard that Governor Li of Jinlin has already reached general stage half a month ago." Qin Hanxian suddenly dropped an atom bomb. "What? Are you serious?" Fu Tiandao jumped to his feet. Sit down, sit down. Of course, it's real. Do you think I will make such a mistake?" Qin Hanxian rolled his eyes. "We have another general now. Congratulations to my country!" Fu Tiandao's eyes were shimmering. "It's indeed a matter worth celebrating." Qin Hanxian nodded in agreement. "However, Governor Jiang is too reckless. How could he act on impulse?" Fu Tiandao changed the topic back. He seemed a little worried. "You know that those two have been arch-enemies since they were in university. They fought for their entire life. How could Governor Jiang take this matter calmly?" Qin Hanxian explained with a bitter smile. "That is true. Fu Tiandao couldn't do anything either. I hope that Governor Jiang will be able to get through this obstacle smoothly." At that time, Donghai will be able to have another general stage martial warrior. Chapter 51. The interest of the two bosses. While Fu Tiandao and Qin Hanxian were chatting casually, the computer in the office gave off a sound. "What's the matter?" Fu Tiandao looked at Qin Hanxian. "Let me take a look." Qin Hanxian got up and walked in front of the computer. He saw a message pop up on his screen. He scanned the message and felt astounded. "Old Fu, come over and take a look," he shouted at Fu Tiandao, who was at the side. Fu Tiandao got up and walked over. This person became a martial warrior at 17 years old. Fu Tiandao was also slightly shocked when he saw the message on the screen. Upon reading Wang Ting's name, he frowned. "Wang Ting. This name sounds a little familiar." "Oh, do you know him?" Qin Hanxian asked in surprise. Fu Tiandao thought for a moment before continuing abruptly. "I remember him. A few days ago, one of my staff handed me a data report. If these two don't share the same surname and name, I think the report I received was about him. Open the surveillance camera to take a look. We will know if it's the same person." Qin Hanxian operated his computer, and within a second, the scene in Wang Ting's room was projected on the opposite wall. "That's right, it's him. He looks the same as his picture." Fu Tiandao immediately recognized Wang Ting. "Oh, right, what report were you talking about just now?" "The report shows that this fellow rose from a normal person to an advanced stage in less than a month after he joined our martial arts academy," Fu Tiandao replied. Haha, Wang Ting must have started his cultivation before he joined your martial arts academy. Look at his background. He's the third generation of Donghai's Wang family. His family probably doesn't lack resources and can let him practice martial arts, Qin Hanxian smiled and said. I think so too. At first, I wanted to observe him for a while more, but he has already become a martial warrior. It looks like he's really a genius, Fu Tiandao exclaimed. It was rare to see a 17-year-old martial warrior. Seems like there will be a black horse in the martial arts exam this year. Qin Hanxian smiled. Shall we take a look? Fu Tiandao tried his best to remain calm and indifferent, but he did seem very interested in this young lad. Sure, let's go together. Wang Ting didn't know that the moment he became a martial warrior, he had received the attention of two bosses. It was really scary. 10 minutes later, the printing of the martial warrior identification was completed. Looking at the black booklet in his hand, he smiled in glee. Wang Ting wore his 3D Ultraman mask and left the Martial Arts Association. When he returned to the school, the last morning lesson hadn't ended yet. Everyone was still in class, so Wang Ting didn't disturb the teacher's lecture. He arrived at the little forest and logged in to his Taobao. He entered his martial warrior credential and placed his order. This Master Lu was quite interesting. He didn't allow his customers to place orders if they didn't have a martial warrior credential. You could be stubborn with anything, but when it came to money, one must be flexible. Forget it. Looking at the other party's tone, he probably doesn't lack money. After placing the order, Wang Ting sent a message to hurry the stall owner. I've already placed my order. Please send the item as soon as possible. Master Lu. All right, dear Epsilon sad face Omicron asterisk. The other party responded with one sentence. After some time, the lesson ended. Wang Ting met Su Jie and his other friends in the cafeteria for lunch. He also saw Li Rongqing and Yuan Zhenghua, whom he hadn't seen for a few days. The moment Li Rongqing saw Wang Ting, his face turned black. After that day, Zhou Baiyun actually came to ask him about Wang Ting. At first, Zhou Baiyun viewed Li Rongqing with high importance. He felt that he had a chance to win the heart of this third young lady from the Zhou family. He had his whole life ahead planned. He would marry a rich beauty and proceed to the peak of his life. The Zhou family would definitely be a great help to him. At that time, he, Li Rongqing, would be a famous figure in Donghai City. He wouldn't just be a rich second generation, relying on his father. However, Wang Ting, it just had to be Wang Ting again. This fellow had stolen the limelight that was supposed to be his. Even Zhou Baiyun got interested in Wang Ting. Damn it. Li Rongqing felt annoyed in his heart. Young Master Li, are you here for lunch too? Wang Ting casually greeted Li Rongqing when he saw him. Humph. Li Rongqing scoffed. He walked straight ahead. What's the matter? How did I provoke him again? Wang Ting asked Su Jie, who was beside him, with a confused expression. Who knows? Su Jie shrugged. During the afternoon rest time, Wang Ting went to practice in the small forest. He only returned to the classroom when the lesson started. It was the last day of the week, so he should give some respect to his teacher. 3 lessons ended quickly. After school, Wang Ting got up and prepared to go home. However, Lin Chuhan stopped him. You, wait for me. She bit her lip and seemed a little embarrassed. But, in the end, she still plucked up her courage and called Wang Ting out. Wang Ting had already noticed that she was a little absent-minded. Hence, when he saw her calling him, he stopped in his track. He wanted to know what she had on her mind. Lin Chuhan finished packing her bag and went out of the classroom with Wang Ting. The two walked to a secluded spot with no one around. Lin Chuhan started hesitating again, and her expression kept changing. One moment she seemed helpless, while the next she looked resolute. If you have any difficulties, you can just tell me, Wang Ting said in a soft voice. Maybe Wang Ting's gentle attitude had caused Lin Chuhan to cement her resolve. She took a deep breath and said, "Can you lend me some money?" After she said this sentence, Lin Chuhan seemed dejected. A hint of helplessness and bitterness flashed past her eyes. "How much do you need?" Wang Ting suddenly felt something touching his heart when he saw her expression. This girl had a hard life. He believed that Lin Chuhan must have reached a state of desperation to look for him to borrow money. If not, with her high self-esteem, she wouldn't talk to him about this at all. 150,000. Lin Chuhan found it hard to speak. She hurriedly continued, "I know it's a little too much, but I'll definitely return the money to you as soon as possible. After the university entrance exam, I will work part-time. Once I have the money, I will." Wang Ting was a little dumbfounded. He was a bit curious about the reason why Lin Chuhan needed such a huge sum of money. However, Wang Ting didn't probe further. He took out his phone and said, "Give me your Alipay account. I will transfer the money to you now." "Return the money to you." Lin Chuhan heard what Wang Ting said before she finished her sentence. Her eyes turned red, and she took a deep breath to calm down. Then, she forced a smile on her face and said, "Thank you. I will return the money to you as soon as possible." She emphasized this once again, as if this was the only way she was able to keep the remnants of self-esteem left in her heart. "There's no hurry. Just do what your strength allows." Wang Ting nodded. He scanned her Alipay account and transferred the money over. Many things were different in this world. For instance, Alipay supported transfers of large sums of money. There was no limit to the sum. Lin Chuhan thanked him once again and held her phone tightly. The 150,000 renminbi felt extremely heavy in her hand. Their family didn't even have this much savings during their prime. To a family like Wang Ting's, a few 100,000 might just be their pocket money. However, many normal families might not be able to save this amount of money even after many years. "I wonder what difficulty she's facing." Wang Ting looked at Lin Chuhan's back view as he wondered to himself. He felt a little worried, so he followed her secretly. Chapter 52. I just came to get rid of a few flies. Wang Ting followed Lin Chuhan all the way and noticed that she was just going home. He saw her entering her house from afar. Just as he was planning to leave, Wang Ting noticed a bunch of people walking over. The leader of the group was a bald man wearing a black suit. There were a few youngsters following him. They looked like gangsters. Wang Ting stopped in his tracks and lit a cigarette. He stood at the side of the road and started smoking. "What are you looking at? You little brat." The bald man wearing a black suit saw Wang Ting staring at them, so he scolded him fiercely. Wang Ting didn't say anything. He turned his head away. The bald man wearing a black suit didn't pester him, either. He just walked into Lin Chuhan's house angrily. Lin Chuhan's house was a 3-floor apartment. It looked really old. The first floor was the shopfront, where they had opened a small convenience stall. The bald man had barged into Lin Chuhan's family stall. He grabbed a bottle of Coke and took a swig. The middle-aged lady in the shop should be Lin Chuhan's mother. She stood at the side fearfully, not daring to say a single word to stop the man. After burping, the bald man turned and looked at the middle-aged woman. He said, "How is it? Have you prepared the money?" "Boss, my girl is already borrowing money from our relatives. Please spare us a few more days," the middle-aged woman pleaded. "Spare a few more days? I've already spared you 3. Is that not enough?" The bald man wearing a black suit glared at the woman and kicked a box filled with candies beside him. The candies instantly flew and scattered everywhere. "I think that you don't plan to return the money, right?" "Boss, we really have no such intentions. We just haven't gathered all the money yet. Please give us 2 or 3 more days. Please." The middle-aged woman got frightened and shrank in a corner. Her eyes were red as she spoke. "Stop spouting nonsense. If you don't give me the money today, I'll destroy your stall. The bald man didn't show any intention of softening his attitude. You can't do this. Our entire family relies on this convenience stall for a living. My daughter still needs to take her university entrance exam. If you smash our shop, how are we supposed to live? The middle-aged woman was so anxious that she started tearing up. Who cares about your lives? It looks like you can't return the money today. Do you think I'm doing charity? Hey, destroy this place. The bald man wearing a black suit arrogantly sat on the chair and waved his hand. His lackeys were about to smash the shop on his order. Stop! A voice came from upstairs. Lin Chuhan ran down the stairs. Upon returning home, she went to the bathroom. The moment she came out, she heard the commotion below and came down in a flurry. As expected, those people were here to look for them again. Hey! The bald man's eyes lit up when he saw Lin Chuhan. Why did you come down? The middle-aged woman panicked. She hurriedly pulled Lin Chuhan behind her and said to the bald man wearing a black suit, "Boss, my daughter is still young. This matter has nothing to do with her. Don't mind what she said. I don't think that she's young anymore." The bald man stood up, and his gaze roamed Lin Chuhan's body, as if a wolf was looking at its prey. Lin Chuhan didn't back down at all. She stood out from behind the middle-aged woman and said, "My family owes you 150,000, right? I can return it to you now. Take the money and get out of my house." "Haha, you're quite bold. How can you have 150,000? The bald man wearing a black suit gave a contemptuous smile. "You little girl, we don't have so much money." Lin Chuhan's mother frowned. She thought her daughter was fooling around, so she wanted to pull her behind her again. Lin Chuhan's mother understood the bald man's gaze too clearly. They weren't kind people. Her daughter was just a high school student. She couldn't fight with them at all. Lin Chuhan wasn't moved. "Give us the receipt for the loan. I will transfer you the money now." Did this young lady really manage to get the money? She's so pretty, so there might really be someone willing to lend her money, the bald man wearing a black suit muttered to himself softly. He looked at Lin Chuhan's beautiful face that was full of vitality. His heart was burning with desire. He immediately thought of an idea and sneered. "All right. As long as you return the money to us, we will leave." However, 150,000 renminbi was 3 days ago. 3 days have passed. Let me calculate. Now you owe us 200,000. What do you think, little girl? Do you have 200,000? 200,000? It's been only 3 days. How did it increase to 200,000? Lin Chuhan's mother's face turned pale. It was hard to tell if it was because of fear or anger. "You're despicable." Lin Chuhan's body trembled in anger. At first, they had only borrowed 100,000 from these people. Then, they told them that the interest for 3 months was 50,000. Their family couldn't afford to offend these loan sharks, so they bowed down to fate and went around asking for money. But, after so many years, they had already borrowed money from most of their relatives. All of them knew the condition of Lin Chuhan's family. Lin Chuhan's father was paralyzed in bed and didn't have the ability to work. Her younger sister was down with a strange illness. Only Mother Lin had opened a convenience stall to support the entire family. Lending money to their family was like throwing it into a bottomless pit. They might be able to return small amounts of money, but no one dared to lend them a huge sum. A while ago, when Lin Chuhan took so much effort to put down her ego and borrow 150,000 from Wang Ting, she thought that she could finally clear this bad debt. She didn't expect the other party to be so despicable. Now, they wanted to add another 50,000 renminbi because they had delayed payment for 3 days. "Little girl, don't talk nonsense. I'm such a righteous person. How can I be despicable?" The bald man said nonchalantly. "This is illegal. I can sue you." Lin Chuhan gritted her teeth. "Go ahead. I won't stop you. However, it might be hard for you to continue opening your shop in the future. The bald man sneered. You! Lin Chuhan pointed at him. She was so angry that she couldn't speak. It looks like you still can't pay us back. This is difficult. How about this? I don't have a girlfriend. If you're willing to be my woman, I can forfeit this loan for your family. The bald man sniggered and said. That's impossible. Don't even think about it. Even if I can't open my shop anymore, don't even think about touching my daughter. Mother Lin was like a tigress exploding in anger. She blocked Lin Chuhan behind her and glared at the bald man wearing a black suit. Lin Chuhan's expression had also turned ugly. There was a hint of anxiousness in her eyes. She didn't expect the other party to have this intention. She had underestimated the evilness of a person's heart. In that case, we won't be polite anymore. The bald man gave a sinister smile. However, before he could finish his sentence, a voice sounded behind him. What do you want to be impolite for? The bald man turned his head. Brat, it's you. Wang Ting. Lin Chuhan also saw the newcomer. For some reason, she found a sense of reliance in her heart. Humph, you know each other. The bald man wearing a black suit squinted and sized up Wang Ting. Are you trying to save the beauty? Save the beauty? Not really, Wang Ting thought for a moment before replying. Ha ha ha, look at how timid he is. The bald man burst out laughing. His lackeys started mocking and jeering at Wang Ting too. I just came to get rid of a few flies, Wang Ting continued calmly. The bald man's face turned black. He was actually looked down upon. The indifferent expression on this brat's face irked him tremendously. You are courting death, he said word by word. Chapter 53. Don't talk nonsense when you plan to run away. How do I court death? Wang Ting tilted his head and asked. The bald man wearing a black suit. The lackeys. Lin Chuhan kept her face straight and tried her best not to laugh when she saw the confused expression of the gangsters. Mother Lin felt that this child was a little naughty. I wonder whose child he is. The bald man wearing a black suit flared up in anger. He pointed at Wang Ting and shouted, Beat him! Beat him to death! The lackeys rushed towards Wang Ting at once. A few of them even took out knives from their pockets. Wang Ting retreated out of the convenience stall. Once he moved, the gangsters also followed him out. They surrounded Wang Ting. Unfortunately, they were just normal people while Wang Ting was a martial warrior. Even if he had been just a martial disciple, dealing with these weaklings would be a piece of cake. He swung his fist and hit two gangsters at once. He knocked them to the floor, and a few teeth fell out of their mouth. Strength *1 strength *1 spirit *0. 10? Normal people will drop attributes too? There's even the spirit attribute? Wang Ting was surprised. Be careful. Behind you. Lin Chuhan rushed out and wanted to help. She was an intermediate stage martial disciple, after all. She could deal with these gangsters. But Wang Ting didn't give her a chance to act as he kicked his leg behind. The three gangsters with knives in their hands, who wanted to slash his waist, flew 3 meters out. They clutched their chests. Blood seeped out of the corner of their lips. Wang Ting hadn't used his full force. Still, the power of his kick was too much for the gangsters to handle. Strength *1 strength *1 strength *1. You're a martial disciple. The bald man's expression changed. He didn't expect that his lackeys couldn't even take a single blow from Wang Ting. Brat, you're forcing me to act. The bald man wearing a black suit took off his coat and walked in front of Wang Ting. I'm not forcing you to do anything. You don't have to fight, Wang Ting said. The bald man was stunned. He quickly shook his head to clear the unnecessary thoughts before shouting angrily, F***K, don't talk glibly. He circled Wang Ting, seemingly looking for Wang Ting's weakness. Wang Ting stood on the spot and waited for him to act first. However, after circling 2 rounds, the bald man suddenly ran off. He was running away? That was right, he ran away. He ditched his lackeys and ran away without turning back. To show his respect for the man's action, Wang Ting was slightly shocked. Lin Chuhan and Mother Lin were stunned too. When the bald man's lackeys saw their boss running away like a happy pig, they suddenly didn't know what expression to give. Young lad, this matter hasn't ended. Just wait and see. The bald man quickly ran to a corner of the road. Once he felt that he was a safe distance, he stopped, turned around, and shouted. Wang Ting shook his head. He scanned the floor around him and picked up a brick. His action scared the bald man. He turned around and ran away in fright. On the other side, Wang Ting calmly weighed the brick. He took aim for a second and threw the brick out. Wee-ah! The bald man screamed in pain and fell to the ground. Spirit *0. Did it really hit his head? Wang Ting looked at the spirit attribute that just dropped and pondered to himself. For some reason, when the lackeys saw this scene, they felt a little elated. Wang Ting slowly walked forward and squatted down to look at the bald man. This is why you shouldn't talk nonsense when you're running away. The bald man wearing a black suit covered his head. He felt his vision getting blurry. He took some time to get rid of this feeling before he raised his head. He glared at Wang Ting viciously. You're dead, brat. You're dead. We have martial disciples in our company too. They're advanced stage martial disciples, and there are a few of them. Just wait to die. Humph, you're quite fierce. Wang Ting smiled. He raised the brick and smashed it on the bald man's face again. Crack! Splurt! The bald man's nose broke, and blood splattered out. It was so painful that he kept screaming shrilly like a pig being slaughtered. Spirit *0. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. I don't know if I'm dead, but I know that you're definitely dead. While speaking, Wang Ting raised the brick again under the other party's horrified gaze and smashed it down. At the start, the bald man was still quite tough. His gaze was fierce, and he glared at Wang Ting like a ruthless wolf. But now he was scared. This youth in front of him looked like a high school student with a smile on his face. His expression was calm and composed, but when he decided to act, it was really terrifying. Stop hitting me. I'm wrong, I will not do it again, please let me go. The bald man's face was severely bruised and swollen. He couldn't speak properly, so he sounded a little tongue-tied. There was only fear left in his mind. This young man was too ruthless. He was really ruthless. Ouch, this is so painful. I didn't want to hit you before, but I feel that you're not very convinced by me. So, I had to hit you reluctantly, Wang Ting said after he stopped beating the man. He didn't want to stop hitting the bald man. Instead, he had to stop because after dropping some spirit attributes, the bald man stopped dropping them no matter how much he hit him. What a pity! In total, spirit *0. For the bald man looked at the sky. Suddenly, he wanted to cry. Since you're so reluctant, you don't have to hit me. No one is forcing you. Mom, this person must be a devil. I want to go home. So, are you convinced or not? Asked Wang Ting. Yes, who? I'm convinced. The bald man nodded hurriedly. Wang Ting dumped the brick on his head again. Ah, why are you hitting me now? The man screamed in terror. He was confused. Do you think you're playing mahjong? Who's asking you if you who, in Chinese, fu means convinced and who means a win in mahjong, or not? Wang Ting widened his eyes. The bald man was extremely frustrated. He even wanted to vomit blood. He kept quiet for a long time before saying a single word. Yes, fu. That's good. Wang Ting nodded. Bang. Unexpectedly, the bald man suffered a knock on his head again. Why? Tears welled up in his eyes. He felt so wronged, but he had nowhere to vent it. For no reason. I just don't like you, Wang Ting explained calmly. The bald man. Give me the loan receipt. The bald man obediently took out the loan receipt. Wang Ting called Lin Chuhan over and passed it to her. Take a look at it and see if this is the correct one. Lin Chuhan went back and confirmed with her mother. She returned and nodded. That's right. This is the one my dad and mom wrote. Wang Ting took it over and scanned it. He then mocked. They borrowed 100,000, and you wanted them to return 200,000? This is much easier than being a robber. He squatted down and waved the brick in front of the bald man's face. In the past, I met 5 people who wanted to rob a bank. They wanted to kill me, but do you know what happened to them in the end? The bald man suddenly remembered a piece of news he had heard a few days ago. A few robbers who robbed a bank got killed by someone. He heard that the person who killed them was a hostage. Also, the hostage was a high school student. The bald man looked at Wang Ting in fear. He couldn't help but tremble, his heart pounding in his chest. Bang! Wang Ting suddenly exerted force in his fingers and broke the brick in his hand. He said, "Look, this is what happened to them. Brother, I know my mistake. I was really wrong. Please spare me." The bald man really wanted to cry. He had come to get a loan back and tease a young lady along the way. Why did he have to offend this devil? He must have forgotten to look at the almanac when he went out this morning. That's right, this must be the reason. Wang Ting didn't scare him anymore. He said to Lin Chuhan, "Transfer the money to him. 100,100 renminbi. The additional 100 is the interest. Do you have any objections?" The last sentence was directed at the bald man wearing a black suit. No, no. The other party shook his head in a hurry. At this moment, he didn't dare to have any objection. He still wanted his head to be on his neck. He had heard that those robbers' heads were smashed into meat paste by the hostage. Oh my God, this was so scary. Lin Chuhan hurriedly transferred the money. Wang Ting took out a lighter and lit up the loan receipt right in front of the bald man. He burnt the whole piece of paper. Chapter 54. Family background. The bald man in a black suit left with a swollen and bruised face. His heart was filled with injustice and fear. He needed to go back to answer his boss. He knew that he wouldn't be able to get the interest for this loan. The other party was a powerful figure, the heartless kind that might shatter your head if he got angry. He couldn't afford to provoke him. His boss probably didn't want to offend this kind of person as well, right? Fortunately, he got back the loan amount. This trip wasn't a waste. But his face got smashed by the brick for nothing. Ouch. Pain. Sighs. After getting rid of the loan sharks, Lin Chuhan heaved a sigh of relief. She said to Wang Ting, "Wang Ting, thank you for helping me just now." "It's nothing." Wang Ting shook his head. When he kept his lighter, he took the opportunity to light a cigarette. "Don't smoke anymore," Lin Chuhan suddenly said. "Huh. Smoking is bad for health," Lin Chuhan replied. "That is scary." "Let me smoke a bit to calm down," Wang Ting answered. "Lin Chuhan, I'm just teasing you." Wang Ting threw the cigarette on the ground and extinguished it with his feet. It wasn't appropriate for him to smoke in front of a lady. "Oh right. Why are you here?" Lin Chuhan suddenly asked. She was curious about his perfect timing. "Will you believe me if I say that I followed you?" Wang Ting smiled. Lin Chuhan's heart jumped. She turned her head and felt her ears turning warm. She put down her hair to cover it up. "I'm not talking to you anymore. I'll go and take a look at my mum." Lin Chuhan ran back to the convenience store and explained everything to her mother. She told her that the loan sharks were gone and the loan receipt had already been burnt. Mother Lin hugged Lin Chuhan and cried in joy. She almost went crazy from the torment these people had given her the past few days. "Oh right, little Han, who did you borrow the money from? Tell him that even though we don't have so much money now, we will definitely return it to him as quickly as possible." Mother Lin wiped her tears and said, "I borrowed it from him." Lin Chuhan looked in Wang Ting's direction. "Ah, he's just a young man. Where did he get all the money from? Mother Lin was surprised. His family runs a company, Lin Chuhan explained. Mother Lin was enlightened. Then, she suddenly thought of something and asked curiously, Little Han, you? Lin Chuhan looked at her mother's expression and immediately knew what she was thinking. She stomped her feet and complained sweetly. Mom, what are you thinking? He's my table buddy. Alright. I'm not thinking about anything. Mom is not thinking of anything, Mother Lin said quickly. You little girl, why aren't you inviting him to our house? He did our family a huge favor. I want to personally thank him. Lin Chuhan wanted to call Wang Ting over, but she noticed that he was already walking towards them. My mom says that she wants to thank you personally, she told Wang Ting. That's right, little Ting. I hope you don't mind me calling you this way. I really have to thank you for this time. If not, our family wouldn't have known what to do. Mother Lin was full of gratitude. I don't mind. Auntie Chuhan is my table buddy. She has helped me a lot, so I should help her when she has difficulties, Wang Ting replied. Good, little Han is lucky to have a table buddy like you. The more Mother Lin looked at Wang Ting, the more she liked him. This was a good child. He was just a little naughty, but you could tell that he was a responsible person who had a bright future. He was polite and he took care of little Han well. If he could be her son-in-law, that would be great. During the martial arts era, one could get married at 18 years old. Mother Lin felt that she could start considering her daughter's marriage. Stay here tonight for dinner. Mother Lin suddenly got enthusiastic. Auntie will go and buy some ingredients immediately. Little Han, take care of Little Ting. After she finished speaking, she didn't give Wang Ting and Lin Chuhan any time to react. She directly rushed out of the door. Wang Ting and Lin Chuhan exchanged glances with each other. The atmosphere had become a little strange. Why don't I leave first? Said Wang Ting. Leave your head. My mom has already gone out to buy food. If you leave, how will I explain to her when she comes back? Lin Chuhan rolled her eyes. Just find a random excuse. For instance, you can tell her that I have some urgent matters to attend to. Wang Ting gave her some suggestions. Lin Chuhan looked at Wang Ting. Why doesn't this fellow want to stay at my house? She was a little embarrassed, for sure, but Wang Ting's unwilling expression made her a little uncomfortable and unhappy. You can explain to her personally if you want to. I'm not explaining. Lin Chuhan glared at Wang Ting. Alright, it's just a meal. I, Wang Ting, am not afraid at all. This was what Wang Ting said, but he looked as though he was going to the execution field. Lin Chuhan finally understood his emotions when she saw his reaction. This fellow wasn't actually unwilling, he was just a little scared. Usually, he didn't seem afraid of anything. She almost forgot that he was a teenage boy too. She couldn't help but laugh secretly behind his back. Wang Ting stood in the shop, uncertain of what to do. He looked at the candies scattered on the ground and went over to pick them up. Lin Chuhan regained her senses. Her gaze turned gentle as she looked at Wang Ting's back view. She squatted down and started cleaning the candies with him. I will transfer you the remaining money later. She remembered the leftover money and said. Okay. Wang Ting nodded. As for the 100,000 renminbi, I will work part-time during the summer vacation to return it to you, Lin Chuhan continued. That's not right. It's 100,100 renminbi, Wang Ting smiled and replied. Yes, it's 100,100. You're such a miser. Lin Chuhan rolled her eyes. Ha, Wang Ting laughed casually. He didn't mind her reaction. Lin Chuhan didn't realize that the respect hidden in his words was what allowed them to continue their relationship as normal. They didn't suffer any estrangement because of this matter. After some time, Mother Lin came back with the ingredient. She was carrying many bags in her hands and had bought a lot of fish meat. Little Ting, you can sit upstairs with Chuhan. I'll go and make food. Mother Lin greeted them before she got busy in the kitchen. Come on, let's go upstairs. Lin Chuhan led Wang Ting up the stairs. Isn't Uncle around? Wang Ting asked. Lin Chuhan bit her lips as she said, He's here. I'll bring you to see him. Wang Ting saw Lin Chuhan's father. He was a drunk and skinny man, and his legs were gone. How did your father become like this? Wang Ting was really shocked. My father used to be a martial warrior. One day, after coming back from the Xingwu continent, he became like this. His teammates managed to save him after much difficulty, but his legs were gone. Even his force nucleus was broken. He came a crippled, Lin Chuhan explained in low spirits. This, Wang Ting knew that the martial arts world wasn't as beautiful as the public made it out to be, but he didn't expect it to be so cruel. He even felt a little frightened when he saw the ghastly wounds on Father Lin's body. Also, he didn't think Lin Chuhan's father could be a martial warrior. Since you know how brutal the martial arts world is, why do you still practice martial arts? Why do you still want to take part in the martial arts exam? Wang Ting couldn't help but ask her. I want to take revenge. Lin Chuhan closed the door and gritted her teeth as she said. It's caused by someone? Wang Ting was flabbergasted once again. My dad's teammates say that he became like this because their opponents had set a trap, Lin Chuhan explained. Chapter 55. Demon Lotus Poison Body. Wang Ting suddenly remembered that in his past life, he had heard about Lin Chuhan's paralyzed father. Unexpectedly, in this lifetime, her situation was still the same. But, in this lifetime, Lin Chuhan's father was a martial warrior, and became paralyzed because of other people's plots. Oh right, what about your father's teammates? Don't they know the situation in your family? Asked Wang Ting. In the past, they helped us a lot. However, most of their time is spent in Xingwu continent. Sometimes they might not be able to come back for a few months. This time, they are already away for half a year. Half a month ago, my younger sister's illness suddenly flared up. My mom had no choice. With other people's recommendation, she could only borrow money from those people to pay for my sister's treatment fees, Lin Chuhan said. You still have a younger sister? What illness does she have? Wang Ting realized that he knew nothing about Lin Chuhan's family. I always had a younger sister. You just don't know about her. Her illness, sigh, it will be good if we could know what illness it is. That way, we won't be at a loss of what to do. Lin Chuhan sighed. As she spoke, she brought Wang Ting to the door of another room and knocked. Chuxia, I brought a friend over. Can I come in? Come in, a young lattice faint voice came from the room. The way she spoke was very strange. She spoke a word for word, but there was no break in between the words. She seemed a little feeble and lifeless. If one suddenly heard this voice in the middle of the night in the dark, they would probably pee in their pants. Wang Ting felt goosebumps appearing on his skin. Lin Chuhan gave a dry laugh. Please don't mind her. My sister has always been like this. She pushed the door open. Creak, the wooden door gave a shrill screech due to the friction on the hinges. The room was dark. The curtain was closed tightly, and no ounce of light was able to enter the room. Wang Ting scanned the room. There was no human in sight at all. But he saw a sea of bubbles. What is this? Wang Ting was dumbfounded in an instant. Attribute bubbles filled up the entire room. They were on the ground, the table, the chair, the bed, in front of the cupboard. They were everywhere. The room was densely populated with big and small bubbles. Wang Ting swallowed his saliva. He couldn't wait to enter the room. Don't! Lin Chuhan stopped him in a hurry. Then, she reminded him. I think you better follow behind me. Remember not to get too close later. Why? Wang Ting was puzzled. I'll tell you later, said Lin Chuhan in a low voice. Then, she entered the room first and spoke to a corner between the legs of the bed and the wall. Chuxia, sis is coming in. Wang Ting followed her gaze and finally saw a young lady hugging her knees in a blind spot at the corner of the bed. Her head was buried between her knees. She had long black hair, flowing straight down smoothly. The hair was long, black, and straight. He looked at Lin Chuhan. Yes, they looked the same. Then, his focus turned to the attribute bubbles scattered around him. He was already full of anticipation. What kind of attribute bubbles are these? This was the first time he saw a normal person dropping so many attribute bubbles. Even more, these bubbles had dropped naturally. This was very abnormal. Could it be related to Chuhan's younger sister's strange illness? Wang Ting guessed secretly. Then, he lightly touched the bubbles beside him. He picked them up. Poison Force *2 Poison Force *1 Demon Lotus Poison Body *1 Instantly, Wang Ting felt something changing in his body. He sensed a strange, rare force in this world. Poison Force. This kind of force actually existed? Wang Ting was dumbfounded. After that, the Poison Force entered Wang Ting's body. He had never practiced any Poison Force skill scriptures before, so the Poison Force instantly exploded and started running helter-skelter in his body. Damn it! Wang Ting was astounded. If someone observed the skin on his body and his face, they would notice that there was a layer of purple-red color in them. He looked as though he got poisoned. However, the occult energy immediately pacified the Poison Force and congregated all of it in the Force nucleus. It soon formed an equilibrium with the other three forces in the nucleus. The strange color on his skin subsided within a second like the waves of the sea. "What's wrong with you?" Lin Chuhan turned her head and asked. "Oh, I'm fine." Wang Ting regained his composure and smiled. At the same time, the young lady squatting in the corner seemed to have sensed something. She raised her head and curiously looked at Wang Ting. Wang Ting's heart jumped a little when he saw the young lad's appearance. The frame of her face was very similar to Lin Chuhan's. She should be a pretty lady too. However, there were purple-red poison spots on both sides of her cheek. They covered more than half of her face. The poison spots were rough and bumpy. They looked extremely disgusting. They destroyed all the beauty on the face and even made it hideous and terrifying. It was hard to look at her face for long. Wang Ting stared into the eyes of the young lady. His heart skipped a beat, but he didn't feel any loathing towards her. He just felt that the young lady was very pitiful. She was at the prime of her life, but she could only hide in the darkness of her room. She couldn't live like a normal person. She didn't even dare to take a single step out of her house. Wang Ting could imagine how much hate and jeers she must have received in the past. This should be the strange illness Lin Chuhan was talking about. Demon Lotus Poison Body. This must be a very rare physique. If it wasn't, Lin Chuhan's father would have found a cure a long time ago since he was a martial warrior. They wouldn't be at a loss even until now. If the martial warriors couldn't find a solution for this kind of physique, the current medical industry wouldn't be able to find a cure either. The martial arts era and the technology era were two different systems. Before the martial arts era started, this physique had never appeared. Therefore, there were no successful cases of treatment in the medical industry. The solution might only be found in the Xingwu continent. "Sister, who is he?" The young lady sized up Wang Ting again. However, the feeling she had just now had disappeared. A hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. "His name is Wang Ting. He's my friend." Lin Chuhan squatted down in front of the young lady, but she didn't get too close to her. There was at least 1 meter distance between them. Wang Ting kind of understood why Lin Chuhan didn't allow him to get close to her younger sister. Right now, he could feel poison force continuously surging out of the young lattice body. The air around her was saturated with poison force. If an ordinary person got too close, they would definitely get affected. If the interaction was too long, they would be poisoned. In severe cases, they might die immediately. This was how horrifying the demon lotus poison body was. "Is he my brother-in-law?" the young lady suddenly asked Lin Chuhan. Brother-in-law? Lin Chuhan was dumbstruck. Her entire face turned red within a split second. Stupid girl, what are you saying? He's not your brother-in-law. Wang Ting almost burst out laughing. This young lady was such a good assist. Oh, the young lady tilted her head and gave an ambiguous response. There were no emotional changes on her face. Lin Chuhan felt helpless. She got up and said to Wang Ting, "This is my younger sister, Lin Chuxia. Don't mind what she said." "Why are you so nervous?" Wang Ting made fun of her. "I'm not nervous." Lin Chuhan got nervous because of his stare. Wang Ting smiled. Then, he stepped past Lin Chuhan and walked towards Lin Chuxia. "Don't go over." Lin Chuhan wanted to stop him quickly. "It's fine." Wang Ting waved his hand. Before Lin Chuhan could block him, he had already squatted down in front of Lin Chuxia. He lifted his hand. "Hello." Chapter 56. Am I walking in the wrong direction? Lin Chuxia's eyes widened slightly as she looked at Wang Ting's stretched-out hand in front of her. Lin Chuhan was also shocked by Wang Ting's sudden action. She was the one who had the best understanding of her younger sister's condition. Anyone who got within 1 meter radius of her would get affected, much less direct body interaction. She wanted to stop Wang Ting, but Lin Chuxia opened her mouth first. "Aren't you afraid of me?" "Afraid of what?" asked Wang Ting. "Afraid of my face. Afraid of the air around me. Look at me. Do you think I seem affected?" Wang Ting smiled and asked. Lin Chuhan, who was standing beside them, was astounded. She stared at Wang Ting in disbelief. Indeed, a normal person would have already felt uncomfortable at such a close distance. Their faces would start turning green too. However, Wang Ting looked unaffected. "Wang Ting, it's probably because I always drink goji berry tea, so my immunity is better," Wang Ting said in all seriousness. Lin Chuhan. "What do you mean by your immunity is stronger because you drink goji berry tea? Do you think I'm stupid? Why can't you be more serious? This is a serious matter." Lin Chuxia observed him for a long time. At last, her eyes lit up and she continued, "You really look all right." She slowly stretched out her hand. She was a little hesitant at first, but she still held Wang Ting's palm. The next second, Lin Chuxia was dumbstruck. She didn't know how to explain this feeling. A cold stream of air seemed to have stirred up in her body. It started flowing around her limbs and bones, rejuvenating her. Just as she was about to inquire about it, she saw Wang Ting winking at her mysteriously. The words at the edge of her lips stopped right there. Wang Ting smiled gently and released Lin Chuxia's hand. He then stood up. At the same time, he didn't forget to collect the attribute bubbles around her. Demon Lotus Poison Body *7 Poison Force *15. Undoubtedly, the number of attribute bubbles around her body was the most. After picking up everything, Wang Ting felt that the Demon Lotus Poison Body within him was becoming more and more complete. The poison force in his body had also increased. On the other hand, Lin Chuxia felt the pressurizing and sticky feeling in the air around her, which made her feel like there was a layer of liquid covering her, disappear suddenly. But she didn't probe further. She just curiously sized up Wang Ting. A bud of hope had bloomed in her heart. Lin Chuhan had been observing Wang Ting from the start. She keenly noticed that he wasn't affected even after the physical interaction. While she heaved a sigh of relief, she felt even more puzzled. "Wang Ting, what on earth is happening? Why aren't you affected by my sister's weird illness?" "I don't know either. Maybe it's really because my immunity is stronger." Wang Ting didn't tell Lin Chuhan the truth. Right now, he didn't know how to solve Lin Chuxia's illness. If he said anything, it would just make Lin Chuhan happy for nothing. He would tell her when he had some direction. It wouldn't be too late then. As for Lin Chuxia, he let her know about it because he wanted her to have some hope. If a young lady like her lived her life hopelessly every day, there would be problems sooner or later. Lin Chuhan curiously sized up Wang Ting. If you really know something, I hope that you can tell me. This is extremely important to my family, she said seriously in the end. Sister, don't make things difficult for brother-in-law, said Lin Chuxia. I've already said that he's not your brother-in-law. Lin Chuhan was speechless. Don't worry. If I really have a solution, I will tell you right away, Wang Ting promised. Lin Chuhan nodded. She seemed a little dejected when she saw that Wang Ting didn't have a solution. After some time, she lifted up her spirits and squatted down. She then said to Lin Chuxia in a serious tone, Chuxia, don't worry. I've already applied for the martial arts exam. I'll definitely become a martial warrior in the future and help you to find a treatment for your strange illness. Sister, I thought that Mom doesn't allow you to practice martial arts. Lin Chuxia exclaimed in surprise. Lin Chuhan hurriedly raised her forefinger and placed it beside her lip. Shu, speak softer. You can't let Mom know about this matter. Wang Ting was speechless. Why are you asking your younger sister to speak softer? Who was the one speaking so loudly just now? However, he finally understood why Lin Chuhan didn't tell her mother about her application for the martial arts exam. What happened to Lin Chuhan's father must have stimulated Mother Lin greatly. As a mother, how could she allow her daughter to follow in her husband's footsteps? Even if there was just a slight possibility, she would kill the problem in the cradle. Dinner wasn't ready, so Wang Ting and Lin Chuhan stayed in the room and chatted with her. Lin Chuhan was happy that another person was hanging around with Lin Chuxia. Usually, only Mother Lin and she were able to accompany Lin Chuxia. This young lady was too lonely. Wang Ting used the free time in the middle of the chat to pick up all the attribute bubbles in the room. Demon Lotus Poison Body *5 Poison Force *12. He pulled out his attributes panel to take a look. Enlightenment, 90 Spirit, 26 Talent, Beginner Stage Fire Talent 11 out of 300, Beginner Stage Ice Talent 13 out of 300, Beginner Stage Earth Talent 12 out of 300, Spiritual Sight, Beginner Stage 1. 1/10, Demon Lotus Poison Body, 15/10,000 Force, 64 of 100 Fire, 1-star Soldier Level Martial Warrior, 8 of 100 Ice, 1-star Soldier Level Martial Warrior, 7 of 100 Earth, 1-star Soldier Level Martial Warrior, 30/100 Poison, 1-star Soldier Level Martial Warrior. Scripture, Red Flame Scripture, Foundation 20 of 100, Deep Ice Scripture, Foundation 12 of 100, Earth Lust Skill Earth Element Shield, Foundation 15 of 100 Battle Techniques. Basic Battle Techniques, Mastery for Fist, Sword, Blade, Footwork. Basic Stick Skill, Foundation, Gun Skill, Small Achievement, Fire Kirin Sword Skill, Foundation 43 out of 100, Phantom Ice Fist, Foundation 13 out of 100, Knowledge. Basic Subjects, Full Marks, 5 years of Martial Arts Exam, 3 years of Mock Papers, 80 points. Overall Battle Power, 218 Blank Attribute, 0. He could see the additional Demon Lotus Poison Body in his talent column. Wang Ting felt that this physique was powerful. He looked at its upper limit, 10,000. How long was he supposed to collect this attribute? But it also reflected how extraordinary and amazing this Demon Lotus Poison Body was. Then, he turned to look at the Poison Force. It had already reached 30 points, higher than the Ice Force and Earth Force. This poison baby Lin Chuxia had plenty of reserves. Wang Ting couldn't help but exclaim to himself. At this moment, he already had a general plan of how to use the Poison Force. In the future, while fighting with his opponents, he would secretly mix some Poison Force into his other forces. He would poison his opponents before they could understand what happened. TSK, this is perfect. He seemed to be walking further and further on the path of becoming a sinister fellow. Am I walking in the wrong direction? Wang Ting examined his conscience and asked himself. After some time, Mother Lin finished cooking dinner and called them to eat. When she saw Wang Ting and Lin Chuxia interacting harmoniously, she was elated. She even asked Wang Ting to visit their house more often in the future. On the dinner table, only Mother Lin, Lin Chuhan, and Wang Ting were present. Father Lin was dead drunk. He was unconscious now. Lin Chuxia wasn't able to join them. Mother Lin had carried the dishes into the room for her. On the dining table, Wang Ting felt really uncomfortable because of Mother Lin's enthusiasm. The rice bowl in front of him was piled high with rice, looking like a small hill. Wang Ting was dumbstruck. Lin Chuhan laughed secretly at the side when she saw Wang Ting's awkward expression. After dinner, Wang Ting almost ran away in a flurry. "Remember to come often to play," Mother Lin reminded him as she sent him to the door. Lin Chuhan and Wang Ting walked to the main road together. Wang Ting's sports car was parked at the side of the road. He stopped walking and opened the car door. "Hurry up and go home." Lin Chuhan nodded. She said, "Thank you for everything today." Wang Ting waved his hand and drove away in his car. Lin Chuhan stood rooted on her spot. No one knew what she was thinking. She just blankly stared into space for a long while. Chapter 57. Round Face Fat Chicken, Mission Guarantee. After leaving Lin Chuhan's house, Wang Ting drove his car towards Jisun Marshall House. Before this, he had called his family. He found another excuse to throw them off. He didn't dare to tell his parents that he ate at Lin Chuhan's house. If not, based on how gossipy his parents were, he honestly didn't know what they would do. He didn't even dare to think about it. Not long after, he arrived at Jisun Marshall House. Wang Ting went straight to the third floor of the training building. He started collecting attribute bubbles. After one night and the accumulation of the previous nights, his basic footwork, basic blade skill, basic sword skill, and basic fist skill had finally reached the presence enlightenment stage. Now, a casual punch of his fist, slash of his sword, and wave of his blade came along with the force of presence. In a battle, he was able to frighten his opponent with his presence first. Even his footwork possessed the ability of illusion. It became even harder to predict his movement. Although they were all basic battle techniques, once they reached the presence enlightenment stage, they were able to unleash extraordinary potential. Wang Ting felt relieved. Now, his basic battle techniques had attained the peak. He was unable to upgrade them anymore. He also realized that the attribute bubbles of these battle techniques never appeared again. He wasn't able to pick them up even if he wanted to. Farewell forever. I will miss you. Besides this, after the past few days of picking up attributes and today's attribute collection, his basic stick skill reached the big achievement stage. Next would be perfected, mastery, and presence enlightenment. At 11 p.m., Wang Ting left Jisun Marshall House and returned home. He finished the supper Li Xiaomei had prepared and went upstairs to take a bath. He felt so comfortable that he breathed out and prepared to lie down to rest. Suddenly, a series of knocks came from outside his window. "What is it?" Wang Ting jumped up and subconsciously used his spiritual sight to look out of the window. There was a ball of blue light. It wasn't strong, but it was indeed the light of force. Dull blue, what attribute is this? Wang Ting heaved a sigh of relief. This level of force wasn't a threat to him. At the same time, he was confused. He had never seen an attribute in this color before. Knock, knock, knock. The living creature outside the window knocked on the window impatiently. "I think it's a bird. But how did it fly here?" He went to the window while remaining on full alert. Wang Ting opened the window. It was a Scotland round-face fat chicken. He was slightly shocked. Wang Ting shifted his gaze downwards and saw a rectangular object placed beside the feet of this round-face fat chicken. The object was packaged tightly. There was a line on the package, "All delivery, mission guarantee." Delivery? And it says mission guarantee. Is this really the martial arts era? This world is not invaded by the magical world? Wang Ting realized that he was really a frog in a well. He took some time to regain his senses before accepting the fact that this was a delivery. Suddenly, he remembered something and hurriedly took out his phone to contact the owner, Master Lu. He took a picture and sent it to the owner. Wang Ting, is this your delivery? Master Lu, yes dear. Are you surprised? Are you amazed? Are you happy? The other party responded within a second. Even though it was almost midnight, he still replied immediately. Is this shop owner in front of his computer 24 hours a day? Also, what did he mean by surprised, amazed, and happy? Can he not act so naughty to me? Right now, he finally understood why Master Lu was so secretive. Who would have thought that the delivery would be made by an owl? Was the world of martial warriors so magical? Also, the owner, Master Lu, didn't lie. This delivery was really fast. It was a trans-provincial delivery. It was sent in the afternoon and actually arrived at night. This was amazing. Wang Ting replied. Can this round-faced fat chicken be eaten? I suddenly want to eat barbecue. Master Lu, round-faced fat chicken? Master Lu, barbecue? The other party was utterly stunned. At a moment like this, shouldn't he feel surprised and elated? Why did he want to eat the round-faced fat chicken? What kind of mentality was this? Pfft, what round-faced fat chicken? It was an owl. Master Lu, why don't I help you order some food? Omega equals Wang Ting. The other party actually believed me. At this moment, the round-faced fat chicken got even more impatient. It started crowing a few times. It would never guess what kind of evil thoughts the person in front of it had. I'm sorry. Thanks for waiting. After he finished speaking, he remembered that this wasn't a delivery man. It was an owl. However, the owl had a look of disdain on its face. A look of disdain. F***K. Who could even imagine an owl giving a look of disdain? Wang Ting took a deep breath and tried his best to gather his broken vision of the world. He then untied the package on the owl's feet. Coo, there was a small bag hung around the owl's body. At this moment, the owl used its claws to take a receipt and a pen out from the bag and place them in front of Wang Ting. This round-faced fat chicken was so smart that it made Wang Ting dumbfounded. He scanned through the receipt before signing his name on it. The owl put the receipt and pen back in the bag and cooed. Then it flew off. It was so swift that it disappeared in the night sky in a blink of an eye. Wang Ting looked at the back view of the round-faced fat chicken. His mind was filled with the owl delivery, mission guarantee. The line kept flashing in his mind. He quickly shook his head. Wang Ting closed the window and went back to his bed. He then excitedly opened the package. A black wooden box was revealed. Weapon carrier casket. Wang Ting stroked the silver runes on the weapon carrier casket. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. The owner was very thoughtful and even gave him a black handbag as a gift. He was able to carry it in his hand or on his back as a backpack. If he placed the weapon carrier casket in the bag and zipped it, other people wouldn't be able to tell what was inside. Perfect. The next day it was Saturday. Wang Ting continued his routine of visiting Jisun Martial House. Along the way, he greeted the students that he was familiar with. Brother Peng, you're really early. How hard-working. Hey, young man, exercise is youth. Hurry up and start practicing. Peng Hai had perspiration all over his face. He revealed his bronze skin and raised his thumb as he gave Wang Ting a wide smile. He was the senior brother who had taught Wang Ting the 9th set of radio exercises. When Wang Ting went to the 3rd floor for the first time, he had met Peng Hai not long after. Upon seeing Wang Ting, the guy was extremely shocked. After all, when he first saw Wang Ting was still a newbie who didn't know how to do the 9th set of radio exercises properly. Well, he still didn't know how to do it, but that wasn't the main point. The most important thing was, Wang Ting became an advanced stage martial disciple? When faced with this question, Wang Ting still used the same reason to slip his way through. He told his senior that he had practiced martial arts before. As for the 9th set of radio exercises, it was all history. Many children from wealthy families didn't like to do this exercise. After all, it was very embarrassing. They had better ways to train their physique. Thus, Peng Hai didn't dwell on this too much. You little brat came late today. Hurry up and duel with me. When Zhang Xiaoyang saw Wang Ting, his eyes turned into light bulbs. He pulled Wang Ting and wanted to practice his fist skill with him. Have you forgotten how badly you lost the other time? How could you have the face to fight with me? Wang Ting teased him. Ever since Wang Ting's basic fist skill entered the mastery realm, Zhang Xiaoyang never beat him anymore. Now, his basic fist skill had reached the presence enlightenment stage. If they had a duel again, my fist skill improved greatly after sparring with you. It's almost at the mastery stage now. This time, I won't lose to you again, Zhang Xiaoyang scoffed and said in a proud tone. Since you are looking for a beating so wholeheartedly, it'll satisfy you. Wang Ting didn't say anything more. He shook his head and gave him a look of concern, as though he was looking at an idiot. It's hard to tell who will lose. Zhang Xiaoyang was furious. He clenched his fist and attacked Wang Ting. A few minutes later, Zhang Xiaoyang covered his eyes. F***K, don't you know that you shouldn't hit someone's face? Why are you so vicious? You should feel fortunate that I only hit your face. You attacked the lower part of my body just now. If it was someone I didn't know, I'd have beaten him up until he questioned his life. Wang Ting sneered. Zhang Xiaoyang laughed awkwardly. Who asked you to be so perverted? You have actually reached the presence enlightenment stage. There's no way I can retaliate. That's why I used this treacherous method. It's the only thing I could use. Tisk, so it's my fault? Who was the one asking for abuse just now? Wang Ting looked at him with contempt. F***K. Zhang Xiaoyang was speechless. He indeed seemed to be asking for it just a few minutes ago. He didn't dare to ask Wang Ting for a duel anymore. He muttered to himself as he walked to the side and started practicing his fist skills on his own. Wang Ting shook his head. The gap between the two of them was getting wider and wider. There was no point in sparring with him. He turned around and saw an attribute bubble that had just disappeared. His heart pained for a second before he started collecting all the other bubbles immediately. I, Wang Ting, have never stopped wanting to become stronger. Strength *2 speed *1 spirit *0. 3 basic stick skill *3 blank attribute *3 spirit *0. 5 Wang Ting was shocked. It appeared. The blank attribute appeared again. Blank attribute *3. Wang Ting thought for a moment and directly added the 3 points of the blank attribute to his spiritual sight. Until now, he had never discovered any attributes that were able to raise his spiritual sight talent. Hence, he could only use his blank attribute. One day ended. Before he slept, Wang Ting pulled out the attributes panel. Enlightenment, 93 spirit, 31 talent, beginner stage fire talent, 11 out of 300, beginner stage ice talent, 13 out of 300, beginner stage earth talent, 12 out of 300, spiritual sight, beginner stage 1 4 out of 10, demon lotus poison body, 15/10,000 force, 64 out of 100 fire, 1-star soldier level martial warrior, 8 out of 100 ice, 1-star soldier level martial warrior, 7 out of 100 earth, 1-star soldier level martial warrior, 30 out of 100 poison, 1-star soldier level martial warrior. Scripture. Red flame scripture, foundation 20 out of 100, deep. Ice scripture, foundation 12 out of 100, earth lust skill earth element shield, foundation 15 out of 100, battle techniques. Basic battle techniques, presence enlightenment for fist, sword, blade, footwork, basic stick skill, perfected, gun skill, small achievement, fire Kirin sword skill, foundation 43 out of 100, phantom ice fist, foundation 13 out of 100, knowledge, basic subjects, full marks, 5 years of martial arts exam, 3 years of mock papers, 80 points, overall battle power, 221 blank attribute, 0. Wang Ting was satisfied as he looked at the changes on top. Recently, both his enlightenment and spirit had increased, and it had a direct effect on him. His mind felt clearer and sharper, and he seemed to have become quicker in his thinking. After adding 3 blank attributes to his spiritual sight talent, it was at 1.4 points now. The number seemed a little sad, but at least it had increased. Also, because Wang Ting only focused on his basic stick skill today, this technique rose really quickly. After 1 day of accumulation, it jumped another level and reached the perfected stage. On the other hand, his gun skill remained the same. Ever since killing the bank robbers, he had never seen another gun skill attribute. Rune guns were popular weapons. Many martial warriors practiced gun skills, and their skills had reached a high degree of technical proficiency. Its power was astonishing. Wang Ting didn't belittle the uses of gun skill. This skill had helped him kill a martial warrior in the past. Thus, if he had a chance, he would increase his gun skill attribute too. Being a sharpshooter was a good persona. Pew if he couldn't solve something with 1 shot, had used 2. It was very tiring to be half dead. Chapter 58. There's one person whose has godlike gun skills. Sunday. Owl Marksmanship Club. Wang Ting parked his sports car at the main entrance and threw his car keys to the doorman to park his car. Then, he stepped into the lobby of the club. The Owl Marksmanship Club was a high-class place for the wealthy of the society. It was extremely famous in Donghai. This was the first choice of many wealthy young masters and rich young ladies who loved to play with guns. As the club was crowded with gun enthusiasts, there must be many attributes that would drop. Although most of them were here for thrill and excitement and were not professionals, there were bound to be some who possessed real skills. Wang Ting went to the front desk to finish the application process. He paid the money and immediately became a member of the club. The staff treated him with respect. This was how amazing it felt to become a member. Under the guidance of a beauty wearing a black sheath dress, Wang Ting arrived at the target field. He scanned the surroundings, and a smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Many attribute bubbles were floating on the ground. 1, 2, 3. Wang Ting knew that he didn't waste his trip here. He didn't waste his money to apply for the membership either. The beauty wearing a sheath dress explained some details to him. Then, Wang Ting asked her to leave. He started wandering around the place himself. Gun skill *2 gun skill *1 gun skill *1 Wang Ting almost wanted to laugh out loud when he saw his gun skill attribute increasing continuously. All sorts of marksmanship techniques appeared in his mind. At the same time, his boda's familiarity with guns became stronger and stronger. His eyes grew sharper, and his accuracy increased a whole lot. He felt that as long as he held a gun, he would be able to apply some tricky maneuvers easily. He could also shoot an object 100 meters away without breaking a sweat. This feeling was exhilarating. As his gun skill attribute increased without pausing, Wang Ting's hand suddenly got itchy when he saw other people having fun. Thus, he ran to the staff and got himself a gun. He found an empty spot and started fulfilling his addiction. Wang Ting first familiarized himself with the gun in his hand. This was a rune gun from the Owl series. The design was rugged and handsome, with a wild kind of beauty to it. Only people who loved guns would be able to appreciate it, though. He raised his gun and aimed at the target. His actions were smooth. He did everything right from the start to the end in a single move. It seemed as though he was a professional who had played with guns for many years. Bang! He pulled the trigger. The body of the gun vibrated. A normal person wouldn't be able to withstand the force of the recoil, but Wang Ting's hand was extremely stable. It didn't shake at all. Bang, bang, bang. He didn't stop at just that. Wang Ting fired a few more shots, and his posture didn't change the whole time. However, someone with sharp eyes would be able to notice that he adjusted his wrist and elbow slightly every time he fired. He didn't stay in the same position throughout the entire duration. 10 points. Wang Ting put down his gun while feeling a little unsatisfied. The difficulty was too low. He couldn't enjoy himself thoroughly. He continued picking up a tribute. Occasionally, he would fire a few shots to cover up his actions. If not, he would be too conspicuous, attracting other people's attention. Good. Good gun skill. A shout was suddenly heard. Wang Ting walked over and noticed a bunch of people gathered together. They were watching a middle-aged man firing his gun. The man had a number 2 haircut. His face was firm and stern, faintly exuding the aura of a soldier. At this moment, he was hitting the moving target. He fired occasionally and would hit the bull's eye every single time. The other non-professionals at the side couldn't help but cheer for him. Finally, someone who has good skills. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He squeezed through the crowd and inched closer to the man. He then picked up the attributes on the ground. Gun skill * 10 gun skill * 7 gun skill * 13 impressive. The attributes this man dropped were equivalent to the combined attributes Wang Ting picked up from more than 10 non-professionals. Master. This must be a master. This was the difference between a master and an amateur. Wang Ting glanced at his attributes panel. His gun skill had finally jumped from small achievement to the big achievement stage. Its strength had increased greatly. Brother, your gun skill is godlike. After the man finished shooting, someone immediately went forward and started chatting with him. You're speaking too highly of me. My shooting is just slightly more accurate. I don't deserve such praises. I'm not godlike, the man replied humbly. If you're not godlike, who is? A person at the side didn't believe him. You might not believe it, but I've seen someone with godlike gun skills before. That person is a real god. The man was full of exclamations as he recalled some past events. How impressive is that? Someone asked curiously. Have you seen bullets that can change direction in the air? The man with short hair asked mysteriously. Wang Ting was attracted by their conversation. At first, he just wanted to pick up attributes, but now, he couldn't stop himself from listening in on the chatter. Bullets that can change direction? So incredible? Do you think you're filming a fantasy movie? Wait, this isn't a fantasy movie, but a martial arts drama. In the martial arts era, anything is possible. The man's question caused everyone to exchange glances with one another. This bunch of amateurs hadn't even seen many powerful gun players, much less a godlike player. The man with short hair was immersed in his memory. Then, he sighed and said, I've seen a person who can do it. That person is the real god of guns. His shooting skills are godlike, but unfortunately, he's too arrogant. He fell into other people's trap and used the skill he was most proud of to kill the woman he loved dearly. His words caused everyone to turn flabbergasted. They saw the look of pity on the man's face. Although they might not have witnessed the scene personally, they felt sad too. Tisk! Wang Ting clicked his tongue. He didn't know what kind of expression to give. What happened after that? Someone couldn't help but ask. The other people looked at the man in anticipation. They were all burning with curiosity, wanting to know the development of this story. In the end, he couldn't bear the stimulation and turned crazy. He's in the western suburb mental hospital, the man with short hair said with sorrow. Ah! No one had expected this ending. There was a series of agitated sighs. The Western Suburb Mental Hospital. Wang Ting muttered the name to himself. There was a glimmer in his eyes. No one knew what plans he had up his sleeve. In the afternoon, after finishing his dinner, Wang Ting went straight to the Western Suburb Mental Hospital. The place wasn't hard to find. He drove to the Western Suburb under the guidance of his GPS and found his destination easily. Wang Ting parked his car and got down. There was an old building in front of him, mostly black and white. The walls were mottled, and metal railings surrounded the building. The paint on the railings was coming off, revealing the rust underneath. Weeds filled up the corners of the walls. It looked as though no one had cleaned this place for a long time. Wang Ting was slightly surprised by how dilapidated this mental hospital was. It was almost deserted. By right, in the current society, shouldn't a mental hospital show more emphasis on its environment? Why was this place like a haunted house in a movie? If someone lived here for a long time, they would get mentally ill, even if they weren't crazy at the start. Wang Ting walked into the mental hospital with his confused thoughts. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he felt that it was cold and chilly inside. As a martial warrior, his sense of hearing was sharper than a normal person. He stood at the entrance and could faintly hear someone running in the empty corridor while wearing slippers. Tap, tap, tap. See. Wang Ting couldn't help but shiver. Oh my God. He wondered if he had made the right decision to come to this mental hospital. Chapter 59. A mental disorder patient dropping spirit attribute. What kind of setting is this? Hello, I want to visit the God of Guns. In the lobby on the first floor of the Western Suburb Mental Hospital, Wang Ting told the nurse at the front desk his purpose for visiting. The nurse didn't respond to him. She was looking down and playing with her phone. Hello, Wang Ting remained patient and opened his mouth again. Hello, your head. The nurse suddenly raised her head. Her face was as round as a pie, and her eyes were narrow. She was glaring at Wang Ting. Glaring. Wang Ting. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. I think you'll look amazing if you slim down a bit. Really? The nurse's eyes brightened. Of course. Everyone who knows me calls me Mr. Humble. You can believe my words, Wang Ting replied sincerely. I will definitely slim down and prove to everyone. That's right, prove to everyone. Prove to everyone that I look equally ugly after I slim down. Ha 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 ha, the nurse with a big face suddenly laughed maniacally. Wang Ting. Are all the staff in this mental hospital this abnormal? Wang Ting looked at the nurse, who was laughing like a lunatic. She laughed until she couldn't breathe properly. At the same time, the powder on her face kept dropping. Can I see the God of Gun? He waited until the nurse slowly came to a halt before asking her carefully. God of Guns? Which one are you referring to? We have 9 people who claim that they are the God of Gun here, the nurse said. Wang Ting instantly felt his head hurting. Once again, he suspected whether he had made the right decision to come to this mental hospital or not. The one that accidentally killed the woman he loved. Wang Ting contemplated his words before he spoke. Oh, you're talking about that poor, unlucky fellow. There was no expression on the nurse's face, but she sounded enlightened. Yes, it's him. That's the one. Wang Ting nodded. I'm sorry, we forbid anyone from visiting anyone in this hospital. The nurse with the fat face lowered her head and started playing with her phone again. Wang Ting felt the veins on his forehead bulging up. Forbid anyone from visiting? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Oh, I noticed that you had a strong desire to talk, so I forced myself to talk to you for a while, the nurse replied without raising her head. I at #%yen, percent and asterisk. F asterisk asterisk K, even if I die, I won't have any desire to talk to you. Wang Ting almost choked to death from his complaints. I have never thought that I, Wang Ting, will fall in the hands of this round-faced lady. Humph. He snorted angrily and flicked his sleeve as he left. Wang Ting went back to the marksmanship club and turned his unutterable grief and indignation into motivation. He picked up a tribute. Gun skill *1 gun skill *2 gun skill *5 His gun skill, which was at the big achievement stage, was racing towards the perfected stage. Time flew by when you were busy. At night, Wang Ting went home to have dinner. Then, he drove to the house he rented in the university town to pay a visit to his little egg. Well, it hadn't hatched. He didn't go back to the marksmanship club. Instead, he went to Jason Marshall House. He stayed there all the way until 11 p.m. Next, Wang Ting went back to the western suburb mental hospital. The western suburb had always been deserted, with few people there. At this time, no trace of humans could be seen. The surroundings were eerily quiet, like a ghost town. Wang Ting felt that this was even more frightening than in the day. In the dark, the mental hospital was like a giant beast lying prone on the ground, waiting for ignorant people to come close. Then, it would devour the person in one bite. Should I go back home? Is it too late to turn around now? He was a little scared, but for the sake of his attributes, Wang Ting took a deep breath and sneaked into the mental hospital. He was resolute and told himself that there was no turning back. There were guards at the entrance, so Wang Ting could only climb the walls. The nurse at the front desk had changed. It wasn't the lady with a round face anymore. Instead, it was a male nurse now. He was leaning against his chair and watching a drama on the television. From the noise, it seemed to be some anti-Japanese drama. Wang Ting made a sound outside the door. The male nurse instantly lifted his head. "Who is it?" There was no reply for a long time. The nurse stood up and walked towards the door. Wang Ting could hear his footsteps. The instant he stepped out of the door, he knocked the nurse unconscious with the side of his palm. Then, he dragged the person into a corner and pondered for a moment. He took off the nurse's coat and wore it. At the end, he put on a mask. Wang Ting couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up for his wits when he saw his appearance. He lowered his head to evade the cameras and sat down behind the front desk. Wang Ting opened the computer to check the internal records of the mental hospital. He memorized the room number of a few mental patients that seemed like his target. After taking the bunch of keys from the wall, he walked towards the second floor. The corridor was extremely quiet. Wang Ting tried his best to walk softly, but he would still make some slight noises. When the noise entered his ears, he felt a little chilly. The first target, room 203. Wang Ting followed the room numbers and arrived at the entrance of room 203. He glanced through the window. There was a figure lying on the bed, sleeping. He found the keys corresponding to the room and opened the door. A person was lying on the bed and seemed to be in a deep sleep. Beside him, a few attribute bubbles were floating in the air. I didn't expect there to be attribute bubbles that haven't disappeared. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. This was a pleasant and unexpected surprise. These attribute bubbles were probably dropped recently, so they hadn't vanished yet. He came just in time. He picked them up. Spirit *1 Spirit *0. 5 He discovered that they were spirit bubbles and their points were quite high. Wang Ting was elated. These are all spirit attributes? Could it be that mental patients will drop the spirit attribute? Wang Ting felt a little puzzled. If his guess was correct, what kind of weird setting was this? He shook his head and walked over, shaking the person on the bed. "Hey, get up. It's time for medicine." The person muttered in a daze, "I've already taken them. Why am I eating again?" "Oh, you ate one less medicine just now. When I realized my mistake, I quickly came to give it to you." Wang Ting spouted nonsense. The person took over the 6 flavor Dihuang pills from Wang Ting and put them in his mouth. He swallowed them in a single gulp. Wang Ting had especially bought these 6 flavor Dihuang pills for these poor mental patients to nourish their kidneys. Wang Ting watched him as he swallowed the pills. Then, he asked casually, I heard that your shooting is very accurate. The other party got excited the moment he heard this. You actually know about my ability. Let me tell you, my aim is really accurate. I can shoot an airplane down from the sky. The moment he talked about shooting airplanes, a morbid excitement could be seen on his face. Really? Can you show me? Asked Wang Ting. Of course, watch carefully. As he spoke, he started to take off his pants. He was actually taking off his pants. Wang Ting. Just as something disturbing to the eyes was about to happen, Wang Ting hurriedly raised his hand and chopped the person unconscious. Mental patients were indeed frightening. However, at that moment just now, another attribute bubble had dropped from the patient. Spirit *0. 5 Maybe he should have let the mental patient continue his demonstration a little longer. Chapter 60. God Says. Wang Ting hurriedly shook off the image in his mind. That image was so beautiful that he didn't dare to think about it. He would rather forsake the spirit attribute than see that kind of image. He would grow a sty in his eye. He closed the door and continued to look for the next godlike marksmanship patient. Whether the person earlier is still lying on the ground or not has nothing to do with me. 207, 208. The next room was 209. However, when he went past room 208, the lights inside were on. Wang Ting suddenly saw a familiar person, the nurse with a big face. Why was she in the ward? Wang Ting was puzzled. Could it be that she was actually a patient who sneaked out in the day and pretended to be a nurse at the front desk? He had chatted with a mental patient for such a long time. Wang Ting suddenly felt extremely uncomfortable. The entire mental hospital seemed to be engulfed in an evil aura. It was slowly and silently enshrouding him. How unlucky of me! He cursed silently. Wang Ting didn't have any desire to investigate this matter further, so he came to room 209 and opened the door. He walked in directly. Pew pew pew, a man was firing in the air in the room. Who are you? Did my platoon leader ask you to reinforce me? He asked Wang Ting excitedly the moment he saw him. Wang Ting looked at the ground filled with attribute bubbles and picked them up silently. Spirit *1 Spirit *0. 8 Spirit *1. 5 They were all spirit attributes, without a single gun skill attribute anywhere in sight. It looked like this was a fake god of guns. However, his guess seemed to be right. Mental patients indeed dropped spirit attribute. The person who thought of this setting must be a genius. Wang Ting took a glance at the ceiling. He was speechless. Hey, why aren't you replying to me? Could it be that you're a spy? The man's face was filled with suspicion when he noticed Wang Ting's silence. He pretended to raise a gun and aimed it at Wang Ting. It looked as if he would fire and kill Wang Ting if he answered wrongly. That was right, kill him. This drama king. Looking at the man's expression and the number of spirit attribute bubbles he had dropped, this person must be incurably sick. There was nothing to reply to a patient who was already hopeless. Wang Ting ended the conversation with a karate chop. Sigh, why is it so hard to find a person? Wang Ting closed the door and sighed. Let's continue. He went to the third floor next. The first to the third floor were filled with all kinds of weird patients. Many of them weren't asleep. Most of the lights in the rooms were lit up. There were different dramas in each room. Wang Ting was caught between laughter and tears, but he also felt a chill in the depths of his heart. So many attribute bubbles. Wang Ting was at a loss of what to do when he saw so many attribute bubbles. Once again, he opened a door casually. He saw a patient squatting on the ground. There were many attribute bubbles scattered around him. Time to eat medicine! Time to eat medicine! Wang Ting shouted. Don't disturb me. A faint voice resounded in the room. The person continued squatting in the corner without moving. Wang Ting walked over. He picked up the attribute. Spirit *0. 5 Spirit *1 Spirit *1. 2. Why are you squatting here? Wang Ting was extremely curious. He couldn't help but ask the man. Because I'm a pile of cow dung. The faint voice sounded again. Oh, why are you a pile of cow dung? Why can't you be pig dung or sheep dung? Wang Ting continued. Because fresh flowers would only stick on a pile of cow dung, a saying which means a beauty marrying an ugly husband. That makes sense. Wang Ting picked up the attributes and turned around to leave. He had no common topic with this pile of cow dung. Goodbye, I hope to never see you again. Then, he continued looking at the rooms one by one. He finally understood what people meant when they said that there were all sorts of mental patients. The man in front of him was one such example. Do you know who I am? Who are you? I'm the creator of the world. God says there must be light, so the world has light. God says there must be air and water. Did God tell you that you should eat your medicine? This was a man who failed at writing online novels. He wanted to become a god. To improve the reading experience of his readers, he decided to immerse himself in the role to write the book. This was a bad move. Then, there was no more story after that. Now, he could be his god in this mental hospital. He wasn't a popular writer earning millions every year. Marrying wealthy young ladies had nothing to do with him anymore. Next, a patient with fetishism. He was hugging a pillow with an anime beauty on it. He kept rubbing against the pillow while licking it. He was even chatting crazily with the beautiful anime character. Japan owes you an anime beauty. Amen, I hope that the sun will protect you. Next, my horizons have truly been broadened. Wang Ting lamented to himself. Finally, he arrived outside the door of the last candidate. If this wasn't the real god of guns, he was definitely fooled by the short-hair man in the morning. Although I discovered a place to collect spirit attributes because of this, I was still fooled. I want bear with it. He opened the door. There was a man sitting at the side of the bed in the room. He had long black hair, a good imitation of the instant noodle hairstyle. His beard was untrimmed, and his gaze was melancholy. His expression seemed heavy-hearted. Handsome. This was an extremely handsome and charismatic man. As compared to the other mental patients, this man appeared too normal, so normal that he didn't seem to belong here. However, Wang Ting raised his vigilance to an all-time high. The more normal a mental patient seemed, the more dangerous he was, right? Hello, Wang Ting asked cautiously. Hello. The man raised his head. His voice was hoarse, but for some reason, one could hear the warmth and gentleness in his tone. He sized up Wang Ting. You are not a staff here. I came to, I know. However, don't tell me. I might go crazy. I can't control myself. He seemed to know what Wang Ting wanted to say. Before Wang Ting could finish speaking, he stopped him. Don't tell you what? Brother, can you give some hints? If not, how am I supposed to guess? Wang Ting was dumbstruck. In the end, he didn't say anything. But, he already knew that this was the man he was looking for. The thing that couldn't be mentioned. If it wasn't guns, it should be the woman he loved. This is a little hard to settle. If I can't even say it, what else can I do? This man is no different from a normal person if his illness doesn't flare up. I can't trick him. Wang Ting could sense that this man wasn't an ordinary person. At least when he was facing him, he felt a sense of danger. If he treated this man like how he had treated the other patients, he would probably die a terrible death. It looks like you made a futile trip today. The man smiled and asked, Do you have a cigarette? Wang Ting was slightly stunned. This change of topic was so sudden that he almost sprained his back. He took out his cigarette pack and passed it to the other party. He then let out a long breath. Sigh, it's been a little disappointing but not a futile trip. The man lit up a cigarette and passed the packet back to Wang Ting. Wang Ting was feeling frustrated, so he lit one up too. The two of them started smoking in the ward. Not bad. You've become a martial warrior at such a young age, the man suddenly said. Wang Ting was stunned. How can you tell? Feeling, as well as force. Are you a martial warrior too? The man smiled and didn't say anything. He remained quiet until he finished smoking his cigarette. It's a pity that there isn't any alcohol. I haven't drunk alcohol in a long time, said the man finally. If you want, I can bring some for you in the future. Wang Ting got up and prepared to leave. Wait! Wang Ting turned around and saw the man throwing something at him. He caught it in a hurry. What is this? Chapter 61. Gun Kung Fu. USB. Wang Ting looked at the item in his hand in surprise. At the same time, he had doubts in his heart. This is a gift for you. What you want is inside, the man with curly hair said. You're embarrassing me, to be honest. This is the first time we met, yet you are giving me a gift. Although his mouth refused, Wang Ting's hand still stuffed the USB into his pants pocket without any hesitation. You can take it as payment for the cigarette. Ha! The man with curly hair yawned and lay down. He waved his hand at Wang Ting. You can leave. I want to sleep. Remember to turn off the light for me. Wang Ting threw a last glance at the other party. Then, he put on his mask and turned off the lights. He walked out and left. Once Wang Ting stepped out, the man with curly hair suddenly jumped up from the bed and pasted his face on the door's glass. He looked for a long time. Do you think he has left? He muttered to himself. He should have left. He confirmed that Wang Ting was already gone. Suddenly, he laughed like crazy. He laughed until he bent forward and backward. He then fell to the ground and started rolling around in laughter. Tears and mucus dripped down his face. This is so interesting. This is so interesting. That fellow actually believed me. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying from laughter. Wang Ting lowered his head and headed down the stairs. Suddenly, a sound was heard behind him. Hey you, wait for a moment. Wang Ting's heart dropped. Was there staff on duty at this time? When he came up, he didn't see anyone. All kinds of ways to tackle the situation appeared in his mind. If he got caught, he could only... Footsteps sounded behind him. That person was getting closer. Wang Ting turned around and saw a 30-year-old man walking towards him. He was wearing a long white coat. Aren't you stationed downstairs? Why did you come up? He looked at Wang Ting sternly. Oh, I heard a commotion upstairs and thought that something happened. Hence, I came up to take a look. Wang Ting spouted nonsense without batting an eye. The man's expression softened a little when he heard this explanation. But, immediately after that, he asked with curiosity, Why are you wearing a mask in the middle of the night? I have bad breath. If I don't wear a mask, it will affect other people. Before Wang Ting could finish speaking, a loud siren suddenly rang throughout the entire mental hospital. A patient ran out. A shout came from downstairs. The man's expression changed. He pushed Wang Ting away and dashed down. As he ran, he took off the white gown he was wearing and laughed loudly. Come and catch me. Come and catch me, Wang Ting. This mental hospital is too scary. I should hurry up and go home. Using the commotion as his cover-up, Wang Ting climbed the wall and left the mental hospital. He drove his car home. It was deep into the night when he reached home. Wang Ting took a bath and went back to his bedroom. He took out the USB and plugged it into his computer. When he opened it, he found a single video in the folder. Do they use video tutorials to learn martial arts secret scriptures in this era now? Wang Ting was slightly shocked. He clicked on the video. Instantly, an ambiguous sound came from his speakers. It was enough to make his ears turn red. It was quite loud too. F***K. Wang Ting instantly became frantic. He grabbed his mouse and clicked on the screen. Normally, he was able to stop a video with one click, but now, he couldn't hit the pause button no matter how hard he tried. In his haste, he forcefully shut down his computer. The room finally turned quiet. Wang Ting didn't even dare to breathe loudly. His parents' room was not far away. He was afraid that they would have heard the noise just now. Breathe, that's good, that's good. I don't think I woke them up. Wang Ting heaved a huge sigh of relief. I was fooled. Now, he finally had the time to think about this matter properly. He thought of the man with curly hair. He seemed to have been fooled by the man's appearance. I shouldn't have trusted him. I must have been blinded by greed. How can I trust a mental patient? Wang Ting gave a bitter smile. But the video wasn't that bad. When the scene flashed past his eyes just now, he realized that the female lead was quite pretty. Her figure was good and her skin was fair. TSK, TSK, TSK. Why don't I take a look again? Just one look. Wang Ting comforted himself and looked for his earphones. Then, he turned on his computer again and clicked on the video. Only the computer screen was lit up in the dark room. The entire room was very quiet, and only sinister peals of laughter occasionally sounded. It was a little eerie. Not bad at all. The storyline is attractive, and the female lead is pretty. However, her voice is really loud. She's just having a massage. Why does she need to scream so loudly? It gave me a huge fright. Wang Ting finished the video with a critical look. However, just as he was about to turn off his computer and go to sleep, he realized that the progress bar was only at the halfway mark. Wang Ting shifted the mouse away and allowed the video to continue playing. After a few seconds, the scene shifted. Wang Ting's expression underwent a huge change. In an instant, his sleepiness disappeared, and he stared at the computer screen without blinking his eyes. Half an hour later, the video had finished playing. Wang Ting closed his eyes and pondered for some time. When he reopened his eyes, he gave a dry smile. How tricky! I almost missed the information at the back. I'm so lucky. He felt a little fortunate. Speaking of this, he still had to thank the female lead. The whole reason he watched the video was that the female lead was pretty. If not, he would have thrown the USB away, and the information at the back wouldn't have the chance to be seen by him. He opened his attributes panel. Enlightenment, 93 Spirit, 55 Talent, Beginner Stage Fire Talent, 11 out of 300, Beginner Stage Ice Talent, 13 out of 300, Beginner Stage Earth Talent, 12 out of 300, Spiritual Sight, Beginner Stage 1 4 out of 10, Demon Lotus Poison Body, 15/10,000 Force, 64 out of 100 Fire, 1-star Soldier Level Martial Warrior, 8 out of 100 Ice, 1-star Soldier Level Martial Warrior, 7 out of 100 Earth, 1-star Soldier Level Martial Warrior, 30 out of 100 Poison, 1-star Soldier Level Martial Warrior. Scripture, Red Flame Scripture, Foundation 20 out of 100, Deep Ice Scripture, Foundation 12 out of 100, Earth Lust Skill Earth Element Shield, Foundation 15 out of 100 Battle Techniques. Basic Battle Techniques, Presence Enlightenment for Fist, Sword, Blade, Footwork, Basic Stick Skill, Perfected, Gun Kung Fu, Foundation 1 out of 10, Fire Kirin Sword Skill, Foundation 43 out of 100, Phantom Ice Fist, Foundation 13 out of 100, Knowledge, Basic Subjects, Full Marks, 5 years of Martial Arts Exam, 3 years of Mock Papers, 80 points, Overall Battle Power, 221 blank Attribute, 0 in the Battle Techniques column. His gun skill had changed to Gun Kung Fu. However, he was still at the Foundation stage. Furthermore, the attribute points needed to level up were now displayed behind the skill. Earlier, gun skill didn't have the attribute points displayed behind it, just like the other basic battle technique. The system had been looking down on that skill. Thus, based on how the system worked, Gun Kung Fu was undoubtedly more advanced than gun skill. Wang Ting had never heard of Gun Kung Fu in the past, but there was information about it in the second half of the video. The theory of gun kung fu came about due to the integration of martial arts and technology. Ever since rune guns were born, the martial warriors on Earth went through many rounds of tests and innovation before creating this gun kung fu. It was powerful enough to make people tremble in fear. Tremble in fear. This phrase wasn't an exaggeration. It had actually happened before. In theory, gun kung fu was an amazing ability that incorporated body strength, gun skill, and sword skill into one whole. Many martial warriors specialized in rune guns. At the same time, they also practiced gun kung fu. The combination of these two skills was extremely formidable. It could be said to be terrifying. Chapter 62. Untitled. Based on the introduction given by the video, the theory behind gun kung fu was a statistical model built and centered around a single person. That was right. Without any mistake, it was a statistical study. If one wanted to learn gun kung fu, they needed to master their statistics first. All the poor students had to move aside voluntarily. Moving on with the main topic. The trajectory of the bullets and the position of the enemy were both included in the statistical model. Thus, if the gun kung fu was used flexibly, it would be possible to add all the blind spots around the user into the calculation. The user could attack and defend at the same time. It sounded a little complicated. Simply put, martial arts plus gun skills and statistical study to calculate the best firing path. Yep, that was right. Wang Ting placed his hand on his chin and went into deep thought. There was nothing wrong with it. He just felt that Newton might want to rise from his grave. Help. Someone, please press his grave down tightly. Don't let him get out. This is quite a fantastic skill. However, how am I supposed to increase the attribute for my gun kung fu? Wang Ting was confused. He contemplated for a moment and felt that he could only find some opportunities in the future to try it out. Since he had received the gun kung fu, naturally, he should use it. Gun kung fu, as the name implied, could only be executed with a gun. Wang Ting did have a rune gun, but he had emptied it on the martial warrior on Mount Baoan in the past. I should go and buy some bullets. But from where? Master Lu. Wang Ting suddenly remembered this guy. He took out his phone and wanted to contact the other party right away. However, he realized that it was already very late at night, so he gave up. It was indeed very late. Wang Ting yawned uncontrollably. He shook his head, turned off the lights, and went to sleep. Before shutting his eyes, he glanced at his attributes panel. His spirit had reached 55 points. It was an exponential increase. The Western Suburb Mental Hospital was a good place. If the patients inside were any friendlier, he wanted to stay there permanently. The next day. It was Monday, so Wang Ting got up very early. He had hit the bed too late yesterday. When he sat at the table for breakfast, he had dark eye circles around his eyes and kept yawning. Li Xiaomei and Wang Xinghua exchanged glances with one another and communicated using their eyes. You do it. Why don't you say it? Are you going to say it or not? If you don't, I'll clean the toilet bowl with your toothbrush. Fine, 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 I'll say it. The eye contact ended with Wang Xinghua as the loser. He put down the spoon in his hand and coughed. Son. Yes. Wang Ting raised his head and looked at him curiously. Son, come, eat these 2 eggs. They're good for your body. Li Xiaomei passed 2 eggs to him with a caring look. Wang Ting didn't know how he took the eggs over. As he stared at the 2 eggs in his hand, understanding suddenly dawned on him. He was unable to explain this matter anymore. That stupid man with curly hair. You ruined my reputation in a single night. When I see you again, I'll bring him some alcohol. I will pee in the alcohol and pour some laxatives inside. Yes, this is what I will do. Wang Ting left the house as though he was running away from something. He was unable to withstand the gazes of his parents anymore. Wherever he went, he could feel the 2 pairs of eyes behind his back looking at him with concern. Donghai No. 1 High School. The tense atmosphere in school had reached a peak. In only 1 week, the university entrance exam would be here. All the students were frantically revising and doing papers. Because of the Reformation this year, most of the students taking part in the martial arts exam had burned their boats and were fighting with their backs to the river. "Good morning, class monitor." Wang Ting sat down on his seat and greeted Lin Chuhan. The other party had arrived very early, just like always. "Good morning." Lin Chuhan raised her head and replied softly. "I won't disturb you. Study well." Ever since Wang Ting learned of Lin Chuhan's family background, he had started to respect her even more. A little girl like her had endured so much suffering, but she was still able to do the things normal people weren't able to. She deserved to be respected. Although Lin Chuhan was surprised, she didn't say anything. She turned her head back and continued revising. Time was really tight. Whenever she was free, she would spare no effort in revising the 5 years of martial arts exam, 3 years of mock papers. At the same time, she needed to practice too. If not, she wouldn't be able to pass the actual combat assessment. The 5 years of martial arts exam, 3 years of mock papers was a fixed subject that would be included in the martial arts exam. However, the actual combat assessment was still the most important segment. Since they were practicing martial arts, their skill was naturally the most important. Honestly, Lin Chuhan's battle prowess wasn't strong. It was even a little weak. As compared to other intermediate stage martial disciples, she was probably below average. When he pushed Lin Chuhan against the wall in the past, Wang Ting was an advanced stage martial disciple. At that time, he had noticed that her strength was weak, but he didn't place much emphasis on it. He thought that this was the standard of a normal person. Now, thinking back, one of the reasons he felt this way was because he was too strong. In comparison, Lin Chuhan seemed fragile. The other reason was that he had just started practicing martial arts, so he didn't know the difference between a normal person and a martial disciple. Hence, he only learned that Lin Chuhan was an intermediate stage martial disciple much later. I wonder if she can pass the martial arts exam successfully. Wang Ting glanced at Lin Chuhan worriedly. If she didn't, it would be a huge blow to her. After all, she wasn't taking part in the martial arts exam for herself. It was for her father and younger sister. However, Wang Ting knew that he should keep quiet at a time like this. Rather than hurting her confidence, shouldn't he give her support? There just might be a miracle, right? Wang Ting threw this matter to the side and took out his phone. He sent a message to Master Lu. "Wang Ting, are you there?" "Master Lu, yes dear. I'm here." 3. Red heart instant reply. "Wang Ting, do you sell bullets in your shop?" "Master Lu, yes we do. What kind of caliber, material, and stats do you need for your bullet?" Wang Ting was stunned for 2 seconds. Why were there so many different options when buying bullets? Thus, he went online and searched for a picture of a gun that looked similar to his. He sent it over. "Wang Ting, I need bullets for this gun." "Master Lu, dear, you can use 6.5mm bullets for this gun. What kind of material and attributes do you need?" "Wang Ting, what kind of material and attributes are there?" The other party immediately sent 2 pictures over. They were a table for the materials and the attributes of the gun, respectively. There were all kinds of materials. Wang Ting had never even heard of many of them, such as Ola alloy, sapphire alloy, and many others. The ppm, density, and other attributes were listed down beside the names of the materials. They looked really amazing. As for the price, some cost a few thousand while others were tagged at tens of thousands. There were some that cost in 6 figures. The other attribute list included the familiar attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The effects of runes were included such that the attacking power of the bullets was stronger and more powerful. But, most importantly, it was very expensive. It was extremely expensive. This evil merchant. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.